Chapter 23. P.S. It's really embarrassing to vote. I will continue to ask for your votes. Tens of thousands of martial arts students of the right age had filled the river square with a sea of people. The curtains of the new martial arts student exam had officially opened. Among the crowd, Qin Wushuang did not stand out, nor did he pretend to be in dire straits. In fact, to him, this level of exam was too childish. He always felt that it was not the right thing to mix in with a group of little kids. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This was the rule of this world. If you did not pass the martial arts student exam, it would be impossible for you to get the title of Power Force, or even the title of Genuine Force. The martial arts student exam was the first stage of martial arts training. And it was the first stage that you must pass. Unless you had the power to make the examiner give you the green light. First, the examiner announced the rules. It was a long list. Qin Wushuang did not listen carefully. Before he had left, he had already grasped the rules clearly. There were 3 stages in the martial arts student exam: strength test, body movement test, and combat ability test. The strength test was the first stage. It tested many things such as arm strength, waist strength, leg strength, stamina, and many other aspects. The arm and waist strength test was very primitive, lifting an iron ball. The leg strength and stamina test was even more primitive, long-distance running. Under the examiner's order, tens of thousands of participating martial arts students set off. The specific test was to run 5 laps around the city wall after they left the city. The total distance was about 100,000 meters, which was equivalent to 200 miles. For each lap, they must go to 2 fixed places to receive a small flower. It meant that they had run 1 lap. Those who cheated would be kicked out of the exam team and would never be able to enter. Qin Wushuang did not run like an idiot. Even if he wandered at a moderate speed, only a few people could keep up with his pace. During the first lap, that Niu Do had gathered a few martial arts students and deliberately blocked Qin Wushuang's path. They seemed to be looking for trouble. Qin Wushuang remained calm and collected. He poked Niu Do's body with his finger. He had sealed one of the key acupoints on his waist. With a cold sneer, he rushed over. Niu Do was still unaware. He thought that Qin Wushuang was afraid of him and was extremely arrogant. However, he didn't know that Qin Wushuang had done something to his body so that he couldn't even finish these 5 laps. After 2 laps, there was no one behind Qin Wushuang. By the 3rd round, he had already tricked the other party. On the 5th lap, he saw the inferior Niu Do dragging his heavy footsteps, still crawling like a snail on the starting line of the 4th lap. When he finished 5 laps and returned to the city, the tester in the city was still napping in the square. Seeing him come back with 10 small flowers for testing, it was simply unbelievable. She repeatedly checked the flower logo that he handed over and found that it was the real deal. When he looked at the time again, he had already set a new record in River County. First come, first test. Next up was the iron ball lifting. Rows of iron balls were placed in front of Qin Wushuang. Starting at 300 catties, 400, 500, 600, all the way to 1,500. The interval was 100 catties. Indeed, Qin Wushuang did not want to be in the limelight. However, with his current strength, the heaviest iron ball here was still too light. There's nothing heavier than this, right? Qin Wushuang asked carefully. What? This is the martial arts student exam. If you want to show off, go and participate in the Power Force class evaluation. The highest iron ball there is 5,000 catties. The tester could not bear to see this young man being too arrogant and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Okay. Then I'll start. Qin Wushuang did not expect that he would be misunderstood as showing off. He smiled bitterly and squatted down. He gathered his strength and picked up that 1,500 catties iron ball. Without panting or blushing, he lifted it 9 times and put it on his shoulder. Then, he asked, by the way, if I may ask, how many times do I have to lift it for a full score? Enough, enough. That tester looked at Qin Wushuang as if he was looking at a monster. He could not help but look at the registration form again. By the way, are you really only 16 years old? Isn't it the privilege of the wealthy and aristocratic families to fake their age? Have you ever seen a child of the humble class receive this kind of treatment? Qin Wushuang asked back with a smile. Too abnormal. That tester whispered. Then, he immediately returned to his serious self. Having good strength does not mean you will be good in the other two tests. The next test is the body movement test. Go and find the field. When Qin Wushuang had gone far away, that tester finally wiped his sweat. He excitedly grabbed the arm of another tester next to him and shouted, I have a feeling that River County is going to have a genius. At one of the body movement test fields, a few examiners were sitting there. They were so bored that they could even swat a fly. Since it was not time for the long-distance run to end, according to the usual practice, it was not time for them to start work. When they saw Qin Wushuang rushing in recklessly, each and every one of them stared at him. Qin Wushuang felt a little guilty under their stares. He scratched his head and said, Did I go to the wrong place? Which test are you testing? One of the examiners was petrified for a moment and could not help but ask. The body movement test. Then you did not go to the wrong place. An examiner with a grizzled beard stood up and said to his friend with a smile, You finished the strength test this early? It seems that a small place like River County also has geniuses. He took Qin Wushuang's result sheet and glanced at it. His expression was slightly startled. Then, he immediately returned to normal and waved his hand, Follow me. When they arrived at the testing field, the white-bearded examiner introduced, There are 3 levels of difficulty for the body movement test. They are easy, medium, and hard. Which level do you plan to choose? Hard. Qin Wushuang answered without thinking. Yes, the easy level is to avoid flying rocks, from 1 to 10, and you pass if you can avoid 6 of them. The medium level is to catch flying birds, from 1 to 5, and you pass if you can catch 3 of them. The hard level, not only do you have to catch birds, you also have to catch flying knives. It is also from 1 to 3. You have to catch 2 birds and 2 flying knives to pass. Do you understand? Qin Wushuang nodded to show that he understood. Good. You stand on that sandy ground and stay alert. We'll release the first bird when you least expect it. Remember, each bird will fly out from your back. And each bird corresponds to a flying knife. These flying knives are sent out by an elite warrior of the power force. If you can't catch them, don't try to be brave. This white-bearded examiner still had a sense of humanity. Qin Wushuang stood on the sandy ground like an ancient pine tree. He stood tall and straight. To Qin Wushuang, standing like a pine tree and sitting like a bell were completely habitual movements. Chirp chirp. An oriole flew out from Qin Wushuang's back. Qin Wushuang flipped his body like a sparrowhawk and rose from the ground. He reached out with his palm and caught the oriole. Whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air came from below Qin Wushuang's ribs. It was from a tricky angle. Qin Wushuang did not even look at it and clamped that flying knife firmly between his 2 fingers. It was more accurate than an eagle catching a chick. Good. First pass, please hand in your things. When he landed, the examiner's voice sounded at the same time. Qin Wushuang realized that the flying knife was blunt and had not been sharpened. After he handed it in, he returned to the field. In this round, he was going to challenge 2 birds and 2 flying knives at the same time. Chirp chirp chirp, Qin Wushuang's ears twitched. First left, then right, his hands alternated dreamily. 2 orioles had already fallen into his pocket. At the same time, he caught the 2 flying knives coming from the left and right. Good. Even the examiner could not help but applaud Qin Wushuang's brilliant moves. Qin Wushuang martial arts student, you have passed the body movement test. If you are interested, you can challenge 3 birds. If you are not, you can go to the next testing field. Since Qin Wushuang had decided to fight with all his strength, of course, he would not let go of any challenges. To Qin Wushuang, 3 birds and 3 flying knives were only an extra stretch of his hand. He still finished it easily. The white-bearded examiner took his things and drew a big tick on the perfect score column on his test form. Then, he stamped it. Qin Wushuang martial arts student, I can guarantee you, for sure, you will be the one with the most dazzling results in this martial arts student exam. With your skills, You are at least at stage 6 of the power force. The martial arts student exam is too easy for you. Are you interested in having a meal with me after the exam? I would not dare to disobey an elder's invitation. Qin Wushuang had a much better impression of this examiner. Yes, let's go to the next field. The white-bearded examiner patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder. He had a much better impression of this young man with a serious attitude. The last test was the combat skills. It tested the martial arts students' martial arts skills. This test had a high requirement for martial arts students. If you had not learned exquisite martial arts skills, you would be at a disadvantage in this test regardless of how good your foundation was. The combat skills test method hit the puppet array. The examiner glanced at Qin Wushuang's result form and was also somewhat surprised. However, these examiners were all people from the Zhenwu holy place in the royal capital. They had seen too many geniuses. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not make a fuss. There are 3 levels. You have to challenge 3 puppets, 6 puppets, and 9 puppets. 9 puppets is the highest level. As long as you can last for 10 minutes, you pass. Qin Wushuang had already studied the rules. Of course, he had chosen the highest level without any surprise. The puppet array had been installed with a special technique. As soon as you entered the field, the puppets would rush out and attack the martial arts student with preset moves. The strength of these puppets was also set between stage 6 of the martial arts student level. In this last test, many martial arts students had ended up with a face full of dirt and dirt. Most of the martial arts students did not get much points in this test. Because of this test, many of the martial arts students who had performed well in the beginning also had their final results greatly reduced. As soon as Qin Wushuang entered the field, a wave of fist wind came from behind him. They had started to fight. Qin Wushuang did not even turn his head and directly kicked backwards. With a plop sound, the entire puppet was smashed into pieces on the ground by his kick. This scene also made that examiner dumbfounded. The creation of these puppets was based on the average attack power of the martial arts students. Even the strongest martial arts student would not be able to cause fatal damage to the puppets. However, Qin Wushuang's kick had smashed the puppet into pieces. This level of strength. Only those at the peak of the power force could do it. The examiner could not help but look at Qin Wushuang's age column. Was he really a 16-year-old martial arts student? The rules did not say that he was not allowed to destroy the puppets. Qin Wushuang punched from the left and slapped from the right. After a few back and forth moves, the 9 puppets were KO'd and turned into pieces of wood on the ground. Excuse me, Mr. Examiner. Do I have to stay in the field for 10 minutes to pass? Qin Wushuang was in a difficult situation. From beginning to end, he had only used less than a minute to finish all 9 puppets. However, the rules stated that he had to stay in there for 10 minutes. That examiner still had not regained his senses. He had never encountered such a situation in his history as an examiner. He stuttered, "This. I don't think so, come out." Shua shua shua, another perfect score appeared on the report card. After the 3 tests, Qin Wushuang had made a group of examiners dumbfounded. They immediately went to report the situation to the head examiner. For such a genius martial arts student, how could the Zhenwu holy place miss it? Chapter 24. The head examiner was also surprised when he received the report. Such an exceptional martial arts student exists in this little river county. Did you investigate the identity of that Qin Wushuang? Sir, Qin Wushuang came from the humble class in River County's Eastwood town. He could be considered a descendant of an aristocratic family. One of his subordinates handed him a document. Since ancient times, the humble class has always produced talented people. It's a pity that even more talents have been destroyed by the current talent selection mechanism. That head examiner sighed with emotion. Then, he ordered, "Since I've seen him, I will not let go of such a talent. Inform everyone to keep all of Qin Wushuang's test results confidential. He will be judged as a level 7 martial arts student. Sir, since you want to praise him, why not give him a level 9 grade? Besides, his grade is worthy of a level 9 grade." That subordinate asked carefully. Haha, This is called scheming. Young people. If we gave him a level 9 grade, I am afraid that he would be too proud and arrogant. Giving him a level 7 would be a form of training. If a jade is not polished, it will not amount to anything. Little 6, our Zhenwu holy place needs this kind of young jade the most. Remember to inform your subordinates to keep this a secret. Do not let the outside world know about this to prevent other countries from poaching our student. This head examiner had some status in the Zhenwu holy place. He was a person with great foresight. Yes. I will tell them to keep it a secret. After the test, Qin Wushuang walked out from the River Square passage. The father and daughter of the Qin family who had been waiting outside immediately went up to him to ask what had happened. Those parents who had been waiting outside were all looking forward to their son's performance. They hoped that their son would be the first to stand out and show off in front of everyone. To their surprise, the first one to walk out was the kid of the Qin family, a useless martial arts student who had been kicked out of the academy. Could it be that he had been eliminated early? Besides, what other reason did he have to come out this early? For your information, it had only been less than 2 hours since the start of the test. There was still a long way to go before he could finish all the tests. For sure, he had been kicked out midway. Although this Qin Wushuang had killed Zhongxian 3 years ago, it seemed more like an accident now. Regardless, it was impossible to pass the martial arts student exam in such a short time. This was something that almost everyone believed without a doubt. Qin Wushuang, what's the result of the test? Qin Xiu was most concerned about her brother's future, so she hurriedly asked. It's all right, sister. Let's talk as we walk. Haha, brother Lianshan, don't be discouraged. Although your son was eliminated in advance. That Niu Da came over with his big belly and spoke in a tone that sounded like a cat weeping for a mouse. Qin Lianshan snorted and ignored him. Obviously, Qin Lianshan also felt that his son had come out too early. Qin Wushuang, how was Niu Da's performance? Niu Da was very clear about his son's strength. Before the test, the whole family's expectations for Niu Da was to ensure that he was at rank 5 and fight for rank 6. Well, it seems that I was half a lap behind the others when I was running. I don't know if I can catch up with the others. Qin Wushuang pretended to be confused. Nonsense. I know very well how powerful our Do is. The unlucky child Niu Fen rebuked. He glanced at Qin Xiu and his bones immediately went soft. One was a Do, and the other was Niu Deng. Qin Wushuang really admired shopkeeper Niu's naming skills. What kind of stupid names were these? He looked up to the sky and yawned. He pouted and mumbled, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Niu Da stared at the back of Qin Lianshan's family of 3 as they left. He shouted angrily, jealousy. Little Fen, did you see that? This is pure jealousy. Zhong Maorue gloated, Qin Lianshan was so arrogant. He was counting on this unlucky child to support him. In the end, mud can't support the wall. On the side, a few patriarchs of the prominent class were waiting for the results of their sons and nephews. They all laughed when they heard his words. Initially, Xu Sanli was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes lazily and said, the Qin family that has existed in River County for more than 400 years is finished. Even Xu Sanli thought that Qin Wushuang had been eliminated in the middle of the test. He never thought that the son of the Qin family had finished the test and came out early. Everyone knew the content of the martial arts student test. Even an adult at the peak of the power force would not come out without 4 to 6 hours. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not care about how these people talked behind his back. He pulled his father and sister's hands and said excitedly, Dad, sister, let's find a place to eat. Now that all the shops are not doing business, no one will disturb us. My good little brother, hurry and tell me the test result. Inwardly, Qin Xiu was very anxious. She had a bad feeling that her little brother had come out early. Sister, don't worry. Let me tell you, I passed all 4 tests. All of them? Qin Lianshan suddenly stopped. He could not believe it. Qin Wushuang, are you sure you finished all the tests? I'm sure. Father, not only did I pass, I also passed with the highest level of difficulty. Now, let's see how the examiner will grade me, a humble class child. Qin Wushuang said with a meaningful tone. Immediately, he told his father and sister the content of the test in full detail. Qin Lianshan had also participated in the martial arts student test. He could not help but nod when he heard Qin Wushuang's explanation. When he heard the last part, Qin Lianshan's face changed. Qin Wushuang, you said you broke all 9 puppets in the puppet array? Although his son had conquered Qin Lianshan after 4 years of training at home. However, to break the puppets, it was not something a martial arts student could do. Yes. The rules did not say it was not allowed. I think the examiner did not care and gave me full marks. Qin Wushuang did not understand why his father had such a big reaction. Qin Lianshan took a deep breath and looked around. He pulled Qin Wushuang to a quiet place and asked again with a serious tone, Wushuang, since you were little, I have always believed in you. However, today, you did not lie at all. Father, let's test the strength of our hands. Qin Wushuang knew it would be too long to explain. He still wanted to show some strength to his father and let him know what was going on. Initially, he wanted to show his strength again during the family class evaluation and give his father a surprise. However, a plan would never be as fast as changes. The father and son held each other's hands. Qin Lianshan used a little strength to shake his son. Like a stone sinking into the sea. He continued to use 70% of his strength. When he shook again, it was still like a stone sinking into the sea. Father, I am going to use my strength. Qin Wushuang moved his inner strength slightly and gently pulled on Qin Lianshan's palm. A stage 3 genuine force warrior could kill at least 2 bulls with 1 punch. However, because of his son's gentle pull, he could not stand steadily and staggered. Qin Wushuang pulled his father and supported him. He smiled, Father. This time, Qin Lianshan could no longer be described as surprised. He was stunned on the spot and was petrified for 10 seconds. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and jumped a few meters high. He shouted excitedly, I, Qin Lianshan, have a good son. The passers-by saw Qin Lianshan's sudden craziness and avoided him. They looked at Qin Lianshan strangely and wondered if there was something wrong with his brain. He was already so old, so how could he be so naive like a child? Qin Lianshan's face was full of happiness. He called out and pulled Qin Wushuang and his sister, let's go to the best restaurant. This elegant man who was over 40 years old had always been able to suppress his inner emotions. He rarely revealed his emotions. However, this time, it was really hard for him to suppress the excitement in his heart. When he was testing his strength with his son, he clearly felt a mysterious aura from his son. It was the aura of a very powerful genuine force warrior. It was as deep and unpredictable as the abyss of the sea. One must know that his son was only 16 years old and he had already cultivated inner strength. Moreover, it was such an abnormal inner strength. He flipped through the Qin family's genealogy and looked up. 4 generations, there had never been an ancestor who had such a glorious cultivation history. In other words, his son had broken the Qin family's record. Now, he somewhat understood why his son was always so confident and had a card up his sleeve. It turned out that this kid had quietly cultivated to such a high level. Qin Xiu did not have a deep understanding of martial arts. She was almost an amateur. When she saw that Qin Lianshan was in high spirits, she also felt happy. She was so happy that she kept wiping her tears. Ever since she could remember, her father had always been depressed. It was rare for him to smile. Not to mention jumping up and down on the spot like today. This was definitely a good thing. Qin Xiu was smart. She knew that her father was so happy because her brother's test results were very good. When she thought about how her father had always been worried about the family and was depressed, Qin Xiu felt sad and happy at the same time. After the dishes were served, Qin Lianshan personally filled his children's cups and said with a smile, Xiu, you also want to drink today? Yes. Usually, Qin Xiu did not touch alcohol. However, today, her father's happy face had given her courage and motivation. For Wushuang's martial arts student exam, cheers, Qin Lianshan was extremely straightforward. He raised his head and with a slurp sound, the full cup of alcohol immediately entered his stomach. Sis, you drink slowly. I will drink with father. Qin Wushuang was infected by this cheerful atmosphere and also drank it all in one gulp. Qin Xiu wiped her eyes while holding the cup. She also drank it all in one gulp. After she had finished drinking, her pretty face immediately turned red. Okay. Xiu, you don't need to drink anymore. Father will drink another cup on behalf of your deceased mother. He raised his head and drank another cup. Alcohol could liven things up. Not to mention, Qin Lianshan's mood had reached its peak. After another cup, Qin Wushuang immediately filled his father's cup. Qin Lianshan was full of heroism. He raised his cup again. This cup is for the ancestors of the Qin family. After 3 cups, Qin Lianshan put down his cup and laughed. His eyes were already filled with sparkling and translucent tears. My good little brother, I want to drink with you again. Qin Xiu's limpid eyes were also watery. The emotions that had been suppressed for more than 20 years were all released after drinking a cup of wine. Sis. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to say something, Qin Xiu had already grabbed the jug of alcohol and filled her cup. She said to Qin Lianshan and Qin Wushuang while stuttering, Father, Wushuang, drink. After this cup, Qin Xiu did not even put the cup down and she was already lying on the table. She was drunk. She was happily and blissfully drunk. With tears in his eyes, Qin Lianshan waved his hand at Qin Wushuang and said in a low voice, Wushuang, let your sister rest. All these years, it has been hard on her. For the sake of this family, I almost forgot that my daughter, Qin Xiu, is already 22 years old. Qin Lianshan's tone was full of guilt. Qin Wushuang could feel his father's mood. His mind also rippled as he looked at his sister who was lying on the table. The guilt in his heart increased tremendously. That's right, his sister was already 22 years old. Most of the girls around her age were already old enough to buy soy sauce. In terms of appearance and family management, in the entire River County, who would his sister lose to? But because of that devil hiding in the dark like a ghost, she had been tormenting her sister, causing her to be unable to rest in peace and miss out on the prime of her youth. Qin Wushuang was waiting for that so-called demon to appear. He only wanted to do one thing, and that was to beat the other party to death with one punch. Only in this way would he be able to quench his hatred. I had planned to update at midnight today, but I had to go out at the last minute. I will update at midnight tomorrow. Chidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 25. The early bird gets the worm. Can the early bird get the reader's vote? It was the first time that the father and son were so relaxed. They drank at least 20 to 30 cups each. To Qin Wushuang, these cups of wine were no different from drinking water. Qin Lianshan was now in the 3rd stage of the genuine force, so the wine didn't affect him much. However, he had to go to the toilet twice. Qin Wushuang simply sat upright like a mountain. He didn't even go to the toilet once. Wushuang, good boy. When did you train your alcohol tolerance? You are even more ferocious than your father. Qin Lianshan was a bit tongue-tied. Father, you are not weak either. Qin Wushuang laughed. Don't you need to go to the toilet? Qin Lianshan looked at his son's calm appearance and couldn't help but be curious. Father, please look at the floor. Qin Wushuang had already used his inner strength to force the wine out from his fingers. It flowed all over the floor, making it wet. What kind of method is this? Qin Lianshan asked in shock. Haha, it's just a little cheating trick. Of course, this was not a little trick. Qin Wushuang had practiced the congealing finger for many years. He had slowly comprehended its evolved version, which was the coagulated sword. Although he had not yet mastered the formless sword chi of the coagulated sword, the top ancient martial arts technique, he was already able to rush his inner strength to his fingers. The only thing missing was the sword force that came out from his fingers. He had not yet mastered it. Of course, this was also the most important step. Whether or not he could condense his inner strength into formless sword chi, the lethality of the sword chi, and the attack range all depended on this force. In the end, the strength of this force depended on the level of his inner strength. At this stage, Qin Wushuang was confident that even if he faced a 7th stage genuine force realm martial artist, he would still be able to defeat them. Good boy. Tell father, have you reached the genuine force realm? Qin Lianshan had been holding back this question for a long time. He finally couldn't help but ask. Yes, you can say so. At this time, Qin Wushuang didn't hide it anymore. How many stages? Qin Lianshan was not surprised by the answer. He was more concerned about the number of stages. As for the exact number, I can't say for sure since I haven't tested it. However, Old Master Zhong and Old Master Shu will not allow them to bully us. Qin Wushuang's words were like a shot of adrenaline, causing Qin Lianshan's eyes to brighten up. Old Master Zhong. Old Master Shu. Qin Lianshan slowly digested Qin Wushuang's words. Zhong Maorui is a prominent family. There are at least level 2 true martial realm experts in his mansion, and there may be more than one. That Shu Sanli is from a wealthy family. He has at least a stage 4 genuine martial realm expert. When he thought here, Qin Lianshan's eyes lit up even more. This way, Wushuang, you are at stage 4 of the genuine force? Qin Wushuang smiled but did not answer. Qin Lianshan felt as if he was in a dream, and he was not used to it. How did his son suddenly become so strong? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach stage 4 of the genuine force without a martial arts codex that corresponded to the genuine force realm. If his guess was correct, then a 16-year-old child was able to reach the 4th level of the true martial realm. Just how frightening was that person? Even the Zhenwu holy place did not have such a strong person, right? Could it be a legendary warrior from the spiritual realm? Qin Lianshan's eyes flashed, and he immediately rejected this crazy idea. A warrior from the spiritual realm was an elusive existence. It should not be easy for them to appear in the secular world. However, he immediately thought of a rumor and said, Wushuang, there is a rumor. I am not sure if it is true or not. Listen to it and consider it. Qin Lianshan's tone when talking to his son showed that he was treating him as an adult. Father, please tell me. Yes, I have heard that in the world of martial artists, anyone who can reach stage 4 of the genuine force before the age of 24 will have a special opportunity. Qin Lianshan's tone was mysterious, and he lowered his voice. Special opportunity? Qin Wushuang pondered over his father's words. That's right. In the secular world, every step of the martial artist's training is extremely difficult. Those who can reach stage 4 of the genuine force before the age of 24 are all geniuses. Even those mysterious warriors from the spiritual realm pay attention to these geniuses. Every once in a while, they will come to the secular world to select these geniuses to train in the spiritual realm. This process is called the spiritual realm. When Qin Lianshan talked about the spiritual realm, his tone became more sincere. Qin Wushuang's heart moved. Spiritual realm? Spiritual realm? Father, please continue. It is said that the spiritual realm is extremely rare. It only happens once every 10 years, and it can only be encountered by chance. And those who are truly selected, such as our river county, may not even appear once in 100 years. When Qin Lianshan finished speaking, he was also full of longing. This was due to his worship of the mysterious world. Is the selection process very strict? Qin Wushuang was moved and could not help but ask. This, I do not know. What Qin Lianshan had obtained was just a rumor. He had no idea what the real insider information was. Yes. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and said, Father, let's not talk about this matter in the future to avoid more trouble. This meal lasted for almost 2 hours before it ended. Qin Wushuang carried his drunk sister on his back and was about to go out with his father who had just finished paying the bill. Coincidentally, Shu Sanli and Zhong Maorui's group were also walking towards this restaurant. Behind them were all their children and nephews who had participated in the martial arts student exam. It seemed that they had all finished the exam. When that Zhong Maorui saw Qin Lianshan, he sneered, even if you were eliminated in the martial arts student exam, you don't have to come to this windy pool restaurant to get drunk, right? Because the examiner had concealed the content of Qin Wushuang's exam, before the results were released, no one would know the real result of Qin Wushuang's exam. Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. Inwardly, he thought that these people were like dog poop. No matter where they went, they could not avoid this stench. I will let you be proud for 2 more days. When the family class evaluation begins, I promise you that you won't even be able to cry. Qin Wushuang sneered and walked out the door. Humph. This Qin family is like a lotus leaf in autumn, good times don't last long. He still dares to be so arrogant. Zhong Maorue snorted from his nostrils. Fortunately, he was in a good mood. Because his nephew, who was born from an affair with his sister-in-law, had done well in this martial arts student exam. Besides the last puppet array, which was a bit difficult, he had done well in the rest of the exam. If there were no accidents, he would surely be a level 6 martial arts student. This result was enough to ensure that the Zhong family would have a successor and stabilize their prominent class status in River County. The martial arts student exam lasted for 3 days. However, more than half of the martial arts students would try to finish all the exam content on the first day. No one wanted to drag it to the second day. It was because the Zhenwu Holy Place had specially designed the exam content for the martial arts students. It was a continuous system and it tested the martial arts students' endurance. If you dragged it to the second day, even if your final result was level 9, 2 levels would be deducted and you would be level 7. If you dragged it to the third day, another 2 levels would be deducted. Thus, for many weak martial arts students, even if they had dragged it to the third day, they would still have no result. Adding up to 4 levels in 2 days, for example, a level 5 martial arts student would only have 1 level in the end. In the martial arts world, a level 1 martial arts student was no different than a piece of trash. It was almost the same as a death sentence. Thus, on the second day, very few martial arts students had participated in the martial arts student exam at the River Square. Only about 1/10 of the martial arts students were left. The examiners were very efficient. After the 3 days of the exam, they would announce the exam results on the 4th day. On the morning of the 4th day, Qin Xiu woke up the earliest. She was burning with anxiety as she hurried to look at the results with Qin Wushuang. Qin Lianshan was not as worried as he was at the beginning. After he had experienced his son's ability, the results of the martial arts student exam could no longer keep him in suspense. Qin Xiu hurried after she ate a few mouthfuls of breakfast. Wushuang, eat faster. Girl, why are you in such a hurry? Qin Lianshan smiled. Look at the results, I want to see our Wushuang's name. He is number 1. Number 1? Girl, most likely, Wushuang will not be number 1. You must be mentally prepared. Qin Lianshan sighed lightly. Why? Qin Xiu could not understand. Since he had such a good result, why would he not be number 1? Because. Qin Lianshan paused. Because our family is only a humble class. Whether or not the examiners would let a child from the humble class get number 1, I have my reservations. I only hope that they would not deliberately suppress us. We would be lucky. Qin Wushuang was deeply touched by his father's words. However, he only smiled and lowered his head to eat. Father, don't be so pessimistic. Okay, Wushuang is full, let's go. Along the way, Qin Wushuang was the most open-minded, followed by Qin Lianshan, and Qin Xiu was the most nervous. However, Qin Xiu was the most talkative and worried about this and that. They arrived at the square. In total, there were more than 20 places where the results were released. Even so, the black mass of people still crowded the entire square. This time, a lot of children from Eastwood Town had come to participate in the martial arts student exam. When they saw Qin Wushuang, each of their eyes flashed. Their expression had lost some of their usual teasing and became more timid. Qin Xiu was a smart girl. When she saw the flickering eyes of these martial arts students, she knew that her little brother's exam results were not bad. Or else, these people would not look at him with such eyes. If his results were bad, these people would have started to bully him. Even Qin Lianshan could not help but feel somewhat expectant of his son's exam results. He looked around and started to search the list. Chidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 26. Second update, recommendation votes and clicks are no longer proportional. I know the new readers do not have much feelings for this book, but please lend me a few tickets. I will repay the readers with an even better story. Wu Shuang, congratulations, you did well. Hu Ziyan greeted him from afar. Ziyan, how's your result? Qin Wushuang had only glanced at Hu Ziyan and Fang Xiaozhong on the day of the martial arts student exam. Not as good as you. Wushuang, I really admire you now. Hu Ziyan said excitedly, Level 7 martial arts student, you are really something. Level 7 martial arts student. Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. It seemed that the examiner had deliberately lowered his result. Hu Ziyan immediately advised him when he saw his unhappy expression, Wushuang, don't be dissatisfied. For a humble class like us, level 7 is already the highest level. This time, there was no level 9 in the exam, and there was only one level 8. And among the 4 level 7 martial arts students, you are the only one from the humble class. Hu Ziyan's tone was sincere. Indeed, he was happy and proud for Qin Wushuang. His result was a level 6 martial arts student. It was a result that had far exceeded his expectations. On the side, Qin Lianshan was also receiving congratulations from his friends. They chatted with each other politely. Qin Lianshan was very happy. His voice was unprecedentedly bright. It was because he felt that today's atmosphere was different. It seemed that the sky in River County was much higher. The smiles of his acquaintances were much brighter. When they conversed with him, they were less casual and more reserved and respectful. A humble class that could nurture a level 7 martial arts student was destined to have a bright future. Everyone was smart and knew how to size up the situation. Although they were all level 7 martial arts students, a level 7 from the humble class and a level 7 from the wealthy class represented a world of difference. Fang Xiaozhong also squeezed through the crowd and yelled exaggeratedly, Big brother Wushuang, level 7 martial arts student, so strong. This kid was also a level 6 martial arts student. Together with Qin Wushuang and Hu Ziyan, they had stolen the limelight for Eastwood Town. Now, when he walked, he felt as if he was floating. All the bones in his body were numb. To him, level 6 martial arts student was a great thing to bring honor to his ancestors. Among the tens of thousands of martial arts students who had participated in the exam, 80 to 90% of them had achieved stage 3 or 4. They were destined to live a mediocre life. Stage 5 martial arts student was above average. If he trained hard, it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak of the power force. If he worked harder and encountered some fortuitous opportunities, he would have a great chance to break through the power force and enter the genuine force. A level 6 martial arts student would be one of the best. Entering the true martial realm was inevitable, and it all depended on how far he could reach in the true martial realm. As for a stage 7 martial arts student, they would definitely have a high standard and would enter the genuine force with 100% certainty. If he was lucky, reaching stage 6 of the true martial realm would not be an empty promise. What did stage 6 of the true martial realm mean? Among the landowning clans and nobles, the minimum requirement to establish an aristocratic family was to have a level 6 true martial realm expert to oversee it. In other words, if one could really reach stage 6 of the true martial realm, one would be qualified to compete for the aristocratic family's qualifications and enter the ranks of upper-class aristocrats. Upper-class nobles were equivalent to the true elites of a country. They were fundamentally different from low-class nobles. For example, in River County, there was only one upper-class aristocrat family, Venerable Da Shi family. If one wanted to know how powerful this Venerable Da Shi family was, one would know by asking the River County government. Nominally, the government was the ruler of River County. However, in reality, everyone knew that the Venerable Da Shi family was the true ruler of River County. The Venerable Da Shi family was only the lowest level among the upper-class aristocrats. They only had the title of a venerable family. However, they could already control the life and death of an entire county. It was apparent how much power the upper-class aristocrats had. After a moment, Qin Wushuang felt relieved. He glanced through the 15 long lists and saw that the name at the top of the list was Da Shi Yang. He was the only level 8 martial arts student. In River County, This family name was a signboard. Anyone who saw this name would know that he was the offspring of the privileged family in River County, the venerable defy family. In River County, this family name meant authority, pride, and glory. Qin Wushuang was not surprised and did not feel jealous. Defy Yang had not achieved a higher grade than him because he was stronger than him. It was only because he came from a venerable family. In River County, the venerable defy family was unique. This authority must be highlighted. With that incident as a witness, he had a good impression of defy Yang. Among the 4 level 7 martial arts students, Qin Wushuang's name was, without a doubt, the last one. And the other 3 were the 3 wealthy families in River County, the Shu, the Qian, and the Yun family. Among them, the Shu family's martial arts student was, without a doubt, Shu Ting. The Yun family's martial arts student was Yun Qingyang, that proud girl. Qin Wushuang's name appeared somewhat out of place among the level 7 martial arts students in the second row. Many parents were whispering to each other to find out where Qin Wushuang, this dark horse, had come from. There were 30 towns in River County. Each town had 100 or 200 martial arts students who had signed up. Regardless of the Qin family or Qin Wushuang, they were not famous in River County. Qin Wushuang felt it was very interesting as he stood among the crowd and listened to everyone's discussion about his name, background. Looking further down, there were about 40 level 6 martial arts students. Hu Zian and Fang Xiaozhong were in this group. Looking further down, the number of level 5 martial arts students had increased to thousands. Level 4 martial arts students had 3,000 names. It was not easy for martial arts students to find their own names. Level 3 martial arts students had more than 5,000 names. Looking further down, there were also very few people in level 2. After all, this martial arts student exam was not a child's play. Many people would not participate even if they knew they had no hope. As for level 1, there were only a few names. It was also very conspicuous at the end of the long list. The names of Niu Do and the others were on the list. Indeed, this person was not worthy of being remembered. As soon as he saw Niu Do's name, this guy, his shopkeeper father, and his brother, Niu Deng, were walking over from the opposite side. Niu Do knew that his exam result would not be good. At most, he would be at level 4. When those martial arts students from Eastwood Town saw Niu Do, they could not help but laugh. Each of them showed an ambiguous expression. Feeling even more guilty, Niu Do walked to the first list. This time, 3 people above level 6 had appeared in Eastwood Town's martial arts student exam. Their results were far ahead of the other towns in River County and second only to River County. This made the martial arts students of Eastwood Town feel even more proud. They gathered in 2s and 3s and discussed with joy as if they were the ones who had scored above level 6. When he saw Niu Do, one of the martial arts students from Eastwood Town joked, "Niu Do, you should start looking from the last list. This is the top one and only records the names of martial arts students above level 5. Niu Do glanced at him. Behind him, Niu Fen saw Qin Wushuang's name on the top of the list of level 7 martial arts students. He could not help but shout, "What? Qin Wushuang, level 7 martial arts student? He has the same name, right?" Hu Zian laughed. "Brother Niu Fen, it is not the same name. He is indeed Qin Wushuang from Eastwood Town." "That's right, Brother Wushuang is the pride of Eastwood Town," Fang Xiaozhong chimed in. Qin Xiu also looked at the list on the side and enjoyed the feeling of people talking about her little brother. When she heard Niu Fen's questioning voice, she could not help but feel angry. She shouted, "Wushuang, come to me." Qin Xiu had called her little brother for no other reason than to let everyone know what kind of person Qin Wushuang was. And he was her little brother, the offspring of the Qin family in Eastwood Town. Many parents on the side were discussing. Most of them were talking about the mysterious Qin Wushuang. When they heard a beautiful girl calling Qin Wushuang's name, they all looked at him with astonishment. Their eyes locked onto Qin Wushuang and were filled with envy. Niu Fen opened his mouth and slapped Niu Do's head angrily. "You idiot, you are a disgrace to the Niu family. Why don't you look at your lousy results?" Level 1 martial arts student, This grade was better than nothing. It was a disgrace to be at the bottom of the list. Shopkeeper Nyo's old face was burning. At this time, he did not know where to put his face. On the side, Qin Lianshan said leisurely, "Haha, Shopkeeper Nyo, don't be discouraged. Although your son is only a level 1 martial arts student, but..." This tone was completely imitating Nyo Da's weeping tone when Qin Wushuang had come out early. Shopkeeper Nyo widened his eyes, which were bigger than a cow's, but he couldn't find the words to respond. He had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw his son standing there like a tree stump, he could not help but slap him across the face. "You wastrel, you always drop the ball on a big occasion. You are a disgrace to me." Nyo Do usually performed well during training. Who would have thought that during this martial arts student exam, he had lost a lot of his standard? It made his father, who had been so high profile, a joke in the circle. Nyo Do cried miserably. When he thought back, he did not know where the problem was. He only felt that during the long-distance running test, his whole body became heavier and heavier. In the end, both of his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He gave up on that day and only finished the rest of the test the next day. Because of this, his grade was reduced by 2 stages. And his long-distance running result was almost negligible. Like this, he had created a dramatic stage 1 martial arts student's result. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Old Master Shu is here to look at the ranking." Outside the field, a few vicious servants started to clear the field like wolves and tigers. They cleared a path in front of the ranking board. That Shu Sanli and a few other aristocrats who were close to him appeared on the scene. "Wow, it's the Shu family." Yes. Among the 4 level 7 martial arts students, one of them is young Master Shu Ting. No wonder the Shu family is one of the 4 big families in River County. A big family is indeed a big family. Every time good seedlings come out, not only did these martial arts students not feel annoyed by the vicious servants of the Shu family, they were full of admiration. As Qin Wushuang stood on the side, his mind suddenly became clear. Suddenly, he understood something. This was a world where the strong worshipped the strong. When they were bullied by those stronger than them, not only did they not resist, they worshipped and admired them blindly. It seemed that this aristocratic world also had its reasons. When he thought here, the desire to build a strong family once again emerged from his heart. And it was unprecedentedly urgent. Old Master, young Master Ting is a level 7 martial arts student. He is only below young Master Yang of the Da Shi family. One of the vicious servants flattered and reported. Shu Sanli nodded indifferently. He gazed at the ranking board for a moment. Then, like a hawk, he glanced at Qin Wushuang on the side. A trace of doubt flashed across his mind. Level 7 martial arts student, Qin Wushuang? Qin Wushuang calmly met his gaze. They looked at each other for a moment with a faint smile. Then, he no longer paid attention to Shu Sanli's resentful eyes. Inwardly, he judged that this Shu Sanli was definitely not at level 4 of the genuine force. He must have reached level 5. On the side, Zhong Maorue also found the name nephew among the level 6 martial arts students. He was very proud. However, he felt that the name Qin Wushuang among the level 7 martial arts students was too eye-catching. He really wanted to know if it was the same name. How could a trash that had been eliminated from the exam be a level 7 martial arts student? Just when he was hesitating, a tall white horse ran toward him. A neat martial artist jumped down from the white horse. He was wearing a standard armor, and the signature plum blossom pattern was painted on his chest. It was the symbol of the Zhenwu holy place. That martial artist was no more than 30 years old. He had an imposing appearance and walked toward them in large strides. "Excuse me, who is Qin Wushuang?" This martial artist did not become arrogant because of his noble background. He asked without losing his elegance. Even if a martial artist from the Zhenwu holy place was just a small character, no one at the scene would dare to look down on him. That Shu Sanli coughed lightly and smiled apologetically. "Friend, where are you from?" That martial artist did not answer and asked again, "Is Qin Wushuang here?" Shu Sanli had failed to strike up a conversation. Embarrassed, he shut his mouth. He did not have the guts to lose his temper with a martial artist from the Zhenwu holy place. That would be like an old man hanging himself. He was tired of living. Qin Wushuang calmly walked out of the crowd. Qin Wushuang is here. What can I do for you? That martial artist's eyebrows relaxed and he smiled. It's good that you are here. Here is a letter for you. Qin Wushuang took the letter. That martial artist cupped his hands and rode away on his white horse. He did not even say a word of courtesy to these so-called masters. A martial artist from the Zhenwu holy place was actually running errands to deliver a letter. Moreover, it was to deliver a letter to this unknown young man from the Qin family. Xu Sanli, Zhong Maorui, and the others' faces were filled with disbelief. They all felt that this situation was simply absurd. Immediately, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Isn't that person a martial artist from the Zhenwu holy place? He is so handsome." Yes. No wonder I felt that the symbol on his chest was so majestic and sacred. These exclamations made those masters feel ashamed. Qin Lianshan and Qin Xiu felt like they were in a dream when they heard the name of the Zhenwu holy place. They never dreamed that a martial artist from the Zhenwu holy place would deliver a letter to Qin Wushuang. Chapter 27. Qin Wushuang opened the letter and skimmed through it. A trace of a smile emerged on his handsome face. He said to Qin Lianshan, "Father, someone is inviting us to dinner, do you want to go?" How could this dinner party be bad when an elite warrior from the Zhenwu holy place had personally delivered the letter? Qin Lianshan could not refuse such a dreamy invitation. He was extremely proud and overjoyed. However, on the surface, he only smiled and said, "Then let's go." Under the gaze of everyone, the family of three left the square and walked outside. Those martial arts students on the side all sighed. Indeed, a level 7 martial arts student from the humble class is extraordinary. As soon as the test results came out, someone invited us to dinner. This Qin Wushuang's future is limitless. Many martial arts students here came from the humble class. They knew that it was not easy for a level 7 martial arts student to emerge from the humble class. His true strength was at least on par with a level 8 martial arts student from the wealthy class, or even a level 9 martial arts student. Why was he only ranked at level 7? Of course, it was to suppress the humble class and show off the power of the wealthy class. Everyone had a tacit understanding of this political tactic. Zhong Maorui was dumbfounded and said in confusion, How is this possible? Is that martial artist really from the holy place?" The muscles on Xu Sanli's face twitched slightly. He said with mixed feelings, "It's the real deal. Even if someone had the guts, they would not dare to pretend to be someone from the Zhenwu holy place." "Old Master Xu, you mean, that son of the Qin family is really a level 7 martial arts student?" Zhong Maorui still could not believe this scene. "I am afraid it's true." Old Master Zhong said with an indifferent tone, "This Qin family is much more difficult to deal with than I thought. A level 7 martial arts student from the humble class was definitely more valuable than a level 7 martial arts student from the Xu family. There was no doubt about it." Zhong Maorui's initial good mood was completely disrupted. In comparison, his illegitimate son's level 6 martial arts student result appeared somewhat shabby. He came from the humble class, and he had achieved a level 7 result. Although there was only one level difference between level 6 and level 7, it was a whole level difference. Level 6 belonged to the middle level, and level 7 was the upper level. Inwardly, he felt bored and was about to say goodbye. Suddenly, that Xu Sanli said, "Maorui, are you interested in coming to my place?" Zhong Maorui was stunned. "Are you trying to order me around again?" However, since the clan leader of the wealthy Xu clan had spoken, how could he refuse? He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Master Xu's invitation is Maorui's honor. Even if I have to break both my legs, I will still crawl over." His words were beautiful, but his heart was beating like a drum. Since the rich and powerful had taken the initiative to invite him, there would be no good banquet. He had to be fully alert and not step into a big hole. He had already lost one of his sons, so he had to be careful this time. Zhong Maorui had visited and experienced the luxurious Xu residence before. Shuttling through the manor, he was still amazed by the bustling architecture. He thought to himself, rich families are indeed not ordinary. If he could help the Zhong family become a wealthy family in this lifetime, then he would be able to face his ancestors after death. After serving the tea, Shu Sanli leisurely closed his eyes and rested. He was not in a hurry to speak. Zhong Maorue didn't dare to express any displeasure. He just sat there carefully. After a long while, Shu Sanli picked up the exquisite teacup and blew on it. He then leisurely said, Maorue, we've known each other for decades. Let me ask you a question, and you must answer me properly. Please ask, Master Shu. Zhong Maorue was the kind of person who would bully the weak and flatter the strong. To him, Shu Sanli was a superior existence. I heard that you also have some thoughts about the Qin family's business in Eastwood Town. Is this news true? Shu Sanli's tone was not harsh as if he were talking about a common topic. However, Zhong Maorue was secretly shocked. Under Shu Sanli's gaze, he panicked inwardly. He wanted to find an excuse, but he didn't know where to start. He could only nod hesitantly. In fact, one of my distant relatives wants to strive for a higher position. He wants to get a seat in the humble class. Since Master Shu has spoken, I don't dare to think too much about it. When he signed up, I already scolded him and told him to give up. Shu Sanli smiled lightly and put down the teacup. It's a good thing to strive for a higher position. You don't need to scold him. Think about it, in River County, there are 26 seats in the humble class. Besides the Qin family, there are other families. Zhong Maorue immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. The other humble class families more or less had someone to rely on. Only that Qin family, since their ancestors used to be a wealthy class, disdained to engage in shady business. In River County, the Qin family was probably the only humble class family that did not have anyone to rely on. Most importantly, since the ancestors of the Qin family were from the wealthy class, their business was much more abundant than the average humble class. Just those 3,000 or 4,000 acres of fertile land were equivalent to the combined wealth of 2 or 3 humble class families. And those were all fertile land. Not to mention, besides the 4,000 acres of fertile land, the Qin family also had a giant oil mill, a dozen acres of pastures, a dozen acres of fish pond, and 20 or 30 shops. With all these big and small businesses added together, even the prominent class families in River County could not compare to them in terms of wealth. This was also the reason why the Qin family had remained standing for more than 400 years. In each family class evaluation, the Qin family was always a fat piece of meat. However, although this fat piece of meat had been gnawed by others, many people were jealous that they could still retain so many businesses. Shu Sanli knocked lightly on the coffee table and suddenly said, Maorue, it's not appropriate for me to show my face in this matter. Can you help me? Inwardly, Zhong Maorue knew that this was not good. This Shu Sanli wanted him to take the lead so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. But under this pressure, how could he say no? Old Master Shu, Maorue's ability is limited. I can do my best, but I will not do my best. You also know about my Xian'er's matter. That was an accident. How could Shu Sanli not see through Zhong Maorue's thoughts? We are old friends, so I will say it directly. If you can help me take care of the Qin family, I will give you 20% of the profit. Shu Sanli understood that one would not rise early if there were no benefits. If he wanted Zhong Maorue to help him with this matter wholeheartedly, he must give him some benefits. 20% of the profits. Zhong Maorue's eyes lit up. Of the 4,000 acres of fertile land, you will have 800 acres. The Qin family's dozen acres of fish pond will all belong to you. Shu Sanli said straightforwardly. This profit was enough to satisfy Zhong Maorue's appetite. Okay. What do you want me to do, old Master Shu? Do it as thoroughly as you can. Isn't the prerequisite for the family class evaluation to have an heir? I heard that Qin Lianshan only had one son, right? A sinister smile emerged from the corner of Shu Sanli's mouth. Immediately, the blood in Zhong Maorue's body boiled. The Qin family had killed one of his sons, so it was only right for him to kill one of their sons. Old Master Shu, I understand. Zhong Maorue agreed immediately. Shu Sanli smiled happily. Suddenly, he asked again, "In the city, no private fights are allowed. If you want to take care of this matter, you must do it thoroughly. Don't let the cat out of the bag. The most important thing is to prevent the Dashi family from getting angry. The Dashi family is the god of authority in River County. Maurue understands. Private fights are not allowed. Open duels, assassination in the dark, are all good methods. Son of the Qin family, I have waited for 4 years. I can't wait any longer." Zhong Maurue remembered the pain of killing his son and said while gritting his teeth. Shu Sanli extended his well-maintained palm and rubbed his forehead. "Then it's a deal. When necessary, I will send a few elite warriors to assist you in the dark." Zhong Maurue knew that he meant to send him off. At the moment, he understood the situation and stood up to leave. 800 acres of fertile land, a dozen acres of fish pond. Zhong Maurue walked out of the Shu mansion and clenched his fists excitedly. Even if he had to take the risk, it would be worth it. "Son of the Qin family, if I don't kill you this time, I, Zhong Maurue, would not be worthy of being the patriarch of the prominent class. Qin Lianshan, I already said that I will rape your daughter in front of you. Just you wait." When he thought of that exciting scene, the blood in Zhong Maurue's body boiled. He laughed with a hideous expression. Today's third update: brothers, let's search the bookstore. Don't waste your recommendation tickets. Votes are points. Chapter 28. Inside the VIP room of the Windy Pool restaurant, the 3 members of the Qin family were led to the door. Qin Wushuang pushed the door and saw that white-bearded examiner was already sitting inside. "You are fast." That old man stood up and walked out to welcome him. He patted Qin Lianshan's shoulder and said with an exaggerated tone, "Patriarch Qin, congratulations on having such a good son." Qin Lianshan knew that these examiners were all people from the Zhenwu holy place. He immediately said modestly, "This is the result of his hard work. Yes, among the tens of thousands of martial arts students in River County, your Qin Wushuang is indeed the most hardworking and persistent one. Every day, he persisted in climbing the Great Kang Mountains for 24 hours. Besides eating and sleeping for 6 hours, he spent the rest of the time training. He is talented and hardworking. If such a child did not become a talent, even God would not be able to bear it." The old man's opening speech stunned the father and son of the Qin family. Inwardly, they sighed that this Zhenwu holy place was indeed powerful. They had managed to gather so much information in such a short time. When he saw the stunned expression of the Qin family, the old man laughed and said again, "Don't feel strange. In the Bayou country, there are not many things that the Zhenwu holy place could not find out." Zhenwu holy place. Qin Wushuang whispered this sacred name that symbolized the peak of martial arts. In the Bayou country, and even in all the countries in this world, there was a Zhenwu holy place. And without exception, each of them represented the supreme authority of their country. No wonder those old masters from the wealthy class did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw that elegant messenger. Haha, in any country, the Zhenwu holy place is the highest existence among the secular powerhouses. They enjoy supreme authority. Not to mention the wealthy class, even the tycoon family would not dare to challenge the Zhenwu holy place. The old man said lightly, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Qin Wushuang, let me tell you, in this year's martial arts student exam, you are the only one among the tens of thousands of martial arts students who received the invitation from the examiner." At first, Qin Lianshan was stunned, but then, he was overjoyed. The meaning of these words was obvious. The examiner from the Zhenwu holy place was telling Qin Wushuang that he was the uncrowned king of this year's martial arts student exam. What did it mean to receive the invitation from the Zhenwu holy place? This was already very obvious. At this moment, Qin Lianshan couldn't help but feel proud of himself. If Qin Wushuang was really chosen by the Zhenwu holy place, then the Qin family status would definitely skyrocket. "Lord Examiner, this is my honor." Qin Wushuang was very tactful, showing his humility in a timely manner. "No, this is what you deserve. It is not easy for a poor family to have a disciple like you. We've also looked into it. Your Qin family's ancestors were from a wealthy family, right? Qin Lianshan hurriedly nodded his head. In front of this elder, Qin Lianshan felt that it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Qin Wushuang must be wondering why he's only at the 7th stage when his test was so good. The old man smiled and said, "Actually, with your results, you'll definitely get the 9th stage." However, the head examiner's consideration was a bit deeper. He asked me to tell you to appreciate his good intentions. Qin Wushuang thought for a while and nodded. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. As a child of the humble class, getting the 9th stage would be too eye-catching and would be detrimental to my growth. The head examiner is protecting me, and at the same time, encouraging me to not be satisfied with my current situation. I need to continue to work hard. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Although Qin Wushuang understood, inwardly, he could not help but smile bitterly. The Zhenwu holy place's intention to protect the humble class children was good. However, this way, his plan to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat would be ruined. However, there was still a long way to go. It would not be a bad thing to let those people from the Shu and Zhong family become suspicious. The old man slapped the table and sighed, good boy, good boy. At such a young age, you are so meticulous. Lianshan, your son's future is limitless." To a 16-year-old martial arts student, it was no wonder that the other party would have such a reaction when he could analyze the situation so thoroughly in the blink of an eye. Qin Lianshan also felt greatly relieved when he heard his son's words. When he heard the old man's praise, he was overjoyed but did not forget to be humble. This child has a good temperament and foundation. However, he still needs to be sharpened. "Haha, come, let's drink." The old man did not say anything else and lifted the wine jug to fill it up. Qin Xiu was smart and quickly got up to grab the jug. "Uncle, let me pour the wine for you guys." The old man was stunned and then laughed. Lianshan, I really admire you. She gave birth to a son with a bright future. Even her daughter is so natural and graceful. In River County, I have never seen any daughter of a wealthy family that could be as beautiful as her. Qin Xiu laughed. "Uncle, don't make fun of me. Let me fill your cup." The old man and Qin Lianshan each drank a cup. Then, he put down the cup and changed the topic. "Lianshan, your daughter is not married yet, right? I am ashamed. My daughter is so well behaved. She helps me take care of some of the family's businesses. Until now, she has not found a marriage. As her father, I feel conflicted when I think about it." When Qin Lianshan talked about his daughter, his tone was full of guilt. The old man laughed. "No rush, no rush. 22 years old is the perfect age. Lianshan, don't be in a rush. You cannot marry such a good daughter. You must find a good family. My daughter should be happy. As a father, I cannot treat her unfairly," Qin Lianshan said. "In our Bayou country, we value marriage between families of equal social status. I say, Lianshan, your family's ancestors were wealthy class. For this family class evaluation, do you have any big ambitions?" This was a topic that made Qin Lianshan feel even more ashamed. "To tell you the truth, Mr. Examiner, I, Qin Lianshan, am useless. This time, my goal is to keep my humble class status. It is already a great fortune to not let my family, which has been passed down for more than 400 years, fall." Stunned, the old man glanced at Qin Wushuang and advised, "Lianshan, you have such a good son. One day, you will bring glory to the Qin family. The most important thing is to not be discouraged. Mr. Examiner, you are right. Although I do not have much power, I am not afraid of the invasion of those evil forces. For family matters, I will deal with them until the end. Yes, there is always a way out. Come, let's drink this cup. I need to go back and report." After returning to the inn from the Windy Pool restaurant, Qin Lianshan started to make the final preparations for the family class evaluation. He started to study some information about potential opponents and prepared for the upcoming battle. Qin Wushuang really wanted to tell his father about his application for the wealthy class seat. However, in the end, he held himself back. He would just treat it as a surprise for his father. There was still half a month until the family class evaluation. Qin Lianshan did not leave the house. Every day, besides practicing martial arts, he would study information. Qin Wushuang did not stop his father. From time to time, he and his sister, Qin Xiu, would go shopping. After a few days, they had become familiar with the entire river county. They had also bought a lot of things. On this day, Qin Xiu suddenly missed the spicy crab from the Windy Pool restaurant. She wanted to eat it and dragged Qin Wushuang to go eat it. The Qin family had many properties and was well off. Thus, they did not need to worry about food and clothing. The two siblings came to the Windy Pool restaurant in high spirits and ordered 8 spicy crabs. That waiter saw that the siblings looked familiar and saw Qin Xiu's beautiful face. He joked, "You two are so lucky. To tell you the truth, there are only 8 crabs left today." River County did not produce crabs. Every day, the crabs were delivered from other places. Thus, the spicy crab was the signature dish of the Windy Pool restaurant. 1 crab cost 2 silvers and there was no bargaining. Qin Wushuang laughed. This is called coming at the right time. "Sis, this is your lucky day." The two siblings asked for a private room and went upstairs. In a moment, 3 of the 4 dishes they had ordered had been served. Only the main dish, the spicy crab, had not been served. In his previous life, Qin Wushuang was obsessed with martial arts and rarely enjoyed other activities. In this life, he had been influenced by his family since he was young and was more particular about food. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted a few mouthfuls. Then, he put down his chopsticks. "Sis, you are so picky." Although the Windy Pool restaurant's dishes were delicious, the best one was the spicy crab. "After being enticed by you, I also want to eat it." The two siblings talked and laughed as they waited for the main dish, the spicy crab, to be served. However, after waiting for a long time, it still had not been served. "Today, the chef is not fast. I will ask the waiter to hurry him up." Just as they were about to get up, the footsteps of the waiter came from the corridor. That waiter walked to the door of the private room. However, his hands were empty and his face was full of awkwardness. "Buddy, aren't your chefs a little too slow? We've been waiting for half an hour." That waiter stuttered for a while and finally said, "You two, there is a guest in the sky room over there. He said he wants to talk to you about something." "What guest?" Qin Wushuang was surprised. "Just like you, he is wearing aristocratic clothing. However, he seems to be a few young masters from the wealthy and prominent families. They are all famous people in River County." That waiter smiled apologetically. "Not interested, I won't see him." Qin Wushuang waved his hand impatiently and frowned. "Hurry up, serve the dishes." That waiter was embarrassed and had to tell the truth. "Young master, to tell you the truth, your spicy crab has been ordered by someone." "What do you mean?" Qin Wushuang said with a displeased tone. "A moment ago, the waiter at the front desk said that there were only 8 left. How could it be ordered? Do you think we can't afford it?" The waiter immediately waved his hand. No, it was ordered a moment ago. But now, it has been ordered by someone. It's those young masters. I tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen. They only ordered that spicy crab. They even spread the word that if you want to pursue the matter, you should go find them." In this era, people had heard of robbing fields, money, and wives. However, it was the first time they had heard of robbing food. Qin Wushuang glared at him angrily. "Is there no first come first serve? Don't talk nonsense. I ordered the dish first, so it must be served. Whoever wants to talk nonsense, tell them to come see me." When he saw Qin Wushuang getting angry, this waiter did not dare to make a sound. He immediately nodded and left. Both sides were aristocrats and big shots. He could not afford to offend them. Why couldn't he ask the boss? Chapter 29. Unknowingly, I had reached the 30th chapter with almost 100,000 words. After writing this chapter, Li Tian has 2 wishes. First, the recommendation votes will soon reach 1,000, and I only need a few dozen votes. I hope my brothers can help me fulfill my wish tonight. Second, I hope that new members will appear and give me tips to fill up the 10 spots on the page. Haha. Whether I can fulfill it or not, I will see the results tomorrow. After a moment, that waiter ran up again and said as soon as he entered the door, "Young master, we can't. They took the spicy crabs, and I couldn't stop them." When Qin Wushuang heard this, anger rushed to his head. The sister and brother had finally come to eat something good. They wanted to appease their cravings, but someone had come to ruin their mood. He suddenly stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Take me there." As he walked out in large strides, Qin Xiu immediately yelled from behind, "Wushuang, don't cause trouble. If they want to eat, let them have it." Qin Wushuang took a deep breath and turned around. "Sister, today we will give them a plate of spicy crabs. Tomorrow, they will take an inch and want a mile. Are we going to give them 1,000 acres of land? No matter what, we will not give up this plate of spicy crabs." Qin Xiu was stunned. She suddenly felt that her little brother seemed to have become an adult. Even as an elder sister, she couldn't refute the logic that she spoke. "Which blind bastard can't even let me have a meal in peace? If you're not the son of a tortoise, then get the hell out here." Qin Wushuang punched the railing of the corridor. The entire row of railings shook violently as if there was an earthquake. "You little bastard, where did this bastard come from? Why are you yelling here?" As soon as Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, 5 or 6 aristocratic children rushed out from one of the private rooms. Each of them was an adult, and the youngest was around Qin Xiu's age. Qin Wushuang glanced across the chest of these 6 disciples with his knife-like eyes and recognized 2 of them. The second young master of the Shu family, Shu Yuan, was Shu Ting's older brother. He was one of the 7 young masters in River County. Although he was ranked last, he was still one of the most respected figures among the younger generation in River County. Zhong Yao, Zhong Maorui's eldest son. This was not the first time that Qin Wushuang had seen him. He was secretly laughing at the fact that this brat had been hiding for so many days, but today he actually swaggered his way out. Qin Wushuang didn't recognize the other 4 people, but their strength was below Shu Yuan's. He could tell that these people didn't appear here by coincidence. They seemed to have come prepared and didn't come with good intentions. Fighting for the spicy crabs was just an excuse. The real goal was to get the Qin family's inheritance. As soon as he thought it through, he felt even more at ease. "TSK, kid, I'm just asking for a dish from you. What are you screaming for? In River County, if you want to be arrogant, you must consider your background," Zhong Yao said with a bitter tone. Qin Xiu loved her younger brother the most. She was afraid that he would be taken advantage of, so she refused to back down. "You're just a child of a prominent family. What's there to be arrogant about? We are all lower-level aristocrats. You have no right to ask us to give up anything. According to the law of Bayou country, in this situation, upper-level aristocrats had the right to ask the lower-level aristocrats to give up the spicy crabs. However, in River County, the only upper-level aristocrat family was the Dashi family. Yo, such a pretty girl. Do you have a husband?" Zhong Yao put on a fake smile and said shamelessly. "Ha ha ha." Those aristocrats behind Zhong Yao all laughed. Only that Shu Yuan remained calm. However, his eyes kept drifting over Qin Xiu's body. Qin Xiu's face turned red. She bit her lips and said anxiously, "So shameless. You even know how to be shy. Could it be that you're still a virgin?" Zhong Yao's tone became even more exaggerated. "These days, it's not easy to find a virgin. Young Master Shu, are you interested?" Qin Wushuang knew that these people were deliberately provoking him so that they could find an excuse to make a move on him. He was thinking about how to use the rules to get rid of the other party. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the sky. "Shameless! Who? Who are you scolding?" Zhong Yao asked angrily. "I'm scolding each and every one of you. You're all better than animals." This voice was cold and carried a special meaning. What kind of skill is it to scold people behind their backs? Come out and speak if you have the guts. In River County, there were not many people that they could not afford to offend. Those who dared to scold them in public were even rarer. "You really want me to come out?" As soon as he finished speaking, A white light flashed and a figure flew out from one of the private rooms as fast as lightning. Pa! A clear slap imprinted on Zhong Yaro's white face. It's you. Xu Yuan looked at the white figure and saw a man in white clothes sitting on the opposite side of the railing. He could not help but cry out. This person was also in his 20s. His eyebrows were like the early spring willows and his face was like the autumn moon. He had a delicate and handsome appearance. However, his expression was somewhat indifferent. He was playing with a white jade wine cup in his hand. His entire person looked somewhat cold. You. Who are you? How dare you beat up an aristocrat? Zhong Yaro was furious after being hit for no reason. If he had not been shocked by the other party's skills, he would have fought with his life. Even if I killed you, it would not be a pity. Xu Yuan, you've befriended such trash. Do you think you deserve to be one of the 7 young masters of River County? Xu Yuan's face turned green and white. He stammered and did not dare to talk back. Da Shi, this is a misunderstanding. Xu Yuan stuttered. His forehead had already started to sweat. Misunderstanding? I heard and watched the whole thing. Is it really a misunderstanding? The identity of that young master in white clothes was someone from the Da Shi family. Zhong Yaro touched his burning face and was shocked. He had provoked a powerful warrior from the Da Shi family. His luck was not ordinary. Fortunately, the other party had not hit him hard. Or else, he would have been killed with one slap. Brother Da Shi, these despicable sons of the countryside do not know how to behave. Junior brother Zhong Yaro only wanted to teach them a lesson and teach them some manners. He didn't want to embarrass River County in the future. Xu Yuan argued. Ha ha ha, at this time, Qin Wushuang suddenly laughed. I've seen a lot of shameless people. However, it's my first time seeing someone as shameless as you, young Master Xu. You wanted to steal my things, but you said I didn't know etiquette. Young Master Xu, is your face really made of human skin? A human skin should not be this thick. Xu Yuan did not dare to get angry after being ridiculed by young Master Da Shi. However, in his eyes, Qin Wushuang was like an ant. Murderous intent covered his face. Kid, go downstairs, I will teach you a lesson. Private fights were not allowed. However, if both parties agreed to a public challenge, they could fight. Wushuang, don't agree with him. Qin Xiu reminded him anxiously. TSK, you've grown up. One of the 7 young masters is challenging a martial arts student. Xu Yuan, I see that you've lost all the face of the Xu family. For today's matter, I'll make it clear. Whoever dares to bully others will be going against me, Da Shiming. After he had finished speaking, Da Shiming, the head of the 7 young masters, turned around and walked into the private room. Qin Xiu looked at Da Shiming's elegant figure as he walked into the private room. She could not help but look at him a few more times. Inwardly, she thought that this was the perfect example of a well-educated aristocrat. Xu Yuan's stomach was filled with anger. However, he was suppressed by Da Shiming's words. He glared at Qin Wushuang. Kid, today is your lucky day, let's go. Zhong Yaro and the others were also intimidated by the power of the Da Shi family. They did not dare to act rashly and walked downstairs. Kid of the Qin family, don't be too proud. One day, I will kill you as a sacrifice to my brother's soul in heaven. Zhong Yaro did not forget to turn around and give a vicious warning as he walked downstairs. There's no time like the present. I'll be here today. I'm not even afraid of the Da Shi family. What are you guys afraid of? Qin Wushuang said lightly. Xu Yuan stood still and felt ecstatic inwardly. This kid was looking for death. Now, let's see how Da Shiming would stand out. Immediately, he shouted, Brother Da Shi, you heard it. This kid provoked us first. You can't blame me, right? Da Shiming frowned slightly and walked out again. He glanced at Qin Wushuang. Apparently, he did not expect that this kid of the Qin family would provoke them at this time. Qin Wushuang did not panic and cupped his hands. I am Qin Wushuang. Thank you, Brother Da Shi, for upholding justice. However, This young Master Shu and this young Master Zhong have been plotting against the Qin family's properties for a long time. Inwardly, they must be plotting how to get rid of me and make the Qin family lose their heir. This way, their wishful thinking would work. Shu Yuan and Zhong Yaro looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect that this little martial arts student could expose their dirty thoughts. And he had hit the nail on the head. Chem. Da Shiming opened his thin lips and asked, "Then what do you mean? Since this conflict will happen sooner or later, why don't we end it today? Brother Da Shi, please be the witness. I will have a public duel with these two masters. Life and death will depend on fate. It will also save them the trouble of finding trouble with me." Da Shiming thought for a moment and saw that Qin Wushuang was speaking seriously. However, the girl behind him was somewhat anxious. "You are still a martial arts student, can you make the decision? Will your sister agree?" "Young Master Da Shi, if it's a fair duel, Xiao agrees to let my little brother fight." Qin Xiao also knew from her father that her little brother's strength had surpassed her father's. "Okay. Zhong Yao, what do you say?" Da Shiming knew that Shu Yuan had good strength and was already a stage 1 genuine force warrior. Thus, he deliberately avoided Shu Yuan and asked Zhong Yao. "I have no objection." Zhong Yao was worried that he could not find a chance to avenge his little brother. He was only a stage 7 martial arts student. For your information, he was already at the peak of the power force and was about to enter the genuine force. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to face a martial arts student? Today was the day he would avenge his little brother's death. Da Shiming nodded when he saw that both parties had no objection. "Okay, the duel will be public at the river square. Regardless of life or death, everyone will be responsible." Chidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 30. I feel that this chapter is not bad. I wonder if the readers are satisfied. Last night, everyone gave me a lot of tickets. Besides writing a better chapter, Li Tian did not get anything in return. Again, if you enjoy watching it, please let the tickets come more fiercely, right? Duels between aristocratic children rarely happened in River County. It only happened once every 3 or 5 years. Since this year was the year of appraisals, all the aristocratic children from different towns had rushed into River County. Thus, the probability of such duels had increased. As soon as this news spread out, it spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. In the blink of an eye, it had become the talk of the town. All the younger martial artists rushed to the river square. For such a good show, they would miss it if they were late. More and more people gathered at the river square. They started to ask the people who had arrived earlier about the situation. When they heard that the young master of the Zhong family had challenged a level 7 martial arts student, many people started to talk about it. What the hell? A level 7 martial arts student is dueling with a warrior at the peak of the power force. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? Isn't that right? This kind of lopsided duel was simply courting death. If you don't want to live, you can jump into the river. Ah, for sure he did not do it willingly. Didn't you hear? The Zhong family has the wealthy Shu family behind them. In River County, the Shu family is a tyrant. This level 7 martial arts student must be in the limelight and dazzling. Don't be so picky. It's not easy to have a duel. No matter how one-sided it is, it's still a reality show. It's more interesting than watching other things, right? That's right. Could this level 7 martial arts student be that Qin Wushuang from the humble class? Isn't that him? A humble class is a humble class. They have no human rights. He only showed a little bit of his talent, and he was suppressed. This is the way of the world. What do you know? This Qin Wushuang had killed Zhong Yaro's little brother. They are settling old scores. Initially, the public opinion was full of mockery and ridicule towards the level 7 martial arts student. Slowly, some people started to sympathize with Qin Wushuang. They all felt that this duel was a conspiracy. It was the persecution of the humble class by the wealthy class. Many people here were disciples of the humble class. They could not help but feel sympathy for the death of the rabbit. However, they looked at Qin Wushuang with some sympathy. Qin Wushuang didn't care about these gossips at all. He stood there calmly as if he was detached from the world. Wushuang, you must be careful. Qin Xiu reminded him again. Sister, don't worry. It's only a matter of minutes to teach a vicious dog a lesson. Qin Wushuang revealed a brilliant smile. This greatly affected Qin Xiu, and she immediately became optimistic. Wow, this level 7 martial arts student is crazy. He is provoking his opponent on the spot. He is looking for trouble. The pressure is too great. He probably really broke down. What a pity. A poor disciple with a bright future has fallen just like that. Level 7 martial arts student, perhaps, after another 2 years, I could reach the peak of the power force. Zhong Yaro entered the arena, wearing a combat uniform. Under his black gloves, he held a short blade. Poor martial arts student, I will use this blade to reap your stupid head. Zhong Yaro laughed evilly. I only need one finger to deal with this vicious dog. If I move one more finger, then I am useless. Zhong Yaro knew that the other party was trying to provoke him, but he still could not help but say with an evil tone, Kid, you will die miserably. Also, I will rape your sister and sell her to a brothel. As soon as he said these words, Qin Wushuang's face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. His murderous intent suddenly emerged. Even Da Shiming, who was below the stage, frowned slightly. He looked at Qin Xiu and saw that her face was pale. Apparently, she was furious. He walked closer and comforted her. Miss Qin, don't worry. Your little brother will not lose. Yes. Qin Xiu nodded with certainty and smiled lightly. Young Master Da Shi, thank you for upholding justice. This smile, this gratitude was like the sunshine of early spring. It was bright and sincere, without the slightest pretense of the secular world. Even Da Shiming, who had seen many things, could not help but feel slightly moved. This girl's smile was clean and pure. It was completely different from the temperament of any of the aristocratic daughters in River County. Kid, give me your life. On the stage, Zhong Yaro roared. He moved his feet and used all the strength in his body to rush toward Qin Wushuang. He raised his short blade and slashed toward Qin Wushuang. He had already used the essence of his skills in this slash. He planned to take away Qin Wushuang's life in one blow. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Qin Wushuang did not move. He stood as straight as a pine tree as if Zhong Yaro's exaggerated momentum did not exist. What did it mean to be so close to him? He believed that those ace assassins from the Blood-Eating Rose organization had experienced it. When fighting against an ancient martial arts grandmaster, the closer you were to hell. Wow, that martial arts student is scared silly. No way. He is standing still as a meat shield. This duel must be rigged. Yes, isn't this too fake? Hey! He's moving. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang glared. Not only did he not retreat, his body rushed forward. He started to accelerate. He raised his right hand and clasped his thumb with his middle finger. Power shot out from between his fingers like a gushing spring or a falling star. A perfect arc was fixed on the stage. Congealing finger, Kai. It hit the center of Zhong Yaro's forehead and left a deep imprint on his forehead. Zhong Yaro did not stop waving the short blade in his hand. However, he had already stopped moving. His 2 eyes opened wider than a copper bell and shot out an extremely frightened look. Clang! His hand loosened and the short blade fell to the ground. In the next moment, Zhong Yaro's giant body fell down. Boom! It stirred up a lot of dust. Qin Wushuang waved his robe and lightly shook his head. He shifted his gaze toward Xu Yuan and the others. He put his hands behind his waist and asked casually, Next, is young Master Xu Yuan? The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds, a deathly silence. Only after a dozen seconds did a thunderous roar resounded in the huge river square. This scene was too miraculous and unbelievable. Even the most miraculous story in the world would not be as miraculous as this moment. The degree of miraculous could not be described with word. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, They would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. An elite warrior at the peak of the power force had been killed by a level 7 martial arts student in one move. And it was under the situation where a warrior at the peak of the power force had attacked first. Zhong Yaro did not even have the chance to cry out before he died. He had fallen to the ground like a dead dog. The onlookers felt that their heads were a little heavy, as if everything that had happened in front of them was an illusion or a dream. Anyways, their brains were still short-circuited and they could not accept the reality in front of them. The power of a flick from his finger had killed a strong warrior at the peak of the power force. Just thinking about this kind of power made people tremble with fear. Could he be a warrior at the genuine force? When they thought here, everyone looked at Qin Wushuang with admiration and even fear in their eyes. In a world where the strong were respected, only the strong could convince people. What did it mean for a young martial arts student who had just graduated from the martial arts academy to possess the strength of the genuine force? Genius. These 2 words were not enough to describe him. If they had to use 2 words to describe him, then he would be a monster, a complete monster. Next, is young Master Xu Yuan? Qin Wushuang asked again with a much higher tone. Xu Yuan, who had initially planned to watch the show and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, was more terrified than anyone else at the scene when he saw Zhong Yaro lying on the ground like a dead dog. Zhong Yaro was at the peak of the power force, and he was at stage 1 of the genuine force. Although the difference in strength between the two was not small, it was not to the point where he could kill the other party instantly. If Zhong Yaro could not even withstand one move from the other party, then there would only be one result: if he went up, he would also be killed. If he was killed by a little martial arts student in the arena, not only would he lose his life, he would also lose his family's face. Xu Yuan. Da Shiming was also shocked by Qin Wushuang's attack. He jumped into the arena and checked Zhong Yaro's body. Then, he said slowly, "Zhong Yaro is dead. For the next round, are you going to fight or not? What's going on? Is Xu Yuan going too? He is one of the 7 young masters of River County." Yes, he is one of the 7 young masters, but he is at the bottom of the list. Did you see that white-clothed young master as the judge? He is the head of the 7 young masters, a stage 5 genuine force warrior. I say, something is not right. What were they fighting over? They are using the power of the wealthy class and the prominent class to duel with a martial arts student. Haha, inside information. I heard that they were fighting over a plate of spicy crabs from the Windy Pool restaurant. No way. A prominent class young master had lost his life for a plate of spicy crabs. No matter how much you slander, you should not slander to this extent, right? It's not convenient to say the details. Anyway, this information is not wrong. TSK, it's a miracle. This way, that Zhong Yaro should have died the most ridiculous death among the aristocratic children. A plate of spicy crabs, haha, it's only a dozen or so silvers. It's not worth it. Everyone, what do you think? Will that young Master Xu Yuan accept the challenge? I think it's unlikely. He is obviously scared. That's right. How is this a martial arts student? He is clearly a stage 5 or 6 genuine force warrior. Who said so? He is clearly a stage 7 martial arts student. The exam only ended a few days ago. The list is still hanging there. Qin Wushuang, stage 7 martial arts student. Didn't you see it? Ah, he is Qin Wushuang. What? You have been watching the show for so long, and you don't even know who the person involved is. I really don't understand. Are martial arts students this fierce these days? He is the most powerful martial arts student in history. Indeed, Xu Yuan was in a difficult situation. To him, the current situation was like riding a tiger. If he went on stage, the other party would not let go of the chance to kill him legally. If he did not go on stage, the reputation of the Xu family would be ruined because of him. He was forced to not go on stage by a martial arts student from a humble class background. If this news spread out, he would become a big joke in the aristocratic circle. And he would be qualified to compete for the best joke of the year. Was reputation more important, or was his life more important? In the end, his desire to live won over everything. He gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Kid of the Qin family, you win." Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, you have hidden yourself well. I give up the duel, I admit defeat. An offspring of the wealthy class, who was used to being high above the masses, had said such discouraging words under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Xu Yuan's face hung so low that it almost reached his crotch. He left with his friends without looking back. TSK. The entire audience booed. They had hoped that Xu Yuan would straighten his back and accept the challenge. They wanted to enjoy the duel between genuine force warriors. Unexpectedly, he had admitted defeat directly. He did not deserve the title of 7 young masters. To a drowning dog, everyone did not mind being yelled at and beaten. The booing also went a few miles away without holding back. Even if the Xu family was a wealthy class, after losing face, their status in River County would plummet. Chapter 31. A strange light flashed across Da Shiming's eyes as he laughed. Little brother Qin, not bad. You even fooled me. I underestimated you. It seems that in this martial arts student exam, your results have been hidden. Too bad, that Xu Yuan is much more cunning than the offspring of the Zhong family. Qin Wushuang sighed with regret. This guy ran away before the battle. If you don't kill him, he won't live long. Da Shiming said with disdain. Why? Could it be that his father would kill him? Qin Wushuang was curious. Haha, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. His father would not kill him. But don't forget, he is one of the 7 young masters. If he lost face, he would drag the other 7 young masters down with him. Would they let him go? Da Shiming's reasoning made Qin Wushuang stunned again. Sometimes, the logic in this world made people not know whether to laugh or cry. I heard that you are the leader of the 7 young masters. Could it be that you also feel ashamed? Qin Wushuang knew that this Da Shiming was Da Shiyang's twin brother and one of the legendary figures in River County. Da Shiming smiled and sighed. What 7 young masters? I never liked this title. I am me, Da Shiming. I am unique and do not need to share the same title as anyone else. It's them who are using your name to intimidate others. Just like this Xu Yuan, it's indeed a stain on his name to share the same title as you. These words made Da Shiming feel like he had found a confidant. He extended his hand and shook Qin Wushuang's hand. Good brother, come find me at the Da Shi family when you have time. At the same time, he glanced at Qin Xiu. Instead of being pretentious, he said politely, please come with me, Miss Qin Xiu. Da Shiming will welcome you with open arms. Sure, sure. Qin Wushuang did not lose his manners when facing a truly powerful warrior. However, Qin Xiu lightly nodded and smiled. Inwardly, she felt somewhat happy. This Da Shiming had a graceful bearing and a good temperament. He had left a good impression on Qin Xiu. Da Shiming walked to the center of the arena and raised his voice. Everyone, today's duel is fair and reasonable. I, Da Shiming, am the referee. In the future, if anyone has any objections, you can come find me at the Da Shi family for evidence. The Da Shi family held a lot of prestige in River County. The crowd roared with applause for Da Shiming. With young Master Da Shi as the arbitrator, who would object? That's right, that's right. It was a fair duel. Everyone here witnessed it with their own eyes. It can't be fake. The spectators in the square were still unwilling to disperse. Everyone was reminiscing about the battle just now. They were obsessed with that wonderful moment. In this world, there was no lack of martial arts fanatics like Qin Wushuang in his previous life. They gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing the details of the battle just now. The only regret was that the battle was too short, and there was almost nothing to talk about. However, it was precisely because that battle was short that it was even more classic and worth talking about. For a level 7 martial arts student to instantly kill a warrior at the peak of the power force, not to mention the young people, no one in the previous 5 generations had ever heard of such a thing. In half a day, the streets and alleys had already spread this big gossip. And gradually, the public opinion started to lean towards the idea of a hero. In half a day, the image of a young martial arts student had been shaped into a vivid image by everyone. Qin Wushuang's martial arts student from Eastwood Town had quickly become the #1 idol of many young martial artists. At the Zhong residence, Zhong Maorui's entire body trembled as he held his son's body. Boom! His fist smashed into a chair, and a crack sound was heard, and the entire chair was smashed into pieces. He remembered that the Stage 1 genuine force warrior he had sent out last time had already died on that note hanging in front of his house. The next one, Zhong Yao. In the end, he had let his guard down and had lost his eldest son's life. If you asked him how he felt now, there would only be one word: regret. He had fallen in the same place twice, and the method and process were almost the same. Just like that, 2 living sons were gone just like that. He had wanted to end Qin Lianshan's life, but he had been the one to end it. Zhong Maorui was so regretful that even his intestines had turned green. However, in this world, where could he buy the medicine for regret? Out of the 6 people he had brought with him, only his son had died. Zhong Maorui felt that it was unfair. Why had his son died when the other children had not died? This time, he was even blaming the Shu clan for what they had done. However, no matter how much he hated, he could not bring back his son's life. However, the murderer was still at large. In the duel arena, he had been killed instantly. The enemy had only moved one finger. The details recounted by these bystanders had made him even more furious. After all, his eldest son was a warrior at the peak of the power force and was only one step away from the genuine force. A Stage 7 martial arts student had killed him instantly. How was this possible? Absurd. He did not believe it. He felt that someone had done something. For sure, there was an elite warrior helping the Qin family from the shadows. And this elite warrior was not just any ordinary warrior. To be able to kill someone at the peak of the power force instantly, he or she must have the strength of at least Stage 3 or 4 of the genuine force. Zhong Maorui himself had reached Stage 3 of the genuine force. His strength was at the top of the prominent class. If he did not have this strength to rely on, he would not have had such a big appetite and dared to attack the Qin family in public. What made him even more furious was that this son of the Qin family had killed his son twice. Both times, he had received evidence from the Defy family. While he was angry, he also felt a trace of worry. Qin Lianshan, I swear I will kill you and your entire family. Zhong Maorui gritted his teeth. Again and again, his son would not die in vain. He suddenly stood up and instructed his nephew next to him, who was his last son, you stay at home and don't go anywhere. Remember. Now, he was afraid of losing his son. Although this last bit of flesh and blood was born from adultery with his sister-in-law and was nominally his nephew, in the end, it was still his seed and also his last seed. He must not let anything happen to it. If something happened again, then his line would be cut off. Inside the Shu residence, the atmosphere was also depressing. When Zhong Maorui arrived at the Shu residence, Shu Yuan was being punished with a cane. As the patriarch of the family, Shu Sanli's face was ashen. His expression was dark and gloomy. When he saw Zhong Maorui, he waved his hand, stop for now. The remaining 30 canes will be added later. Young Master Shu. Zhong Maorui almost cried, My 2 sons died in vain. I swear I will destroy the entire Qin family. You must help me with this matter. If he did not work for the Shu family, Zhong Maorui would not have ended up like this. I am also in a difficult position regarding this matter. Da Shiming had said that if anyone has any objections, they can go to the Da Shi family to reason with him. What do you want me to do? Shu Sanli also felt that this matter was somewhat troublesome. When his youngest son was beaten to death by Qin Wushuang, the youngest son of the patriarch of the Da Shi family had come out as a witness. This time, when his eldest son had died, the eldest son of the patriarch of the Da Shi family had come out to mediate. He felt wronged. It seemed that the Zhong family had offended the Da Shi family. He could not afford to offend the Da Shi family, but the Qin family. Even if the Qin family had gotten close to the Da Shi family, he would still make them pay a heavy price. Are we just going to let it go like this? My 2 sons had died in vain. Zhong Maorui growled unwillingly. His face appeared ferocious. Of course not. Don't forget, there is still the family class evaluation. If you want to destroy the Qin family, you must first take away their humble class qualification. Although Shu Sanli was annoyed that Zhong Maorui was yelling in front of him, he could understand the pain of losing his sons. But Qin Lianshan's son is too powerful. He had the strength to kill my sons instantly. Even if I were to fight him, I would not necessarily win, Zhong Maorui said through gritted teeth. A 16-year-old martial arts student, even if he had started training in his mother's womb, he would not have such strength. Do you think it was really that martial arts student who had killed your eldest son? Shu Sanli asked with a harsh tone. Who else could it be besides him? Shu Sanli's face was gloomy. After a while, he twitched his face and said, Don't forget, at that time, Da Shiming was standing within 10 meters of their duel, and I had asked Shu Yuan and a few others. They said that Da Shiming and Qin Lianshan's daughter were flirting with each other. Zhong Maorui was shocked. You mean, it was Da Shiming who had done it? Could it be that the Qin family had really latched onto the venerable Da Shi family? Both times, it was the offspring of the venerable Da Shi family that had stepped in for him. Da Shiming was at least at stage 4 of the genuine force. Some people even said that he was already at stage 5. How many people in the entire River County could kill your son instantly? And that son of the Qin family dared to act so recklessly. Do you believe that no one was supporting him? Shu Sanli had repeatedly interrogated Shu Yuan and made countless deductions. In the end, he still felt that it was impossible for a martial arts student to kill someone at the peak of the power force. Then, it must be Da Shiming who had secretly killed Zhong Yao. This inference made him shudder with fear. If the venerable Da Shi family was behind all of the Qin family's actions, then most likely, there was a hidden signal. The venerable Da Shi family did not like the Shu family and were only using the Qin family as an excuse. More importantly, the venerable Da Shi family was most likely dissatisfied with the current situation in River County. They had secretly planned to reshuffle the aristocratic powerhouses in River County. Shu Sanli's words made Zhong Maorui dumbstruck. He sat down on the chair and said in a daze, It was Da Shiming who had done it. There is no way to take revenge. Maorui, you must think clearly now. You'd better forget about Da Shiming. Just pretend that your son had been killed by that son of the Qin family, understand? Once you think wrongly, not to mention your Zhong family, even my Shu family will disappear from River County instantly. Don't doubt the venerable Da Shi family's power, Shu Sanli warned him seriously. Then what should we do? After the family class evaluation, the Qin family will lose their humble class seat. To the venerable Da Shi family, they will no longer be useful. At that time, our two families will work together to destroy the Qin family. Now, we must pretend that nothing had happened and pretend that we did not know about Da Shiming and the daughter of the Qin family flirting with each other. That way, we can bypass the venerable Da Shi family when dealing with the Qin family. If they ask, we will say that we did not know. Of course, it would be best if we have the opportunity to kill someone from the Qin family during the family class evaluation. Humph, for sure, Da Shiming only wanted to play around. He is an offspring of a venerable family. How could he be interested in a humble class like the Qin family? Besides, doesn't he have an engagement? Zhong Maorui said with hatred. This is not something we should care about. Compared to Zhong Maorui, Shu Sanli was indeed much more intelligent. He was a few streets ahead. Chapter 32. River County had regained its peace. Zhong Yao's death did not seem to have caused any ripples. The crazy revenge that everyone had expected did not happen to the prominent Zhong family. Even the wealthy Shu family behind the Zhong family did not make any moves. It seemed that everyone had forgotten about this matter. Could it be that the Zhong family was scared? Or were they planning to act in secret? Or, as the outside world had guessed, the Qin family had received the protection of the Da Shi family? After Qin Lianshan learned the truth, he did not blame Qin Wushuang. On the contrary, he was very happy. Since he could kill Zhong Yao, a warrior at the peak of the power force, it proved that his son had the strength. Then, in this family class evaluation, the Qin family would have a higher chance of keeping their humble class seat. The family class evaluation that had made Qin Lianshan anxious had finally arrived. In River County, all the aristocrats had gathered at the River Square. A grand event was about to begin. 1 venerable class, 3 wealthy class, 8 prominent class, and 26 humble class. In total, there were 38 aristocratic seats in River County. The venerable Dashi family held a superior position. No other powerhouses had the qualifications to challenge them. Thus, they did not need to participate in the class evaluation and would continue to maintain their venerable class status. The 3 wealthy class, the Shu, Qian, and Yun families also had a stable position. With River County's current powerhouse system, at least for the time being, no one could challenge them. Thus, from the bottom of their hearts, the 3 wealthy class believed that their position was stable. As for the prominent class, among the 8 families, at most, only 1 or 2 families would have a change. The biggest change would be the humble class. According to the outside world's estimation, at least 3 or 4 families would have a change in the humble class seats. In other words, 3 or 4 humble class families would lose their aristocratic seats. Correspondingly, 3 or 4 ordinary families would become aristocrats. However, these were all guesses. The real situation would be announced by the Zhenwu holy place. Thus, the first thing to be done in the family class evaluation was to announce the changes. It would depend on the situation of the people who had signed up for the challenge. For example, if 5 ordinary families had filled in the humble class challenge form, it would depend on the target of their challenge. If only 2 families were challenged, then 7 families would compete for these 2 seats. The other humble class seats that had not been challenged would automatically remain in their original positions. Tens of thousands of eyes in the square stared at the representative of the Zhenwu holy place. The person in charge cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, we meet again after 20 years. Our Bayou country has an excellent martial arts tradition. We use martial arts to rule the country and strengthen the country. The family class evaluation, which is held once every 20 years, is the best platform for the various clans to display their strength. Now, I will announce that there are 2 humble families that will be challenged in the family class evaluation. They were Eastwood Town's Qin clan and Nindu Town's Li clan. There are a total of 5 clans participating in the competition. They are the Jiyu clan from County City, the Wen clan from County City, the Nyo clan from Eastwood Town, the Lan clan from Nindu Town, and the Li clan from Nindu Town." At this point, the person in charge paused for a moment. This was a tradition. They had to give the people present some time to digest and see if there were any mistakes. Qin Lianshan panicked. He stared at Qin Wushuang and asked, "Wushuang, did you fill in the wrong form? Our Qin clan has been challenged, but why isn't our Qin clan among the contending factions?" Qin Xiu was also stunned. "Wushuang, you." Qin Wushuang pulled his father and sister down and calmly said, "Father, don't worry. Let him finish, okay? Could it be that at this moment, you still don't have confidence in your son?" Qin Lianshan was stunned. He thought that no matter how confident he was, since he did not sign up, it was the same as giving up. Confidence alone was not enough. The surrounding people also started to discuss. "Haha, how strange. That Eastwood Town's Qin clan is too weak, right? They did not even have the courage to participate after being challenged. Could it be that they are giving up? After all, they are a family with a few hundred years of tradition. It's sad that each generation is getting worse and worse." That's right. How can the children of the Qin clan face their ancestors after they die? Didn't the outside world say that the Qin clan had the support of the Dashi family? It seems that there is no such thing. Words of sarcasm and ridicule made Qin Lianshan's mind go blank. Someone else said, "What do you guys know? Maybe the Qin clan is playing a big game of chess. They gave up their humble class status. Could they not compete for the prominent class?" "Yes, that's right. I almost forgot that the Qin clan had an abnormal heir. He instantly defeated a warrior at the peak of the power force. His strength is at least at stage 3 or 4 of the genuine force. It's not impossible for him to participate in the prominent class competition. A strange light flashed across Qin Lianshan's eyes. Could it be? Qin Xiu's questioning gaze also fell on her little brother. Wushuang, did you fill in the prominent class competition? Qin Wushuang laughed. Keep listening, don't be impatient. While everyone was discussing, that person in charge glanced at the crowd and continued to speak. Only one prominent class seat is being challenged. It is the Xia family of the county. In total, 2 families are participating, the Xia family and the Zhu family of the county. The Zhu family was known as the number 1 humble class in River County. It meant that the Zhu family was the strongest family among the humble class. Only the Zhu family had the qualifications to challenge the prominent class. It would be an exciting battle. Perhaps, it would be the highlight of this year's family class evaluation. It was because the wealthy class and venerable class families were too prominent and too stable. Among all the families in River County, no one dared to challenge them. The Zhu family versus the Xia family, it will definitely be exciting, isn't it? It should be the finale, right? I bet that the Zhu family will succeed and become a prominent class. Qin Lianshan could not sit still. It seemed that his son did not apply for the prominent class challenge. Next, it would be the wealthy class. There were only 3 wealthy class families in the entire River County, and they were all first-rate powerhouses. How could the Qin family, with their small family, compete with these fierce wealthy class families? Father, sister, it will be our turn soon. Qin Wushuang still had a smile on his face. That person in charge cleared his throat and said with a smile of exultation, Everyone, listen up. The following is an important piece of news. In this year's family class evaluation, there will be a wealthy class challenge. I believe that everyone is looking forward to this highlight, right? Do you want to know who is being challenged and who is the challenger? Yes. Hearing this explosive news, an earth-shattering response emerged in the vast river square. The words of the person in charge had pushed the atmosphere to the climax. Wealthy class challenge? Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. In River County, there was no powerhouse that was close to the strength of the 3 wealthy class families. Which dark horse was it? Who had the courage to challenge the wealthy class families? Among the 3 wealthy class families, the Shu, the Qian, and the Yun, which one of them was easy to deal with? The leaders of these 3 wealthy class families were sitting in the most conspicuous seats. Initially, they had maintained an aloof attitude as if this matter had nothing to do with them. However, at this moment, they could not help but feel doubtful, annoyed, and even worried. Those who dared to challenge the wealthy class would never do such a stupid and impulsive thing. This was a life-and-death battle to protect the family's honor and benefits. It would not end until one of them died. Since the other party had dared to sign up for the challenge, they must have the qualifications and something to rely on. The 3 wealthy class families all wanted to know which wealthy class family had been challenged. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not want this unfortunate matter to fall on their head. However, if it were to fall on their heads, they could only use all their strength to destroy the opponent. They would not show any mercy. This was a matter related to the dignity of the wealthy class families. If a tiger did not show its power, it would be bullied like a sick cat. Of course, they would have to kill one to warn the others and restore their dignity. Or else, in the future, everyone would think that this wealthy class family was easy to bully and would challenge them. Who was it? Those participants below the stage were even more eager to know the answer. They kept making a ruckus and clamoring. The river square was almost boiling with excitement. That person in charge had kept people in suspense and wanted this kind of effect. He said with a smile, I announce, the wealthy class family that has been challenged is the Shu family from the county city. When the people of the Shu family heard these words, each of their faces changed. They felt that the entire sky had darkened. Then, this dimness gradually condensed into anger that was like a storm brewing. Apparently, it could turn into a violent storm at any moment. The person in charge paused for a moment. When he saw everyone holding their breath and staring at him without blinking, he felt satisfied and continued to speak. The challenger, the Qin family from Eastwood Town. In total, There are two families competing. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Let us cheer for the appearance of this grand event. There were no cheers, but the sounds of discussion filled the air. No way. The Qin family from Eastwood Town is not that famous. Are they powerful? They dared to challenge the Shu family? What is the background of this Qin family? A humble class challenging a wealthy class? This Qin family, are they crazy? Haha, this is interesting. A moment ago, I thought that the Qin family had given up on their humble class status. I didn't expect that they would actually challenge a wealthy class family. How ambitious. That's right, we should give them a round of applause for their courage. This is the backbone of a martial artist, the pursuit of a martial artist. Good job, Qin family. Yes, regardless of whether the Qin family wins or loses, I will support them. The Shu family is not a good family. Yes, the three wealthy class families have controlled River County for so many years, it's time for some fresh air. The Qin family is mighty, the Qin family rises. Unknowingly, the voices of support for the Qin family resounded throughout the river square. In the end, most of the martial artists who were at the bottom of the hierarchy had a restless nature in their bones. They did not have the ability to challenge the powerful, but they hoped to see someone who could challenge the authority. When the person in charge saw that the atmosphere had been completely stirred up, he said in a clear voice, "All the powerhouses participating in the competition, please come up to the stage and declare your martial art." Ha, challenging the wealthy class. Qin Wushuang's road to rise began with challenging the wealthy Shu family. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this is the true nature of a real man. By the way, everyone was stingy with their recommendation tickets yesterday. Today, can you be a little more crazy and let me write this battle with even more enthusiasm? Chidian website welcomes all the readers to come and read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 33. Today's votes are good. Let's keep up the good work. Now there is only one name left on the newcomers list. If it wasn't for the fact that there are impurities in the list, it would have already reached the front page. Tomorrow, I ask the readers to help me get on the newcomers list. Even if it is the last day of the week, it will be a wish fulfilled. Is that okay? The so-called martial arts declaration was actually a life and death agreement. This family class evaluation was a competition for the status of the family. It was related to the rise and fall of the family. Of course, it was a fight to the death. There was no need to talk about feelings. Even if they were friends off the stage, they would become irreconcilable enemies on the stage. Defeating the opponent and defending the family's status was their only goal on the stage. The 5 families participating in the competition for the humble class seats were the Jiyu family of County City, the Wen family of County City, the Nyo family of Eastwood Town, the Lan family of Nindu Town, and the Li family of Nindu Town. Among them, the Li family was originally a humble class aristocrat and was the defender. The other 4 families were the challengers. But because the Jiyu family of County City, the Wen family of County City, and the Nyo family of Eastwood Town all challenged the Qin family for the humble class seat, and the Qin family went to fight for the wealthy class seat, the Qin family's seat would be decided by these 3 families. The other humble class seat would be decided by the Lan family and the Li family of Nindu Town. After the 5 humble class contending forces went on stage, they each made a passionate speech, signed a life and death agreement, and left the stage. Before the big battle, they didn't want to say anything. They just went all out. For the family, for the survival of the family, even if they bled and lost their lives, they would still go forward. The family was the foundation of survival. The family could share dangers and life and death. For the family, they would not hesitate to die. Among the prominent families, the Zhu family and the Xia family were both from County City. The 2 families usually had many conflicts in business and were also old enemies. After going on stage, they both gnashed their teeth and threatened to make their opponents die miserably. As for who would die miserably and who would be the winner, they would only know after the competition. At this time, The competition between the prominent families was not what everyone was looking forward to the most. They were looking forward to the competition for the wealthy class seat. Everyone wanted to know what mentality the Qin family had when they challenged the wealthy class. Did they really have the confidence to challenge the wealthy Shu family? Everyone was waiting. First, the representative of the wealthy class Shu family's challenge. The representative of the Shu family was an uncle of Shu Sanli, who was an elder of the Shu family. The old man could tell at a glance that he was furious. His tone was contemptuous and angry. This old man has never heard of the Qin clan before, so I don't want to say anything. Only a few words. Ever since the Shu clan gained power, anyone who dared to challenge the wealthy Shu clan no longer exists. The Qin clan will not be an exception this time. This speech was arrogant and domineering, fully demonstrating the foundation of a wealthy family. Without strength, one would not dare to say such arrogant words. And this conversation was smooth and slick as it only focused on the Qin family and did not involve the venerable Dashi family. The person in charge smiled but didn't comment. He said to the Qin family, the Qin family should also send a representative up. At this point, Qin Lianshan had no way out. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang calmly walked up the stage. With a pair of determined eyes, he slowly opened his mouth to speak under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Everyone, on the day I participated in the martial arts student exam. A few well-dressed aristocratic masters stopped me and my father and talked to us about the so-called aristocratic etiquette. One of them even warned my father that the key to being a person is to know when to advance and when to retreat. When it's time to let go, you must have the awareness to let go. Perhaps, everyone doesn't know what he meant. To put it bluntly, although this old master is from the wealthy class, he is still greedy and wants to take the Qin clan's property. He planned to use threats to make the Qin clan give up the humble class seat and hand over the property. I would like to ask everyone, in the martial arts world, is there such a thing as giving up without a fight? Who would be willing to be such a coward? This voice was loud and impassioned, and it was very provocative. Below the stage, people responded loudly, no surrender, no coward. That's right. It's not strange that you want to take the Qin clan's property. In our Bayou country, survival of the fittest is the law of the jungle. If you have the skills, come and take it. As for who this wealthy class master is, I'm sure everyone can guess. That's right, it's Shu Sanli, old Master Shu. At that time, I told him that the Qin clan would leave the humble class seat for him. However, there was one thing that I did not say. Qin Wushuang paused for a moment, and the tens of thousands of people below the stage all shouted, "What is it?" Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and said, "What I wanted to say was, since old Master Shu wants to take the humble class seat of the Qin clan, then he will exchange it with the wealthy class seat of the Shu family." Suddenly, a cold light flashed across Shu Sanli's eyes. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Qin Wushuang's words had truly touched his reverse scale as an elite warrior. Even if this Qin clan had the support of the venerable Dashi family, he was still too arrogant. Could it be that while the Qin clan had curried favor with the venerable Dashi family, my wealthy class Shu family had not curried favor with a stronger backer? The venerable Dashi family was an invincible existence in River County. However, in the entire Bayou country, they were only the lowest class among the upper-class aristocrat. Shu Sanli did not hide his murderous intent and said with a cold tone, "Son of the Qin family, I will let you understand the meaning of regret." Qin Wushuang was not afraid and sneered, "I will wait." "I say, Patriarch Shu, you are still not calm enough. Don't forget, sooner or later, you will have to pay for what you did. Could it be that only the Shu family is allowed to scheme against me, and the Qin family is not allowed to scheme against you? Reciprocity is the law of fairness." Shu Sanli was so angry that he laughed. "Ha ha ha, a little martial arts student is talking in his sleep. I would like to see what you have to talk about the law of fairness with me." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and did not say anything else. However, the confidence on his face greatly influenced the people below the stage, causing them to burst into cheers. Shu Sanli saw that the people below the stage were clearly provoking the Shu family. Inwardly, he was furious. Could it be that this damned Qin family was more popular than the wealthy class Shu family? He did not believe it. He saw that Qin Lianshan and his son only had 3 people, including a daughter who did not have the talent to practice martial arts. With such a small family, how could the Qin family challenge the wealthy class Shu family? According to the rules, the competition for the humble class was the earliest. That person in charge said, "Patriarch Shu, there is something that I must discuss with you." Shu Sanli said lightly, "Please speak." According to the rules, the Qin family came to challenge the Shu family. If the Shu family wins, you will still be the wealthy class Shu family, and the Qin family will automatically lose their humble class status. However, if the Qin family wins, they will replace the Shu family's wealthy class status. And you, according to the rules, will be demoted to the Qin family's humble class status. However, the Qin family's humble class status has been challenged. Thus, if you want to fight for the humble class status, you must participate in this competition and secure your humble class seat. Inwardly, Shu Sanli was furious. He thought inwardly, what kind of stupid rule was this? Were they looking down on the Shu family? The humble class seat, were they using it to humiliate us? How could the wealthy class Shu family lose? Immediately, he refused. No need. It's only a humble class seat. The Shu family does not put it in our eyes. He had helped the Jiyu family to get the humble class seat because he had his eyes on the Qin family's property, not the humble class seat. If the Shu family wanted to fight for the humble class seat, they would not sacrifice the rook to save the pawn. They could not afford to lose face. Although fighting for the humble class seat was a way out in case they lost the battle for the wealthy class seat, they still had to fight for it. The person in charge did not force them. He nodded, "All right, since you don't want to fight, then if the Shu family loses the wealthy class competition, you will be demoted to the humble class status. You will not even have the humble class seat." Shu Sanli said angrily, "Thank you for your concern. The Shu family will not lose." The person in charge smiled, "I am only telling you the rules. This is also a form of respect for the wealthy class." Even so, from Shu Sanli's point of view, this was a humiliation to the wealthy class Shu family. Otherwise, why would they mention the humble class seat? In this way, Shu Sanli had completely rejected this option. The person in charge said clearly, "Next, I will announce the rules of the class evaluation. The humble class seat vacated by the Qin family in Eastwood Town will be contested by 3 families. The final winner will obtain this seat. The Li family and the Lan family of Nindu Town will compete for the other humble class seat. The rules are as follows." After the announcement, no one objected. The rules were signed. The next step was the prominent class competition between the Zhu family and the Xia family. There was nothing to say. The winner would be the prominent class, and the loser would be the humble class. It was a game between the 2 families. They would either maintain their original status, or exchange their positions. The rules between the Qin family and the wealthy class Shu family had already been stated. If the Qin family won, they would be promoted to the wealthy class, and the Shu family would be demoted to the humble class. If they lost, the Shu family would keep their wealthy class seat, and the Qin family would be demoted to the humble class. Patriarch Shu, Patriarch Qin, about the rules of the competition, you can discuss the details. According to the rules, the humble class competition will be decided in 1 round, the prominent class competition will be decided in 3 rounds, and the wealthy class competition will be decided in 5 rounds. The person in charge was very patient. He must first set the rules and maintain fairness in this system. Neither the winner nor the loser would have anything to say. Shu Sanli sneered, "The Qin family has already lost if it is decided in 5 rounds. There were only 2 men in their family. They don't even have enough people to win 3 rounds. It seems that the rules also state that 1 person can win 5 rounds in a row." Qin Wushuang said slowly. 1 person can win 5 rounds in a row? Are you sure your brain hasn't been squeezed by a door? Shu Sanli sneered. The person in charge interrupted, 1 person can win 5 rounds in a row, there are rules. However, It is very difficult to be fair. What if one family only has one strong warrior, and the others are very ordinary, and this strong warrior is just a little stronger than the other strong families? If one person can win 5 rounds in a row, he will take advantage of the loophole. Qin Wushuang nodded to show that he understood. It was like a family that only had one stage 5 genuine Force Realm warrior, and he defeated 5 stage 3 or stage 4 genuine Force Realm warriors from another family. This was a typical case of taking advantage of the loophole. In terms of average strength, the latter family was definitely stronger. However, the former family only had one strong warrior to fight in a row. Of course, it was unfair. If there are rules, then let's follow the rules. Qin Wushuang had already studied the rules thoroughly, so he had a card up his sleeve. If we really follow the rules, the first battle will be 1-on-1. The second battle will be 1 against 2. And so on, until the 5th battle, it will be 1 against 5. That person in charge reminded, the rules dictate that it will be very difficult for one person to fight in a row. Qin Wushuang said leisurely, isn't it supposed to win 3 out of 5 battles? We don't have to drag it to the 5th battle. That person in charge said, then the person from the Qin family must have the ability to fight 1 against 3. This way, you can guarantee that you can win 3 rounds. 1 against 3? Qin Wushuang laughed and said lightly, then let's fight 1 against 3. As soon as he said these words, the audience went into an uproar. This martial arts student was crazy. He wanted to fight 1 against 3, and it was against the wealthy class Shu family. Who in the Qin family had such swift and fierce fighting power? Even Patriarch Qin Lianshan could not help but feel surprised. His body trembled slightly and he could not help but stand up. Chapter 34. At this time, Shu Sanli had completely regarded Qin Wushuang as an idiot. 1 against 3, with just Qin Lianshan and his son? It was an international joke. However, to prevent cheating, he still said, Mr. Judge, for this competition, only the direct descendants from the household register can fight, right? Guest elders, branch disciples, and so on, they are not allowed to fight, right? Of course. The person in charge did not hesitate. Then, in the Qin household register, only Qin Lianshan and his son are considered direct descendants, right? The person in charge nodded, that's right. When the time comes, both sides will check each other's household register to prevent imposters. Whoever impersonates will be disqualified. Shu Sanli sneered, that's good. This way, even if the Qin family had the venerable Da Shi family's secret support, they would not be afraid. No matter how strong you are, it would be useless if you were not in the household register and could not fight. Besides, when it came to a fight between families, regardless of how much support the third party had, in the end, it would still be the direct descendants who would fight. When the person in charge saw that both sides had agreed to the rules, he announced, since both sides have agreed, then it's decided. Both sides will send their direct descendants to fight, and no favoritism is allowed. Also, if the humble Qin family sends one person to fight, then the Shu family can only fight once. In order to show fairness, each disciple could only fight once at most. No matter which round they fought in, they could not fight twice. Otherwise, it would become a meaningless war of attrition. After both sides verified that there were no mistakes, they signed the agreement and stamped the family seal. That Shu Sanli said with a cold tone, Qin Lianshan, let me give you a piece of advice. Go home and prepare a thin coffin. No matter which one of you is going to fight, you will need it. However, Qin Wushuang sneered on the side, how could one coffin be enough? Prepare at least 6 coffins, then it will be enough to hold the entire Shu family. That person in charge also felt strange as he listened to the two sides bickering. Under normal circumstances, in this competition for the family seat, people would keep their killing intent to themselves and would not say much. However, these two families had already started to bicker before they had even started fighting. Of course, they could only bicker. The wealthy class seat competition was the finale of this year's family class evaluation. Of course, it would be the last. The first day of the class evaluation was the competition for the humble class seats. The first seat up for grabs was the humble class seat vacated by the Qin family. The three forces vying for this seat were the Jiyu clan of the county city, the Wen clan of the county city, and the Niu clan of Eastwood Town. The competition between the three families was based on a circular competition system. Qin Wushuang looked at the representatives of these three powerhouses on the stage coldly. Although the Qin family had gone to fight for the wealthy class seat, these three powerhouses had been eyeing the Qin family's humble class seat covetously. Now, as expected, in the end, only these three families were fighting for it. Qin Wushuang didn't have a good impression of these three forces either. These powers dared to covet the Qin clan's humble class seat because they had underestimated the Qin clan and wanted to bully the Qin clan. That Jiyu family was the power that Old Master Shu secretly supported. He had made an agreement with Shu Sanli beforehand. Once he succeeded, the humble class seat would belong to the Jiyu family, and the Shu family would get 70% of the Qin family's property. This was also the reason why Shu Sanli was eyeing the Qin family covetously. The Wen family was the family of Zhong Maorui's wife's uncle. Although they had signed up, with Shu Sanli's help, they had already given up. Father, there is nothing to see in this competition. I want to go back to the inn first. Qin Wushuang didn't have much interest in this level of competition. He didn't want to waste time. In fact, Qin Lianshan was also angry when he saw this. He knew that these people were fighting for the humble class seat that originally belonged to the Qin family. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Although the Qin family's competition for the wealthy class seat had given him a lot of face, his humble class seat had been challenged. This was the most serious offense in the aristocratic circle. Surprisingly, Qin Xiu didn't want to join in the fun and agreed, "Okay, let's go back." The wealthy class battle was the highlight of the competition and was scheduled to take place 10 days later. In these 10 days, they could come if they wanted to watch the competition. If they didn't want to, they could choose not to attend. Of course, there weren't many people who were as free and easy as Qin Wushuang. Every 20 years, the family class evaluation would be a life and death battle. In each battle, someone would fall. It was definitely exciting and a feast for the eyes. Thus, other people would not miss it unless they had something important to do. When they returned to the inn, Qin Lianshan gazed at Qin Wushuang and sighed lightly. "Wushuang, there are some things that I have been holding back in my stomach. I didn't ask you these questions, but today, I really want to clarify these things. Or else, I will not feel at ease." Qin Wushuang knew what his father wanted to ask. He said calmly, "Father, please ask." Qin Lianshan did not speak immediately. He still looked at his son with deep meaning. If it were any other children, 16 years old would still be a young teenager. They would still be enjoying the fun of being a teenager. However, his son was already able to take charge. This made him feel both gratified and guilty. "Wushuang, I know that you have worked hard since you were young. However, no matter how hard you work, it would be impossible for you to reach the genuine force at your age. At least, in the history of River County, there is no record of it. Tell me, did you get some fortuitous encounter when you were training in the Great Kang Mountains every day?" Qin Xiu blinked her eyes. "Fortuitous encounter? What fortuitous encounter?" Qin Wushuang smiled. "Father, you are right. The fortuitous encounter you mentioned did happen to me. As for what kind of fortuitous encounter it was, even if I told you now, you would not believe me. The only thing I can promise is that when I do things, I will not let down the heavens and all the ancestors of the Qin family." "Good." A light flashed across Qin Lianshan's eyes. He thought about the shocking changes his son had undergone in these 3 or 4 years. Every step he took, he knew what he was doing. Immediately, his hanging heart gradually returned to its original place. He said seriously, "Wushuang, with your words, I am relieved. From now on, I will not ask anymore. From today onwards, I will support whatever you decide to do with the Qin family." The father and son looked at each other and smiled. The connection between their blood was clearly shown in this smile. Qin Xiu said lightly, "Father, our Wushuang has really grown up. Yes, the Qin family finally has a descendant. Qin Lianshan sighed with relief. Qin Xiu pulled Qin Wushuang's hand and let him sit next to her. She asked seriously, Wushuang, tell me, do you have the confidence to win against the Shu family? Qin Lianshan also gazed at Qin Wushuang. This was the question he wanted to ask but held back. He did not forget to add, if you do not have the confidence, then the Qin family should take a step back. I believe the ancestors of the Qin family will understand. Qin Lianshan comforted his son like this because he wanted to leave a way out for his son. Where there is life, there is hope. To the humble class, the wealthy class Shu family was indeed a giant existence. Although Qin Lianshan did not want the Qin family to lose the humble class seat in his hands, he was still willing to bear this bad reputation for the long term. As long as his son could bring back the dignity and glory that the family had lost, so what if he sacrificed a little bit of his reputation? It was just like the oath he had made to his ancestors in the ancestral house. He, Qin Lianshan, would bear all the blame and all the glory and blessings would be enjoyed by his son, Qin Wushuang. Qin Lianshan had his own plans. The family class evaluation was held every 20 years. 20 years later, his son would only be 36 years old and would be at the peak of his power. Qin Wushuang knew his father's good intentions. His eyes shone with determination as he gazed at his father and sister. Father, sister, I promise you. This time, I will bring back all the dignity and status that the Qin family had lost. The wealthy class Shu family will be the first stepping stone for the Qin family to return to its former glory. Qin Wushuang's words revealed a strong sense of confidence, which affected Qin Lianshan and Qin Xiu. Qin Lianshan could not help but rub his hands together. Thinking that the Qin family had the hope of restoring the glory of the wealthy class, his heart surged with excitement just thinking about it. Although he was already 48 years old, the blood that flowed in his bones was still unyielding. This blood was closely related to the fate of the family. Even if he was old, it would not cool down. Qin Xiu choked with sobs as she wiped her tears. Her eyes were red and she was extremely emotional. Qin Wushuang's heart was also affected by an indescribable emotion. He was very clear about the importance of the family in this world. The reason why his father and sister were so emotional was because deep in their souls, they were bound together with the family. The rise and fall of the family determined the honor and disgrace of an individual. It even determined the life and death of a family. Even if it was to let his family straighten their backs and hold their heads higher, he had to take back the wealthy class seat. Although, the benefits of taking back the wealthy class seat were far more than that. However, in the depths of Qin Wushuang's heart, what he cared about the most was precisely this. He wanted his father to smile more and for his sister to be able to marry into a respectable family in the future. Chidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to read the latest, fastest, and most popular series of novels at Chidian Original. Chapter 35. In the meeting hall of the Shu family, more than 20 male members of the main force had gathered. In the past, the Qin family was like an ant to them. However, once their position was threatened, each and every member of the Shu family felt as if someone had touched their ancestral grave. Each of their faces was filled with anger, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Shu Sanli was the current patriarch of the Shu family. In his previous generation, there were two elders who were at the same level as his uncle. They were both genuine force warriors like him. And in his generation, there were 6 Shu clansmen of the same clan. And in the next generation, there were 17. Among these 26 offspring of the Shu family, 12 of them had entered the genuine force. It was also the reason why the Shu family could be listed as one of the 4 great families in River County. The wealthy class Shu family was not a paper tiger in River County. They had the strength to back them up. Shu Sanli did not speak a word. With a profound expression, he glanced across the hall coldly. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. Offspring of the Shu family, I believe that your blood must be boiling right now. If you still remember your family name, then be 120% alert. Roar. All the offspring of the Shu family let out a wolf-like howl. It was the usual way of encouraging the Shu family. The Shu family has been a wealthy class for more than 100 years. After 6 family class evaluations, the wealthy class has always been as stable as a mountain. However, today, someone has started to look down on the Shu family's name. Regardless of who the opponent is, the Shu family's motto is attack with all our strength. We will not stop until we have destroyed the enemy. Shu Sanli's fist slammed down on the chair, and the good wooden chair collapsed with a loud crash. Roar. All the offspring of the Shu family could feel the patriarch's anger. In fact, they were also angry. With the current status of the Shu family, regardless of winning or losing, they had already lost some face after being challenged at the family class evaluations. Why didn't they challenge the Yun family or the Chen family? Why did they choose the Shu family? To put it bluntly, they thought that among the 3 wealthy class, the Shu family was the easiest to bully. This challenge was not as simple as offending them. It also involved the authority of the wealthy class. Among the 2 most senior elders of the Shu family, that one with only one eye said coldly, "Patriarch, I must say something. This matter was not just a challenge to the prestige of the Shu family. We must attach great importance to it and treat it as a matter of life and death." Shu Sanli nodded. Uncle Kai's words are reasonable. The duels in the family class evaluation are related to the family's status and honor. It is a fight to the death. I hereby announce that everyone who takes part in this battle must fight with all their might. No matter how strong or weak the opponent is, the ultimate goal must be to kill the opponent. The one-eyed uncle nodded. He was satisfied with Shu Sanli's attitude and did not say anything else. Another elder, Elder Yu, spoke up. "I'm 97 years old this year." He had gone through 4 family class evaluations. What must be mentioned was that any clan that dared to apply for the right to challenge would not be without any confidence. The family class evaluation was not a game. Since the Qin family dares to challenge our Shu family, they must have a trump card behind them. Shu Sanli pondered. He had pondered over this question repeatedly. He didn't believe that the Qin clan didn't have any trump cards. The series of events that had happened that day had given him too much of an impact. It was still vivid in his mind, and whenever he thought about it, he would feel uneasy. A warrior from the Zhanwu holy place had delivered a letter to the son of the Qin family. The story behind this was definitely profound. Qin Lianshan was a steady person. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be crazy enough to challenge the wealthy Shu family without any assurance of winning. Unless everyone in the Qin family was tired of living. Without a doubt, the humble Qin family must have grasped some unknown trump card. However, what kind of trump card did the Qin family have? Only Qin Lianshan and his son could fight. One of them was at stage 1 of the genuine force, and the other was a stage 7 martial arts student. Even if they were to add 2 more levels on top of this foundation, it would still be insignificant to the Shu family. Regardless of how one looked at it, the humble Qin family did not seem to have the qualifications to challenge the wealthy Shu family. Even if they had made friends with people from the Zhanwu holy place, they would not be able to cheat in this family class evaluation. They would still need to rely on their strength. Uncles, in your opinion, will the Qin family send Qin Lianshan or Qin Wushuang? Shu Sanli still could not figure out this question. That elder Yu thought for a moment and also shook his head. He could not be sure. However, that one-eyed uncle said, regardless of which one of them is going to fight, we must send our strongest team. As for how to arrange this lineup, it had to be carefully planned. Of course, the Qin father and son might be using a smoke bomb to make us change our strategy. Elder Yu also said, that's right. Maybe both father and son are going to fight, but they purposely said that one person will fight until the end. They want to disturb our strategy. Shu Sanli nodded and said, yes, no matter how they try to act mysterious, we will not be afraid as long as we are not messed up. Regardless, the first battle will be one-on-one. Let's test the strength of the other party. We cannot send our strongest, but we cannot send our weakest. Who wants to fight first? One of his younger brothers, Shu Wugen, stood up and patted his chest. Patriarch, I will fight first. This Shu Wugen was the vanguard of their generation. He had a violent personality and used cruel methods. Once, because of a family dispute, He had personally slaughtered a family of 36 people. He was the famous butcher of the Shu family. This person was at stage 3 of the genuine force and ranked in the top 5 in the family. I think Wugen will fight first. That Uncle Kai said. Okay, then let brother Wugen fight first. This second round is very important. Regardless of winning or losing the first round, we must not lose the second round. I would like to ask one of the two uncles to lead. Shu Sanli said. I will do it. Uncle Kai opened his only eye. If the Qin send someone else, I will take care of it. If it is still the same person from the first round, I will take my son for the second round. Shu Sanli was overjoyed. If Uncle Kai is willing to fight, we will win the second round for sure. For the third round, I plan to lead Shu Qing and Shu Ming. Shu Qing and Shu Ming were the twins of Shu Sanli's generation. They were both at stage 2 of the genuine force and had exceptional strength. Uncle Kai nodded. That's right, if we win the first 2 rounds, we can win the third round in one go. It would be good for you to fight first. If there is a fourth round, please go. Uncle Kai looked at that elder Yu. That elder nodded. It's my duty to take care of the family's business. I am not afraid of the reputation of having 4 against 1. I will lead the fourth round myself. Shu Sanli smiled confidently. With the 2 uncles and me leading the team, we will win the fourth round. For sure, we will be able to win within 4 rounds. Of course, we must not let down our guard for this 5th round. We will send the 5 strongest disciples from the family to fight. It's better to be prepared. With this arrangement, it meant that all 12 genuine force warriors from the wealthy Shu family had been assigned to fight. Compared to the Qin family, this lineup looked like a lion hunting a rabbit. However, since it was related to the rise and fall of the family, no one felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Nothing in the family was a small matter. At the same time, in the castle of the venerable Daeshi family in River County, a middle-aged man dressed in embroidered clothing was sitting in the study room. He was playing chess with an elder of the family. This middle-aged man dressed in embroidered clothing had a gentle appearance. His facial features were somewhat similar to Daeshi Ming's. He was Daeshi Heng, the current patriarch of the venerable Daeshi family. Aheng, I heard that the wealthy Shu family is not having a good time recently. The elder opposite Daeshi Heng had a pair of eagle eyes, a hooked nose, and a fierce appearance. Daeshi Heng calmly placed a white chess piece into the chessboard and smiled. There are not many smart people in the Shu family. Sooner or later, they will encounter problems. Only, this time, the problem is more interesting. Indeed. The eagle-eyed elder put down a black chess piece. The humble Qin family is challenging the wealthy Shu family directly. In the history of River County, a family class evaluation challenge that is 2 levels higher than them has never happened before, right? Aheng, have you investigated what new methods the Qin family has? The Qin family has a long history in River County. Their ancestors were once a wealthy class family. 100 years ago, after a large group of Qin children had disappeared, they had fallen into a depression. However, I don't believe that Qin Lianshan could pose a threat to the Shu family. Most likely, the problem lies with his level 7 martial arts student son. Daeshi Heng spoke at a neither fast nor slow pace. His calm expression and tone made it seem as if he would still be the same even if the sky were to collapse. Level 7 martial arts student. The eagle-eyed elder frowned. Since when did a level 7 martial arts student become so enchanting? Isn't Yang a level 8 martial arts student? Daeshi Heng said, I don't know how enchanting a level 7 martial arts student is. However, I remember Ming had told me a few days ago that a level 7 martial arts student had instantly killed a warrior at the peak of the power force in a duel at the River Square. A level 7 martial arts student had instantly killed a warrior at the peak of the power force. The eagle-eyed elder's black chess piece stopped in the middle of the air and did not put it down. Aheng, are you joking? Ming does not look like a kid who would speak without thinking, right? Daeshi Heng laughed. Ming This poor child, has he returned to the family recently? Daeshi Heng's face was calm and he did not answer this question. He fixed his gaze on the chessboard and did not speak for a while. Suddenly, He gave a long sigh. On his calm expression, he could not help but show some disinterest. He must go back. He is already 27 years old, and he knows a lot of things. No matter how much he tries to avoid it, he still has to face it. However, I see that he is much more cheerful this time. In fact, in his heart, he would never forget his identity as an offspring of the Dashi family. This child. As his father, I have let him down. That elder waved his hand. This matter is not only your responsibility, but also the shame of the Dashi family. Under that situation, it would be difficult for you not to agree. The Shimen family is ranked 5th among the 12 great feudal lords in Bayou country. Regardless of power or status, they are enough to crush the Dashi family. They want to marry their daughter to the Dashi family. Speaking of which, they are condescending. Dashi Hung gave a bitter sigh. I don't need this kind of condescension. Every time I see Ming Er's sad expression, as his father, my heart feels even more painful than a knife. The reputation of that Missy from the Shimen family is terrible. I heard that she also has an unclear relationship with the elder of the Shimen family. She is not someone who can be described as cheerful. The elder also said with a sad tone, even if she is a sow, we must marry her if the Shimen family wants to marry her. Or else, if the Shimen family gets angry, in less than half a month, the Dashi family will disappear from the Bayou country. Ming Er, as an offspring of the Dashi family, it would be best if he could understand. Even if he could not, he must understand. A helpless and bitter smile emerged on Dashi Hung's face. These are the words I always say to him. However, in these recent days, I saw that he kept going out. He mentioned the Qin family to me a few times and spoke highly of Qin Lianshan's daughter. I am worried that at this critical moment, he might have other ideas. Qin Lianshan's daughter? The elder was stunned and then shook his head with determination. You must keep an eye on him. Don't think too much. If something were to happen at this time, not only would it implicate the Dashi family, the Qin family would also get involved. I will warn him. Dashi Hung put down a white chess piece and said with a smile, Senior uncle, you lost this round again, right? The elder was stunned. He stared at the chessboard for a while and said meaningfully, you are now the patriarch of the Dashi family. You are used to being a winner. There is one more update in the morning. Chidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular works are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 36. Updated at midnight. In the new week, the final battle for the ranking has begun. Brother, I'll shoot 3 times first. Brothers, follow me. Please log in first. Left member, click, right vote, charge. Qin Wushuang sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and slowly retracted the internal strength flowing through his meridians. This was something he had to do every day. His internal strength strengthened his muscles, meridians, and bones. This was a cultivation method that combined internal and external strength, and was very beneficial to his cultivation. The internal strength of blazing sun art in his body was extremely masculine. Every time he condensed it between his fingers, he was still unable to grasp the force properly. Once this force was formed, he could move as he pleased, like a boat moving in the water, or his clothes fluttering in the wind. He would definitely be able to smoothly form the energy of coagulated sword into an invisible sword aura. After years of hard work, Qin Wushuang had continuously strengthened his training in this area. He was already able to release the energy, but he was still lacking when it came to forming sword aura. To be specific, he was able to release the energy from his fingers, but this energy was scattered and not condensed. Once it was released from his fingers, it could not be retracted and could not be condensed. The sword aura of coagulated sword could only be formed when the energy was condensed into one. Only then could it be formed into an invisible sword aura. The core principle of coagulated sword lay in the word condense. Only when the internal strength was condensed together, the sword aura formed would have a powerful killing power. Qin Wushuang knew that it wasn't that his talent was insufficient, nor was it that his training method was wrong. The biggest reason why he was still unable to skillfully use coagulated sword was because of his lack of control. The time he had spent cultivating in this life was still too short. When it came to controlling the fire, he couldn't use any tricks. He could only rely on hard work every day to master it. He was currently in the process of quantitative change. Once the fire reached the right level, it would form a qualitative change. There was absolutely no problem if the coagulated sword came without being summoned. Now, he was just waiting for an opportunity to break through, waiting for the qualitative change to arrive. The battle for the wealthy class ranking was about to begin. Qin Wushuang wouldn't allow himself to slack off even a little. For a wealthy clan, the minimum requirement was to have a stage 4 true martial realm expert in charge. Qin Wushuang speculated that the Shu clan should have at least 3 stage 4 genuine martial realm martial artists. The strongest one should have the strength of a stage 5 true martial realm martial artist. If it was a one-on-one fight, Qin Wushuang would not put a stage 5 genuine martial realm martial artist in his eyes. As early as a year ago, his inner strength had already reached stage 7 of the genuine martial realm. Now that he had mastered the 8th palm of the 9 yang palms, desolation of the 8 suns, he was confident that he would not be defeated even if he fought against a stage 8 warrior of the genuine force. As long as it wasn't a stage 9 true martial realm martial artist, Qin Wushuang could rely on congealing finger and 9 yang palms to look down on any martial artist below stage 8 true martial realm. Therefore, Qin Wushuang was still very confident about the Shu family's battle. However, while Qin Wushuang could look down on his opponent in terms of strategy, he was never careless when it came to actual operations. No matter how weak the opponent was, he could not let his guard down in actual combat. Qin Wushuang estimated that no matter who the Shu family sent out in the first round, he would definitely win in a one-on-one fight. In the second round, he was also 100% sure that he would win in a one-on-two fight. The key was the third round. If the Shu family sent out their strongest 3-man team, 1 stage 5 genuine martial realm martial artist and 2 stage 4 genuine martial realm martial artists, the strength of such a 3-man team would definitely not lose to a stage 6 genuine martial realm martial artist. If they cooperated well and used reasonable tactics, it was not impossible to fight a stage 7 genuine martial realm martial artist. Having the ability to fight a stage 7 genuine martial realm martial artist did not allow Qin Wushuang to be the slightest bit careless. Qin Wushuang did not want to be entangled with the Shu family until the 4th or 5th round. The sooner he finished the battle, the better. When facing an enemy, the biggest taboo was to be hesitant and not be decisive. Of course, these plans were built on the basis that his father would not fight. For the past few days, his father had been using the black and white chess pieces to calculate the pros and cons. Apparently, he was also worried about the arrangement of the troops. It seemed that he had to find time to communicate with his father. Just as Qin Wushuang was deep in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. It was his sister Qin Xiu. Wushuang, Wushuang. When Qin Xiu was 7 or 8 meters away from the door, she realized that she should not disturb her brother. She tried her best to walk quietly to the door and lightly knocked on it. Qin Wushuang opened the door. "Sister, come in." "Wushuang, quickly go out and take a look. Big brother Da, she is drunk again. He's drinking, singing, and crying. I'm worried to death." When Qin Wushuang saw his sister's helpless expression, his heart was moved. Inwardly, he blamed himself for being careless. These days, Da Shiming came to this in every 2 or 3 days. He rarely talked with him and spent more time with his sister. Looking at his sister's expression, perhaps she had feelings for big brother Da Shi? Let's go and take a look. Qin Wushuang had a good impression of Da Shiming. He was also one of the rare young talents in River County. He had a completely different temperament from those so-called aristocratic young masters. He was generous and noble. Before they had reached the main hall, Qin Wushuang heard Da Shiming singing with a sad voice. "Heaven and earth are the furnaces, nature is the workmanship, yin and yang are the charcoal, all living things are the copper." He grabbed the wine jug, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. After drinking for a while, he put down the jug, clapped his hands and sang again, "My body is like a leaf in the wind, my heart is like a boat in the turbulent current." Unwilling to do either, how can I be sad? After he finished singing, he drank another big gulp of wine. Then, he bent over the table and started to cry. He did not care about the hundreds of frightened eyes around him. Qin Wushuang could not understand. This Da Shiming had an elegant demeanor and was the most excellent person among the younger generation in River County. He was the head of the 7 young masters. He lacked neither fame nor wealth. Why did he feel so sad? His body was like a leaf in the wind, his heart was like a boat in the turbulent current. Was there something he could not decide? "Big brother Da Shi, why are you drinking alone and not calling me?" Qin Wushuang walked to the table and sat down. Da Shiming raised his head and saw Qin Wushuang. He was overjoyed and grabbed Qin Wushuang's arm. "Good brother, come and drink with me." Qin Xiu grabbed the wine jug in Da Shiming's hand. She bit her lips lightly and looked at Da Shiming seriously. "Big brother Da Shi, don't drink anymore." Da Shiming was stunned. Under Qin Xiu's gentle and caring gaze, his resentment turned into tenderness. He sighed, "Since little sister Xiu doesn't want me to drink, then I won't drink." Qin Xiu's cheeks were slightly red, but her eyes were shining with happiness. Da Shiming's way of addressing her made her feel very comfortable and warm. Her heart was beating violently. Qin Wushuang found it funny inwardly. He thought that his sister and big brother Da Shi were developing fast. They were already calling each other big brother Da Shi and little sister Xiu. In this world, the love between men and women was very free. There were no rules or morals to restrict them. However, the freedom of love between men and women did not mean that they could easily get together. There were even more terrifying shackles than rules and morals that restricted most of the men and women in love. In the end, they could not be together. These shackles were the strict hierarchy of the rich and powerful families. For an offspring of a venerable family like Da Shiming and a humble class girl like Qin Xiu, it would not be easy to jump over these 3 levels. When Qin Wushuang heard Da Shiming singing those sad songs, he felt that most likely, this matter was not as simple as it seemed. However, Qin Wushuang thought about it and came up with an idea. He wanted to know if this Da Shiming was sincere to his sister. If he was sincere, as long as his sister liked him, he would complete this matter no matter what. For the Qin family, his sister had not married at 22 years old. She had already sacrificed a lot. If she could not even follow her heart, how could he, as her little brother, feel at ease? As for that demon, it would be best if he did not come out. If he did, Qin Wushuang would make him pay the price. "Big brother Da Shi, I want to ask you, are you interested in my sister?" Qin Wushuang suddenly asked. Qin Xiu did not expect that her little brother would suddenly ask such a question, and in such a straightforward manner. Her face turned red. Da Shiming was extremely calm and did not evade the question. Facing Qin Wushuang's questioning gaze, he nodded and said, "Little brother, I, Da Shiming, have lived for 27 years, and there has never been a girl that could make me feel that way. Until that time when I met you and your sister at the Windy Pool restaurant, I deeply felt that this was a gift from the heavens. I, Da Shiming, have always been open and honest. I dare to love and hate. That's right, not only do I have feelings for your sister, I am deeply in love with her and cannot pull myself away." Qin Xiu gave a light cry of ah. She did not expect that big brother Da Shi would be so straightforward and could analyze her thoughts so clearly. A wave of happiness emerged spontaneously. Qin Xiu was also a girl who dared to love and hate. How could she not have fallen in love with Da Shiming at first sight? Only, as a girl, it was inappropriate for her to sit in this kind of situation. She retreated with a red face. "I am going to talk to father. I am not going to listen to your nonsense." Qin Wushuang did not stop him. He looked at his sister's departing figure and said emotionally, "Big brother Da Shi, I am very touched by your words that came from the bottom of your heart. However, I need to remind you that your venerable Da Shi family and my humble Qin family are a few levels apart. This matter is not easy to deal with." He was probing to see if in Da Shiming's heart, which was more important, the aristocratic family's prejudice, or true love. Da Shiming shook his head sadly. If it's the aristocratic family's prejudice, then I, Da Shiming, see it as grass. I will marry whoever I want. How could I be burdened by those stupid prejudices? Then when I heard Big Brother Daishi's song, it sounded so sad and miserable, and it sounded like the future was bleak. Da Shiming gave a long sigh. He could not help but reach for the wine cup. Then, he remembered Qin Xiu's previous attempt to stop him and put it down. He sighed. This matter is the shame of the Da Shi family. It's been spread around River County. Only, no one dares to talk about it in public. Brother, how could you not know? At the moment, he did not hide it and told him everything about how the Shimen family had forced the marriage. After Qin Wushuang heard it, he was speechless for a while. The Shimen family? Ranked 5th among the 12 great feudal lords in Baiyu country? This matter was more than just a little troublesome. Chapter 37. P.S. The storm has begun. Today will be the day of the explosion. For the specific plan, please see the notice in the book. Make it to 3rd place on the credibility list, and update 5 chapters today. Make it to 2nd place, and update 1 more chapter. How about it? How to make it to the credibility list does not depend on the author's word count, but the reader's clicks and recommendation votes. Thus, please log into your Chidian account, click, and vote. Not only the main character, but also the author and the readers. They are all fighting for a breath of air. Go. Da Shiming let out a long sigh as he felt dispirited. This unexpected news also shocked Qin Wushuang greatly. The Shimen feudal lords, the biggest overlord in the South Cloud state. They ruled over 8 counties in the state. They were extremely powerful and had many elite warriors. Not only were they the only feudal lord family in the 2,000 or 3,000 miles of South Cloud state. They were also ranked 5th among the 45 feudal lord powerhouses in the Baiyu country. The core of the Baiyu country was ruled by the emperor. He had given the 4 royal territories. Each royal territory ruled over 8 states. In total, there were 32 states in the country. Each state ruled over 8 counties, and each county ruled over 20 or 30 towns. Under each town, there were also many villages of various sizes. These levels of powerhouses formed the ruling system of the Baiyu country. Usually, there was a venerable family ruling over the county city. And next to the county city, there would be a feudal lord powerhouse. Further up, there were the royal cities of the 4 major territories. All of them were ruled by the 4 royal families of the Baiyu country. And the core of the Baiyu country was the imperial capital. It was where the emperor resided and where the Zhenwu holy place was located. In River County, the venerable Da Shi family held the supreme authority. No one dared to challenge their authority. However, in the South Cloud state, the venerable Da Shi family's position would be greatly reduced. In one state, there were at least 8 venerable families, or even more. It was because besides the venerable families in each county, they also existed in the county city. Only, regardless of how many venerable families there were, within a state, the feudal lord powerhouse would always be the highest authority. The power of a feudal lord was equivalent to 5 venerable families combined. And in terms of elite warriors, they also held an overwhelming advantage. The minimum requirement for a venerable family was a stage 6 genuine force warrior. And the feudal lords required a stage 8 genuine warrior. The gap between these 2 ranks was enough to make countless aristocratic families look up to the great clans. Qin Wushuang was not unfamiliar with this. Of course, he understood the source of Da Shiming's pain. Shimen clan as the only major power of South Cloud Prefecture, if Shimen clan wants to marry their daughter to you, how can you not accept? Not to mention the strength of the Shimen family. Regardless of using soft or hard methods, they could easily suppress the venerable Da Shi family. One had to know that there were 32 states in the country, and each state had a tycoon force. Including the 4 capital cities and the imperial capital, there were more than 10 tycoon forces. In total, there were 45 tycoon forces. With so many feudal lord powerhouses, The 12 strongest feudal lords were called the 12 great feudal lords in the Bayou country. They were the core ruling powerhouses in the Bayou country. And the Shimen family was ranked 5th among the 12 great feudal lords. Indeed, this power would make the Dashi family feel powerless. Big brother Dashi, what are your plans? Qin Wushuang wanted to know Dashi Ming's bottom line. A trace of perseverance emerged on Dashi Ming's handsome face. He said in a low voice, "Little brother Wushuang, in this life, if I can't be with your sister after marrying that girl from the Shimen family, I would rather die. It's not that I don't have any thoughts of resistance. If I were alone and without any worries, I would have already rejected this forced marriage. But each of my actions is related to the survival of the Dashi family." Qin Wushuang listened in silence and did not express his opinion. Dashi Ming said sadly, "Since I cannot resist while I am alive, perhaps only death can free me, right?" "Death?" Qin Wushuang said lightly, "Big brother Dashi, you talk about death so easily. How could you be the person my sister would entrust her life to?" "Of course, I will not talk about death so easily." Dashi Ming suddenly lowered his voice, "I plan to find a chance to fake my death. Then, I will leave South Cloud State and practice martial arts. When I have mastered my strength, I will not fear anyone from the Shimen family and return to River County. Only, in this case, your sister will have to suffer and wander with me." Qin Wushuang lightly nodded. This was probably the best method Dashi Ming could think of. He would use a roundabout way to avoid the marriage. However, Dashi Ming might be able to endure such a life as a fugitive. His sister, Qin Xiu, did not have any martial arts skills. He was afraid that after a long time, she would not be able to live a life as a vagrant. This would be a big problem. Besides, Qin Wushuang had lived 2 lives and viewed his sister as the most important thing in his life. How could he let Qin Xiu go through such suffering? He would never let his sister go through such suffering. Besides, that Shimen family was not stupid. If they wanted to see her alive or dead, it would not be easy to deal with them. There was only one way to solve this problem. He had to suppress the Shimen family and make them unable to interfere even if they wanted to. When Qin Wushuang thought of this idea, he became bold. "Big brother Dashi, how powerful is this Shimen family?" Qin Wushuang decided to understand the power of the Shimen family first. The Shimen family was certainly not simple to be able to make the Dashi family this scared. They were ranked 5th among the 12 great feudal lords and had an imposing aura. They could even force their daughter to marry off. It was apparent that this Shimen family was not ordinary. To be ranked 5th among the 12 great feudal lords, the power of the Shimen family should be comparable to the combined power of all the aristocratic families in the 8 counties of South Cloud State. I heard that the Shimen family has 4 or 5 level 8 genuine force warriors. Some people even have stage 9 genuine force warriors in the Shimen family. The minimum requirement for a feudal lord family was to have a stage 8 genuine force warrior. However, this Shimen family had 4 or 5 stage 8 genuine force warriors. This was enough to establish 4 or 5 feudal lord families. And they even had a stage 9 genuine force warrior. No wonder the Shimen family was so arrogant, and no wonder they were ranked 5th among the 12 great feudal lords. Qin Wushuang secretly smacked his lips. A feudal lord family was already so powerful. Then, how much power would the royal family above the feudal lords and the emperor have? And how powerful would the Zhenwu holy place be? Qin Wushuang suddenly realized that even if he recovered all of his power from his former world, he would only be at the peak of stage 9 of the genuine force. Most likely, he would not be invincible in the Bayou country. Not to mention, this Bayou country was only a little ordinary country in this big world. When he thought here, a wave of crisis emerged uncontrollably in his heart. Apparently, stage 9 of the genuine force was not the peak of power in this world. Above that, wouldn't it be the upper sky realm? Now, Qin Wushuang was 100% sure that in this world, for sure, there were upper sky realm warriors. "Wushuang, what are you thinking about?" Dashi Ming could not help but ask when he saw him lost in his thoughts. Qin Wushuang smiled freely. "I am thinking, Does your Daeshi family not have a backer from above that can suppress the Shimen family? Yes, of course we do. But don't forget, if we have a backer, the Shimen family might also have a backer. After all, they are one level higher than the Daeshi family. For sure, their backer would be stronger than the Daeshi family. And under normal circumstances, a third party would not get involved in the conflicts between the families in the Bayou country. Unless it's too big of a commotion. Okay. Qin Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. It was good news that a third party would not get involved. Inwardly, he calculated. With his current strength, he could at least tie with a stage 8 genuine force warrior. He would never lose and even have a 60 to 70% chance of winning. As for a stage 9 genuine force warrior, before he mastered the last move of the coagulated sword and the 9 suns palms, he could at most not get killed. It would be impossible for him to win. Unless he mastered the 2 martial arts techniques, he would have a 100% chance of winning against a stage 9 genuine force warrior with his 2 lifetimes worth of combat experience combined with the exquisite Qinggong from his former world. After all, in his former world, he was invincible under the upper sky realm. In his former world, he could sweep away all his opponents. Big brother Daeshi, before the Shimen family urges you to get married, I advise you and my sister to keep a low profile. At least for now, don't disturb the Shimen family. For the safety of his sister, Qin Wushuang also felt that there was no need to anger the Shimen family. Besides, there was still a hidden hand in the dark. Before he took care of it, it would always be a big problem. Daeshi Ming nodded. Of course, even if I don't think for the venerable Daeshi family, I must think for your sister. That Shimen family is tyrannical and unreasonable. Once they know about this, it's not impossible for them to make things difficult for your sister. Make things difficult for my sister? Qin Wushuang felt a wave of pride in his chest. Inwardly, he thought, Shimen feudal lords. Ranked 5th among the 12 feudal lords in the country. The second level of the upper-class aristocrats. So what if they had great power? If they talked nicely, they would respect them. If they talked with brute force, Qin Wushuang would not care about them. He would knock them down, of course. His weapon would not be the brick, but his fists. Regardless of whether you were from the royal family or a feudal lord family, Qin Wushuang's principle was simple: he would treat his friends with good wine, and treat his enemies with his fists. So what if you were a feudal lord? So what if you were from the first level of the upper-class aristocrats? Fists were the absolute truth. From an individual to a country, whoever had the harder fists would have more power to speak. Chapter 38. Third update, keep going. It seems that there is no hope for the top 2. There is still a chance for the top 3. If I make it to the top 3, I will do it today. Let's see if everyone's tickets and memberships give me enough clicks. The door was pushed open with a squeak and his father, Qin Lianshan, walked in. Qin Wushuang was sitting cross-legged on the bed. When he saw his father, he got down from the bed with a smile and brought a chair for his father. In these few days, Qin Lianshan had not been living an easy life. Challenging the wealthy Shu family had brought him unprecedented pressure. No matter how much they predicted, they always felt that with the humble Qin family's small population, it would be difficult for them to win. Father, there are still a few days until the wealthy class competition. You should rest well and not think too much. You must know that when the boat reaches the bridgehead, everything will be fine. Qin Wushuang could not help but comfort his father when he saw that the corners of his father's eyes were slightly bloodshot. Apparently, he had overworked himself. Wushuang, I think, we should give up on this challenge. When Qin Lianshan said these words, his mouth was full of bitterness. For most of his life, he had always wanted to win. Even if there was a mountain of knives, he would never take a step back. Now, when he said these words, he had gone through a lot of suffering. Give up. Father, in the aristocratic world, it is easy to take a step back. However, it is extremely difficult to take another step forward. If we give up now, we will be demoted to commoners. How can we give up? Besides, I can't find any reason to give up. Qin Wushuang was high-spirited and full of vigor. This time, He must let the Qin family return to their position of authority in River County and step back into the mainstream aristocratic circle. Qin Lianshan sighed. Wu Shuang, I know that you had some fortuitous opportunities, but I still advise you to give up. Do you know why? Why? That wealthy Shu family is very good at currying favor. I heard that they have already extended their hands to South Cloud City. They have curried favor with the supreme authority in South Cloud State, the Shimen feudal lords. Wu Shuang, you are still young. Even if you had some fortuitous opportunities, it has only been a short time. Why not wait for another 20 years? Father, I only heard that in the water of the river, each new wave surpasses the previous one. This is the trend of the world. Now that the national competition is set, it is the time for the Qin family to show our strength. If he retreated, he would most likely end up in a precipitous cliff or a bottomless abyss. Didn't you hear what Gosheng said? He is waiting for the Qin family to lose their aristocratic status, then he will come and hit us when we are down. I believe that within the territory of River County, I am afraid there are more than one or two families that have such thoughts. It wasn't that Qin Lianshan didn't understand these principles, and it wasn't that he hadn't considered them. However, the Shimen feudal lords were like a towering mountain. A single finger from them was enough to annihilate any humble family in an instant. Qin Lianshan couldn't help but lose his fighting spirit when he thought about how high and mighty the tycoons were. Father, so what if it's the Shimen feudal lords? Could they be stronger than the Zhenwu Holy Land? In the Bayou country, as long as the Zhenwu Holy Place did not declare the extinction of the Qin family, we would have some leeway. Moreover, it was one thing to curry favor with the Shimen feudal lords, but it was another thing to ask the Shimen feudal lords to help them. Even if the Shimen feudal lords were willing to help, would they be able to directly participate? Of course, Qin Wushuang could not say some words too directly at the moment. If it were up to him, so what if it was the Shimen feudal lords? As long as they became an obstacle to the rise of the Qin family, he would not mind stepping on them. For the family class evaluation, only the direct descendants of the family can participate. Qin Lianshan was clear about this rule. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he asked in a low voice, Wu Shuang, recently, has Showa been very close to young Master Da Shi? Qin Wushuang laughed. Father, it's rare for sister to meet such a young man. You should be happy for her. Qin Lianshan showed a worried expression. Wushuang, after all, you are still young and don't know the depth of the situation. Let's not talk about the disparity between the venerable Da Shi family and the humble Qin family. That Da Shi Ming already has an engagement. And the person he is marrying is the daughter of the Shimen feudal lords. This is something everyone in the aristocratic circle in River County knows. If Showa offends the Shimen feudal lords on this matter, it would be one disaster after another. Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. Father, it's not even set in stone yet. You are thinking too much. Since we have nothing to do, it's important for us father and son to discuss how to deal with the Shu family. As for the Shimen feudal lords, don't worry too much about them. As long as we can win the wealthy class seats at the martial arts arena, even the Shimen feudal lords would not be able to turn the tide. The emperor had entrusted the Zhenwu Holy Place to grant us the aristocratic seats. What does it have to do with the Shimen feudal lords? The more relaxed he sounded, the heavier Qin Lianshan's heart became. He felt that his son did not have a clear grasp of the situation and did not recognize the seriousness of the situation. Father, in the battle for the wealthy class seat, I plan to settle it in 3 battles. In the Shu family, the strongest should be Patriarch Shu Sanli, and then the 2 elders. These 3 are at least stage 4 of the genuine force. As for the others, at most, they are at stage 3. Father, are you interested in a battle? Qin Lianshan said, I have 90% confidence that I can win against those below stage 4. In these past few years, Qin Lianshan had trained his muscles and bones with the classics of tendon changing. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was no longer the ignorant person he was in the past. Okay, then it's decided. If the other party sends a stage 3 warrior, I will go against them. Above stage 3, I will beat them with my power. This time, we will work together and reshuffle the cards of the aristocratic powerhouses in River County. Qin Lianshan was aware of his son's strength. When he saw his son in high spirits, he felt greatly encouraged. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Xiu's footsteps came from outside the door. Wu Shuang. Qin Xiu pushed open the door with a face full of smiles. When she saw her father was also there, she called out, "Father." "Xiu, why are you so happy?" Qin Xiu's face blushed slightly as she held an invitation in her hand. "Father, Wu Shuang, young Master Da Shi just sent us an invitation. He invited us to the Da Shi castle as guests." When Qin Wushuang saw the smile on Qin Xiu's face, he guessed that this matter must be related to Da Shi Ming. However, he did not expect that the venerable Da Shi family would invite the humble Qin family as guests. After Qin Lianshan had read the invitation, his face showed a complicated expression. He felt proud and somewhat worried at the same time. In 3 days, the Da Shi family has invited the humble Qin family to celebrate the 20th birthday of the second misty of the Da Shi family. The venerable Da Shi family had never invited the humble aristocrats to their banquets. This time, they had invited the humble Qin family. It would be a lie to say that they did not feel honored. Only, it would be difficult for a humble family to come to the banquet of the venerable Da Shi family. "Father, are we going?" Qin Xiu asked worriedly. Qin Lianshan smiled bitterly. "It's an invitation from the venerable Da Shi family. If we don't go, it would be inappropriate." "Then let's go." Qin Wushuang did not have a bad impression of the 2 heirs of the venerable Da Shi family. It's easy to go. However, it's difficult to decide what to send. "Xiu, you are also a girl. What should we send to the second misty of the Da Shi family for her birthday?" "Father, of course, someone will send a great gift to the misty of the Da Shi family for her birthday. We just need to be polite. We don't need to think too much about it." Qin Wushuang was rather straightforward. "It's just that it takes a lot of effort to think about it." Qin Lianshan sighed. "Haha, father, if you trust us, then let me and my sister take care of it." Qin Wushuang felt that there was no need to be too deliberate. Right now, the Qin family was only a humble class. As long as they could send a gift that was similar to the humble class, it would be enough if they could show their sincerity and etiquette. If they tried to be too flashy, they would be suspected of flattering others. At this critical moment, it was important to maintain a calm state of mind. Qin Xiu immediately agreed. "Wushuang, let's go take a look on the street. I know a jewelry store in the county town. The jewelry there is very beautiful." As she spoke, she pulled Qin Wushuang and walked outside. Qin Lianshan looked at his daughter's back. Each of her movements carried the shadow of his late wife. He could not help but feel a pain in his heart. Then, he remembered the matter between Qin Xiu and Da Shi Ming. He gave a low sigh and could not help but worry. Chapter 39. I've made it to the top 3 as I wished. I'll add another update tonight. I hope my brothers will keep up the good work and make it to the top together. The brother and sister walked on the street and went to a few shops. However, they did not find a suitable gift. Qin Xiu raised her head and saw that they were not far from that forever flourishing jewelry store. She immediately called out, "Wushuang, let's go there and take a look." The forever flourishing jewelry store was the giant of the jewelry industry in River County. It was also the place most favored by the aristocrats of River County. When they walked into the hall, a few shop assistants glanced at these 2 and sized them up. Then, they all turned around with a smile. Those who were chatting continued to chat, and those who were working continued to work. No one came up to greet them. The forever flourishing jewelry store was supported by the aristocrats. However, it did not mean that any aristocrat family had the ability to spend money here. These shop assistants were experienced in dealing with people. They had their own way of judging people since they had seen a lot of things. When they saw these 2 dressed like aristocrats from the humble class, their hearts turned cold. How much spending power could an aristocrat from the humble class have? However, Qin Xiu did not pay attention to the disdain in these people's eyes. Although Qin Wushuang saw it in his heart, he did not act out. He knew how realistic this world was. It was not strange for these shop assistants to look down on people. If they took this matter seriously, then they would have nothing to do but get angry. If they wanted to change other people's opinions, they must first change their own status. What made Qin Wushuang depressed was that the jewelry displayed in the hall of this forever flourishing jewelry store had mediocre quality. They could barely handle it if they gave it to an ordinary person. If the Daeshi family did not look down on these things, Qin Wushuang would feel embarrassed. He was a bachelor and did not care about it. However, his sister, Qin Xiu, was the most important thing. Girls were easily embarrassed. Wushuang, what do you think about this pendant? It's passable. Okay, how about this pair of earrings? Barely passable. This bracelet is not bad. What do you think, Wushuang? Mediocre quality. Qin Wushuang had lived 2 lives and experienced a lot. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of mediocre treasures. He had come and gone from the British Museum as he wished. Of course, he was picky about his taste. In his eyes, these mediocre pieces of jewelry were no different from rubble. Yongsheng Jewelry Store is so famous. Is this all you have? Qin Wushuang couldn't help retorting when he saw the group of shop assistants looking at them as if they were looking at a joke. A petite shop assistant walked over with a bitter look on her face, and said in a bitter tone, "Of course there are good things, but they are all prepared for the upper-class aristocrats. Even these aren't things that ordinary people can afford." From her tone and expression, it was obvious that she had already classified Qin Wushuang and the others as ordinary people. Qin Xiu didn't take it to heart. She smiled and said, "Please show us something better. I'm sorry, but the higher grade ones are only open to the distinguished families and above. As for you..." The shop assistant looked up and down maliciously. "Commoners, please forgive us for not receiving you. If you just want to broaden your horizons, please don't use such a clumsy method." "You? What makes you think so?" Qin Xiu was displeased. "Sorry, this is our shop's rule. As far as I'm concerned, I really do think so." The shop assistant's first impression was the strongest. Coupled with Qin Wushuang's previous tone of disdain for these pieces of jewelry, she felt that these 2 people were simply pretending. "You're really unreasonable," Qin Xiu said angrily. "I've never seen a business like yours. It's like you're deliberately driving customers away. We naturally welcome customers who can really afford it. I'm only afraid of those who can't afford it, but deliberately dislike this and that. If you can't afford it, just say so." Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. "Sister, do you see? What do you mean by looking down on people? This is reality." After saying this, his expression suddenly changed. He stared at the shop assistant and said indifferently, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I don't want to cause trouble. Take us to a better display." Before that shop assistant could speak, a cold mocking voice came from outside the door. "Qin Wushuang, you only know how to bully girls, right?" When Qin Wushuang heard this voice, he could not help but frown. He did not even need to turn his head to know that it was Miss Yun Qingyang from the Yun family, who thought highly of herself. He turned around coldly and indeed, he saw Yun Qingyang standing in the front row with a face full of disdain. Her eyes were full of mockery and disdain, as if seeing Qin Wushuang was the most unlucky thing in the world. Behind Yun Qingyang, there were 5 or 6 people, both men and women. Each of them was dressed in a well-dressed aristocratic attire. These people all had different appearances. However, they all had one common trait, and that was, they all had their noses pointed to the sky. It seemed that in River County, it would be a great humiliation to them to look at someone from the same level. When Qin Wushuang saw each and every one of these people's disgusting faces, he felt very unlucky. Inwardly, he wondered if he had not checked the almanac before he left the house. Why did he keep getting into trouble? Qin Wushuang casually glanced at this list of people and did not bother to pay attention to them. As the reincarnation of a grandmaster of martial arts, it would be boring for him to get entangled with a group of half-grown kids. A black-robed man suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Little sister Qingyang, is it this humble class kid that has been making you unhappy recently?" Yun Qingyang twitched her mouth. Of course it's him. Not only is this guy rude, but he is also full of tricks. Qin Wushuang, let me ask you, last time when the Martial Arts Academy was robbed, was it you who did it? In these past few years, whenever Yun Qingyang thought about that incident, she felt that something was wrong. If it was Xu Ting who had done it, what reason did he have to make such a big fuss about it? Especially from Qin Wushuang's words, it seemed that he had already hinted something. It was as if he had already known that there was a ghost in Xu Ting's room and had used his words to trap Xu Ting. Earlier, Yun Qingyang had thought that Qin Wushuang, who could not even beat Zhongxian, did not have the ability to frame Xu Ting. However, recently, Qin Wushuang had been in the limelight. He had killed Zhongxian and his brother, and the humble Qin family had challenged the wealthy Xu family. This made her seriously suspicious of Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang did not even turn his head. He snorted and mocked, "You can't even take care of your own personal belongings. Why are you asking me? You can ask the person who found the item. What does it have to do with me? Qingyu, this humble class kid is very rude." The aristocratic circle in River County has a mix of good and bad people. There were 3 men and 3 women in the group. The man who had spoken was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a beautiful jade on his waist. He had the most burly figure and stood in the middle of the other 2 young men. Apparently, he was the leader of this small circle. Senior brother Yi Feng, we've made a fool of ourselves. Behind Yun Qingyang, a girl who looked similar to Yun Qingyang but appeared more mature and charming said softly. This girl was dressed in pink and her 2 eyebrows seemed to be able to speak. Between the movements of her eyebrows, it seemed to contain an infinite charm that would make people want to protect her. She was Yun Qingyan's sister, Yun Qingyu. He had to admit that this pair of sisters from the Yun family could be counted as the most beautiful women in River County. However, it was only limited to this. In his former world, Qin Wushuang had seen all kinds of beautiful women on the screen. However, none of them could amaze him. It was not because those beautiful women were not attractive or not beautiful. However, in Qin Wushuang's sense of beauty, they always fell short. Although this pair of sisters before him had a beautiful appearance, they had one thing in common. That was, their eyes carried the kind of Philistine and utilitarian look that often appeared in the aristocratic world. If a girl's eyes were not pure, then in Qin Wushuang's sense of beauty, her beauty would be greatly reduced. Compared to his sister, Qin Xiu, they were worlds apart. Like the limpid autumn water, untainted by even a speck of dust. Only those beautiful eyes could be described as stunning. That young man named Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders confidently. Ridicule? Not to that extent. I, Yi Feng, am not so shallow as to argue with a humble class kid, right? When Yun Qingyang saw that both her sister and brother Yi Feng had spoken up to support her, she became even more courageous. She propped up her small waist and asked with an old-fashioned tone, "Qin Wushuang, are you a man or not? If you are a man, then don't hide it. You dared to do it, yet you don't dare to admit it." Qin Wushuang frowned. This group of people were more hateful than fleas. When you ignored them, they became even more joyful. You don't want to argue with a humble class kid. Do you think I want to argue with you? Whether I am a man or not, Missy Yun can find a place to verify it. If all you do is talk, then forgive me for not having the time to waste with you. As soon as he said these words, the expression of the Yun sisters changed. Even the other girl who had remained silent looked at Qin Wushuang with surprise. Apparently, they had not expected that a humble class kid would have the guts to say such disrespectful words. The black-robed man who was trying to curry favor with Yun Qingyang flew into a rage. "Brat, it seems like you are tired of living." Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. He helplessly turned around and asked leisurely, "Why? Don't tell me you want to be a flower protector. But don't you think that this is a little too old-fashioned?" Yun Qingyu, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Ling Tian, don't lower yourself to the level of a humble class kid." The black-robed man was called Ling Tian, and he shouted loudly, "If he offended me, I could just laugh it off. But he has spoken rudely to Missy Qingyang several times, and it is impossible for me to forgive him. Brat, come out and let this young master measure you. I want to see just how much weight you have, To dare to be so arrogant. Qin Xiu felt very sullen. These people were really unreasonable. They were the ones who started the trouble, but they still wanted to make it sound like they were righteous. Qin Wushuang looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot, and said to the shop assistant, "Bring me to a higher grade display." Ignored, he was actually completely ignored by a humble class kid. Ling Tian was completely enraged this time. Chapter 40. Today, a friend joked with me about the 2 extras you arranged. One of them is called Ling Tian, and the other is called Yi Feng. Those who are familiar with Qijian know that these famous names are the most frequently used names of the main characters in Qijian. Let's use these names of the main characters as extras. If you are always the best male lead, you have to act as a supporting character, right? Let me make it clear that this is not a bad idea, it is purely a joke. Also, it is already 5 o'clock today, but the brothers' firepower seems to have died out. 800 votes a day, this is my goal this week. Can it be achieved? Let's wait and see. Qin Wushuang's attitude not only angered Ling Tian, but also offended the whole group. Yun Qingyu originally had some concerns, but after seeing this situation, she was also annoyed and did not stop him. Yi Feng smiled and said, "Ling Tian, being looked down upon by a commoner, you have never experienced this feeling, right?" Hearing this, Ling Tian was like an ignited firecracker. He immediately became furious and shouted, "Kid, get out here." Qin Wushuang's light voice came from inside, "If you want to challenge me, wait here. After I finish shopping, if I am interested, I can consider playing with you kids." Ling Tian, just because you have such an awesome name, you really think you can bully the heavens and dominate the earth? This time, not only was Ling Tian ignored, even the high and mighty Yi Feng felt a slight sense of humiliation. He was angry and decided to teach this commoner a lesson. He, Yi Feng, was already in his early 20s. Being called a kid by a fresh graduate of the martial arts academy, he did not feel good. Ling Tian yelled again, "Kid, don't leave if you have the gut." Qin Wushuang did not leave. There was a limit to a person's patience. Qin Wushuang was well-mannered, but it did not mean that he could keep a smile on his face like a Buddha. Even a Buddha made of clay would have some temperament. "You really want to fight with me?" Qin Wushuang's tone was cold. His whole body was straight like a spear, with a biting cold aura. "So I have to teach you a lesson." Ling Tian said that he would fight, not bothering about the demeanor of an aristocrat as he sent a fist towards Qin Wushuang's face. What kind of character was Qin Wushuang? Even without Ling Tian's body moving, he could already tell what was going on. His lips curled into a mocking smile, and without even looking at Ling Tian, he dashed to Ling Tian's side in a carefree manner. After missing his target, Ling Tian rushed into the forever flourishing jewelry store. Wherever the wind from his fist reached, the counter was smashed into pieces, making a clattering sound. Ling Tian let out a tiger-like roar and punched out 3 times, aiming for the top, middle, and bottom. The wind from his fists whistled and it was as though he did not give any face to Ling Tian at all. Gritting his teeth in anger, it was as though he was trying to avenge the death of his father. Qin Wushuang's movement technique was like the wind, like a leaf, lightly flashing a few times. Bang! 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 The wind from his fists was like a whirlwind, and every punch smashed onto the counter. For a moment, the hall was in chaos. Qin Wushuang seemed to be intentionally leading Ling Tian's fists to attack continuously. Every punch seemed to be just a hair's breadth away from hitting Ling Tian, but in the end, it was all in vain. Wherever the wind from his fists went, forever flourishing jewelry would sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of disaster. The shadows of his fists flickered and the wind howled. The momentum was astonishing. But in the end, Ling Tian was about to cry. Looking at the jewelry store in a mess, he also knew that he had made a big mistake. But in the current situation, it was impossible to stop halfway. What made him so angry that he was about to vomit blood was that he could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes after such a crazy attack. "Kid, other than running away, don't you have any other skills?" Ling Tian's mind was on the verge of collapse. Qin Wushuang stood leisurely in the middle of the hall and glanced at the devastated jewelry store. Then, he mocked, so the purpose of you practicing fist techniques was not to beat people, but to cause destruction. How much hatred do you have for forever flourishing jewelry? Why do you have to destroy them? Qin Wushuang pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing. This plan of killing two birds with one stone was really satisfying. Not only could he tease Ling Tian, but he could also use him to crush forever flourishing jewelry's arrogance. Why wouldn't he do it? Seeing that the hall was already smashed beyond recognition, Qin Wushuang said with an apologetic face to the trembling clerk in the corner, "Look, this is the aristocratic family that you admire so much in your heart. We have no enmity with you, but you are already smashing things. Now you know who is good and who is bad, right?" That clerk let out a wah and wailed. Qin Wushuang innocently spread out his hands, and said calmly, "Ling Tian, right? After fighting for so long, aren't you tired? Why don't you stop and rest, and properly think about the matters related to compensation?" Yun Qingyang said angrily, "Qin Wushuang, this was caused by the fight between the two of you. It's not only big brother Ling Tian's fault. You want to shirk responsibility, wishful thinking." Qin Wushuang had an expression of being wronged, and cried out, "Young Miss Yun, I didn't make a single move from beginning to end. It was always your big brother Ling Tian who trained alone. I really didn't know that he had such great enmity with forever flourishing jewelry. He didn't hold back at all when he made a move. You're quibbling. Quibbling about what? You said you didn't make a move, then what were you doing jumping left and right?" Qin Wushuang spoke eloquently, and sighed. "Your big brother Ling Tian was in such high spirits, demonstrating his supreme fist skill in front of everyone. I couldn't just stand there and be a sandbag for him, right? I did dodge a few times, but that was purely an appropriate action. I just didn't want to be involved in the fight." When he said this, it was equivalent to completely removing himself from the blame. Qin Xiu held back a belly full of laughter, and couldn't help but smile. Only now did she know that her brother was intentionally teasing this group of people, and at the same time, he was also trying to dampen the spirit of forever flourishing jewelry. Yi Feng was the oldest in this group of people, and also the most mature leader. Seeing this situation, he already realized that Qin Wushuang wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. He knew that Ling Tian was impatient and had fallen for Yi Feng's trick. He immediately swept his fist around, and seeing that there weren't many precious jewels in the hall that were damaged, he said indifferently, "I, Yi Feng, will bear all the losses in the hall." Ling Tian looked at Yi Feng, moved, but received a meaningful gaze in return. He immediately understood and shouted, "Qin kid, if you have guts, let's go to a spacious place to fight." Qin Wushuang originally had a smile on his face, but his tone suddenly changed as he said gloomily, "Looks like you still haven't given up. Don't blame me for not reminding you, before you step onto the arena, you should consider how the two Zhong offspring died." Apparently, this Yi Feng and Ling Tian were not local aristocrats of River County. Qin Wushuang had no interest in where they came from, but before the battle, he might as well give some necessary reminders. After all, it was meaningless to fight over such a trivial matter. However, the other party was determined to fight, and once they stepped onto the arena, they would become Qin Wushuang's enemies. To his enemies, Qin Wushuang would never be courteous. "Stop with the nonsense, let's fight to the death." Ling Tian had completely lost his mind due to anger, and he walked outside in a rage. Qin Wushuang mumbled, "So ridiculous. We've never kicked open a widow's door, and we've never dug up a dead family's grave, so why do we have to fight to the death? We're all raised by our parents, do each of us not value our own lives?" In the spacious area, Qin Wushuang stood in the middle of the arena casually. He completely ignored Ling Tian's ferocious attitude and said casually, "Okay, here it is." Ling Tian finally found a place to vent his anger. With a loud shout, he jumped up into the air, stretched out his legs, and kicked 9 times in the air. His whole body was like a butterfly spreading its wings as he attacked Qin Wushuang fiercely. These 9 kicks, one from the left and one from the right, came in a chain. His movements were very flashy, and his momentum was astonishing. There was a name for it. It was called the 9 rotation fallen leaf kick. This was Ling Tian's killing move, and it was also one of the most important moves he had learned in his life. Driven by his anger, he had displayed a bit more murderous intent than usual when he performed these 9 kicks. His momentum was even sharper than usual. Yun Qingyang had a look of worship as she clapped her hands. Brother Ling Tian, good leg technique. Qin Wushuang did not move, ignoring Ling Tian's flashy leg technique. He raised his head slightly, and pointed a finger in the air. With a kai sound, it shot towards Ling Tian. In his previous life, the Dali imperial family's ancient martial art, the sun congealing finger. The next moment, Ling Tian, who was still full of himself, felt a piercing pain in his ankle. It was as though a needle had pierced through his entire thigh. Pang! His thigh went numb, and Ling Tian lost his balance. He, who was still confident and carefree a moment ago, fell face first onto the ground, landing in an extremely unbearable posture. Qin Wushuang took a step forward, and stepped on Ling Tian's head, coldly saying, "I don't care where you came from, and I don't care where you were born. Since you want to fight to the death with me, then you must be prepared to die." Just as he was about to step on Ling Tian, Qin Xiu behind him whispered, "Wushuang, don't kill him." Hearing his sister's words, Qin Wushuang was hesitating whether or not he should hold back. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind behind him, and a swift and fierce palm strike came from behind, aiming for a vital part of his body. Qin Wushuang was a martial scholar in his previous life, so naturally he was able to hear everything. Judging by the wind, he knew that it was Yi Feng who had ambushed him. Without turning his head, he rolled up his right sleeve, and as if he had eyes, he struck out with a palm strike, directly hitting where Yi Feng had struck. Boom! As the 2 palms collided, Qin Wushuang pushed his palm energy, and used the 8th style of the 9 yang palms, desolation burning of the 8 suns. He spat out a hidden force, and the extreme yang flame true qi passed through his palm, directly invading Yi Feng's internal organs. Yi Feng took 3 steps back, and his face suddenly turned pale, then quickly turned red. After this happened 3 times, he finally regained his strength. He looked at Qin Wushuang with eyes full of caution, surprise, and even some undetectable fear. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Wushuang despised vile people who ambushed people from behind the most. Just as he was about to stomp Ling Tian to death. At this moment, a familiar voice came from afar, "Brother Wushuang, please show mercy." From afar, Da Shiming, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, was flying towards them. Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh, and in the end, he pulled back his fatal kick. It was not because he did not know how to kill, nor was it because he was afraid of anything. However, since Da Shiming had spoken, he had to give him some face. Da Shiming's speed was so fast that he arrived in front of them instantly. He glanced at Yi Feng and nodded. Without asking for the reason, he only said lightly, "Brother Wushuang, these are my sister's classmates from the Redwood Martial Arts Academy. They have traveled thousands of miles to attend my sister's birthday party. If they have offended you, please forgive them for my sake. How about it?" Yun Qingyu and Yun Qingyang were stunned. They all knew that Ling Tian was only an offspring of an ordinary wealthy class family from the outer county. However, Yi Feng was an offspring of a venerable family from the South Cloud State City. His status was no less than that of the venerable Da Shi family. This was the reason why the sisters had tried to curry favor with him. However, when Da Shiming arrived, he had directly asked for a favor from Qin Wushuang. Instantly, they were dumbstruck by this scene. Even Yi Feng, who was high up in the air, looked at Da Shiming with surprise. He seemed to think that Da Shiming had misremembered the difference between their statuses. When Da Shiming saw Yi Feng's blaming gaze, he did not care. Instead, he said lightly, "Brother Yi Feng, if you don't want your internal injuries to accumulate and cause your meridians to be blocked and your power to be destroyed, then hurry up and spit out that mouthful of blood in your throat." Initially, Yi Feng had pretended to be calm because he did not want to show his cowardice in front of his friends. However, after Da Shiming had exposed him, he could no longer hold his breath. With a crashing sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had held it in for so long in vain. When he spat out this mouthful of blood, not only did the Yun sisters' expression change drastically, even that girl who had come with them looked at Qin Wushuang with a complicated expression. Chapter 41. Yesterday, Li Tian had experienced everyone's firepower. Today, is it still as fierce? When Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, the beautiful faces of the Yun sisters turned pale. Although Yi Feng was only 21 years old, he was already at stage 3 of the genuine force. Among the younger generation, he was already considered to be one of the most outstanding people. Unexpectedly, in this little river county, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of an offspring of the humble class. Fortunately, there were not many people around. Plus, Yi Feng had only exchanged one palm with Qin Wushuang. Unlike Zhong Yarou and Zhong Xian, he had not embarrassed himself in front of the entire city. Today's matter ends here. You ladies don't have any objections, right? Although Da Shiming seemed to be asking for their opinions, in fact, he had already set the tone. Yun Qingyu stuttered, young master Da Shi. Although Yi Feng had suffered a great loss, he knew how to judge the situation. He knew that today's matter would only harm his reputation. Da Shiming's words were exactly what he wanted. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. Indeed, heroes come from the young. Today, I learned that there is always someone better than me. For today's matter, I admit defeat. Let's end it here. However, there is a saying that the mountain does not move and the water moves. I will repay today's matter in the future. Please forgive me, Da Shi. Da Shiming said lightly, you are all guests in River County. I only care that you guys don't get into trouble here. As for when you are out of River County, you can do whatever you want. Why would I meddle in other people's business? Inwardly, he was biased toward the Qin siblings. However, his tone was neither salty nor light and appeared to be impartial. He also knew that the Yi family was also a venerable family and lived in South Cloud City. Their power was not weaker than the venerable Da Shi family. He would not be able to interfere even if he wanted to. Only, with Da Shiming's sharp eyes, he saw that Qin Wushuang had not used his full strength when he had attacked Yi Feng. Apparently, he had handled it with ease. Yi Feng was 4 or 5 years older than Qin Wushuang. Today, he had lost to Qin Wushuang. It proved that regardless of strength or potential, he was inferior. How could he be qualified to repay the debt in the future? Of course, Da Shiming would not bother to expose such superficial words. However, this Yi Feng was a person who could afford to lose. He could be considered a top character. Yun Qingyang, who had caused the incident, had changed from her previous shrewish and unruly character. Her eyes were a little evasive, like a child who had made a mistake. Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute to Da Shiming. Brother Da Shi, your family's invitation has made me tired. It's rare for this jewelry store to have such a great reputation, but they actually despise us lower-class nobles for being shabby and unable to afford it. These people were even more baffled. It was as if they had rabies the moment they met. I really regret not checking the almanac before I left. Rabies? What is that? Da Shiming was stunned when he heard this new term. Qin Wushuang laughed dryly and said, that is a very strange symptom. Anxiety, violence, madness, the kind that bites whoever it sees. Yi Feng knew these were not good words. His face had turned into the color of a pig's liver. However, as a loser, he did not have the courage to speak. He swallowed back a few of his vicious words. Unable to catch his breath, he choked and coughed continuously. Yun Qingyang hid in the corner and sized Qin Wushuang up with suspicion. She could not understand how Qin Wushuang, who could barely survive in the martial arts academy, had suddenly become a different person. Even big brother Yi Feng, who was at stage 3 of the genuine force, had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and the venerable Da Shi family, the number 1 family in River County, had also sent an invitation to the humble Qin family. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed absurd for a venerable aristocrat family to invite a humble class to a banquet. Since the situation had developed this way, Qin Wushuang's mood to buy jewelry had completely disappeared. He waved his sleeves freely and smiled at Da Shiming. It seems that today is not a good day to go out. I will go back to the inn. Big brother Da Shi, we will meet again. Seeing her little brother leaving, Qin Xiu glanced at Da Shiming and smiled apologetically. Then, She also followed Qin Wushuang and left. Da Shiming was 5 or 6 years older than Yi Feng. Of course, he did not have much in common with them. He said lightly, "Little brother Yi Feng, I will ask the witnesses to keep today's battle a secret. As long as you do not leak the details of this battle, I promise that the details of this battle will not be leaked." Yi Feng's handsome face turned red, but he still said, "Thank you for your care, big brother Da Shi. I will return to South Cloud City and practice my family's martial arts techniques. Please send my apologies to your sister. Later, I will give you a great gift." Da Shiming gave a light okay. However, he did not care about this matter. He said perfunctorily, "Why don't you go to the banquet?" "Thank you, big brother Da Shi, for asking me to stay. Please send my most sincere apologies to your sister." Yi Feng was proud and arrogant. After this defeat, how could he still have the face to stay? Could it be that he would let a group of his peers ask him and laugh at him? It turned out that Yi Feng, Ling Tian, and Yun Qingyu were all studying at an advanced martial arts academy in the Redwood Royal City. They were also classmates with Da Shi Yu, Da Shiming's little sister. Thus, they had all come to River County to attend Da Shi Yu's birthday party. This Yi Feng thought of himself as a playboy and harbored feelings for Da Shi Yu. However, he could not help but keep in touch with Yun Qingyu. He enjoyed this ambiguous feeling. This time, he had met Qin Wushuang. Initially, Yi Feng had wanted to use Qin Wushuang to show off his skills and win over Yun Qingyu. Unexpectedly, he had kicked a hard iron board. Da Shiming could not help but laugh when he saw this group of people leave in a fit of pique. If all the offspring of the venerable Yi family were like Yi Feng, then the venerable Yi family would not be a threat. When he walked into the forever flourishing jewelry store, he only gave a light order, and each of the shop assistants nodded. They indicated that they had not seen anything and would not leak a single word. Da Shiming waved his hand and left. He had kept the news a secret not because he was considering Yi Feng's reputation, but because he did not want to push Qin Wushuang into the heart of the struggle before the wealthy class competition. After all, there were still some days before the wealthy class competition. Da Shiming did not want any accidents to happen. Of course, it was easy for the venerable Da Shi family to block the news in River County. When the owner of the forever flourishing jewelry store heard the news, he could not help but become furious when he learned the reason. He swore on the spot, "You all don't want to work anymore, right? How many times have I said, don't judge people with your snobbish theories? Those who dare to walk into the forever flourishing jewelry store, who doesn't have some background? You." He pointed to the shop assistant who had greeted Qin Wushuang, "Come with me and kowtow to apologize. Kowtow until the other party forgives you. If they don't forgive you, then kneel and die." To be able to reach his position, everyone was a decisive and ruthless person. When he heard that Da Shiming had stood up for the humble Qin family, he immediately sensed something different. He entered the inner hall and chose a piece of high-quality jewelry. Then, he took that shop assistant and went to the inn where the Qin family was staying to apologize. Qin Wushuang did not expect that the situation would take such a 180-degree turn. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. When he saw the respectful face of the owner of the forever flourishing jewelry store, he said lightly, "There is no need to kneel and kowtow. I only wanted to buy a piece of jewelry. Since you are here to deliver it, it saves me the trouble of making a trip. Leave the goods here, and I will pay you the original price." I wouldn't dare. My humble store has already committed a grave sin by causing you to be mistreated. For this piece of jewelry, I only dare to charge you the cost price. Let's just pay 60 gold. The humble Qin family was second to none among the humble class families in River County. They had even surpassed many of the prominent class families. Of course, it would not be a problem for them to pay 60 gold. After he had paid and received the goods, that owner apologized again. Then, he left with a satisfied expression. At this time, that shop assistant was filled with regret. He felt fortunate that Qin Wushuang was magnanimous and did not pursue the matter further. At the same time, he regretted his actions. Why did he have to show such a face? From the way he paid, he did not even put 60 gold in his eyes. Not only had he offended an offspring of an aristocratic family, he had also missed a big order. That was a 1% commission. We welcome all readers to come and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works from Chigen Originals. Chapter 42. I believe everyone can see that the main character's next enemy is not as simple as the wealthy Shu family. The real enemy standing in front of Qin Wushuang is the Shi-men feudal lords. Let's see how Qin Wushuang will cross this big mountain. Today, will the recommendation votes reach 800? It's still not enough. Brothers, let's reload. The news of the battle between Yi Feng and Qin Wushuang had been sealed by Da Shiming. Within River County, no one had been allowed to know about it. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Especially to the Zhenwu holy place, even in the small River County, their information network was extremely thorough. There was almost nothing that they could not penetrate. During these 3 days in River County, guests from all over the country came in an endless stream. Most of them had come for the birthday of the daughter of the venerable Da Shi family. Many people had gathered at the east gate of River County. In the past, all the soldiers guarding the city gate had returned to their posts. Outside the city gate, there were more than 30 servants in green standing in an orderly manner. In front of these servants, there were a few nobles leading them. The one leading them was the head of the wealthy Shu family, Shu Sanli. Shu Sanli's grey beard was slightly messy in the wind. However, his feet seemed to have grown roots as he stood motionless and stared anxiously in front of him. He muttered to himself, "It's about time." While he was talking, a few riders appeared from the end of his vision. They were rushing towards the city gate at a fast speed. At first, there were only 2 black dots. However, they gradually approached and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Like a gust of wind, they arrived in front of him in an instant. The rider on the horse suddenly pulled the reins and the horse's head jumped high. Instantly, it stopped in front of Shu Sanli. There were 2 people on the horse. One was young, and the other was middle-aged. The young man's expression was cold and there was a trace of arrogance in his eyes. He wore a luxurious robe. The middle-aged man had a short stature. However, his eyes were gloomy and looked around like an eagle's eyes. At first glance, one could tell that he was a shrewd and cunning person. Dressed in a green robe, he seemed to be that young man's subordinate. This master and servant were agile and had excellent riding skills. What was even rarer was that one of their horses was black and the other was white. The man was like a dragon, and the horse was like a tiger. The young man who stopped in front of Shu Sanli was no more than 30 years old. He had a hooked nose and his eyes were sharp and arrogant. He looked Shu Sanli up and down and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Shu, for welcoming me personally." The white horse was as white as snow, without a single strand of mixed hair. It did not make any whinny when it came to a sudden stop. It seemed to be well trained. The horse didn't stop until it was close enough. Even after it stopped, he didn't dismount. It was clear that this person was extremely arrogant. The young people of the Shu clan behind Shu Sanli were all used to this kind of offensive action. They looked at the man in martial robes with eyes that were clearly mixed with envy and jealousy. As the clan leader, Shu Sanli also greeted him with a friendly and almost flattering tone. "I've long heard that young Master Shimon is a master in both swordsmanship and horseback riding. Now that I've seen you today, you really live up to your reputation. Patriarch Shu is too polite. This is not the place to talk. Let's enter the city." The person called young Master Shimen only answered lightly. In his eyes, the dignified patriarch of the wealthy class Shu family was only a wisp of air. "Young Master Shimen, you have traveled a long way. I have already prepared a banquet at the Windy Pool restaurant. I hope to welcome you with a feast. No need, just prepare 2 clean rooms. Don't worry about the rest. I will let you know if I need anything. Okay, then please come to my humble abode, young Master Shimon. Let's go." Young Master Shimen pulled the reins and rushed into the city with his 2 subordinates. Even after they had entered River County, These two did not slow down and continued to gallop as fast as before. On the other hand, Shu Sanli followed behind them respectfully. He did not even dare to show a strange expression when he saw the actions of young Master Shimen. Instead, he followed behind them with a face full of smiles. One of the offspring of the Shu family whispered to his friend, "Indeed, this young Master Shimen is arrogant. However, his riding skills are indeed good. Arrogant people have the right to be arrogant. I am afraid that we, the offspring of the wealthy class, will not be able to match his achievements even if we live our entire lives." That's right. Offspring of the feudal lords like him were born to be favored by the gods. Judging from his young age, I am afraid his strength is not much lower than the patriarch's, right? Pa. Just as these two had finished whispering, they received 2 solid slaps on their faces. However, since there were many people in this group, the sound of the slaps was not obvious. They had clearly controlled their strength. The middle-aged man in front of these two turned around and scolded lightly, "You two bastards, shut up. You cannot talk behind the backs of the offspring of the feudal lords. He is a stage 6 warrior of the genuine force, and his hearing is not something you two bastards can understand. If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth." Stage 6 of the genuine force? Uncle Sihai, you said he is already at stage 6. Impossible, the patriarch is over 60 years old this year, right? Isn't he only at stage 5? One of the offspring who had been hit covered his burning face and said in disbelief. Don't doubt me, you guys don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. And let me tell you, stage 6 of the genuine force will only be higher. How could the number 1 warrior of the young generation of the Shi men be undeserving of his reputation? Or else, he would not be worthy of the title of one of the 4 scarlet talents. One of the 4 scarlet talents? The other offspring who had been hit was also stunned. He counted with his fingers and finally understood the difference between them. In this little river county, they could not even enter the ranks of the 7 young masters of River County. However, this young Master Shimen had already entered the ranks of the 4 scarlet talents. What did that mean? In the entire Prince Akagi, the 4 most outstanding young people were known as the 4 scarlet talents. And Prince Akagi had 8 states under him. Each state governed 8 counties. In other words, compared to Prince Akagi, River County was 2 administrative levels lower. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Oh my God! It seems that in my lifetime, I have no hope of catching up to his achievements. After understanding the difference between them, these 2 offspring howled in a low voice and did not dare to speak another word. Young Master Shimen, who was at the front of the team, heard his subordinate's internal chi voice. It seems that not everyone in the wealthy Shu family is a frog at the bottom of the well. There are still some smart people. Most of the lower aristocrats like this are like this. The Shu family is not the only one. In fact, they're just clowns. If it wasn't for the fact that it involves Sister Yuju's marriage, I wouldn't be willing to waste my time in such a small county. After he had finished speaking, young Master Shimen squeezed the horse's belly and sped up. However, it caused a small commotion among the welcoming team of the Shu family. Those juniors who were not skilled in martial arts could only run forward to prevent themselves from being shaken off by the team. In River County, the Shu family was one of the 3 wealthy classes. Naturally, the Shu family, who had established their family through martial arts, could not compare to the Chen family, which was also a wealthy class. However, the Chen family had spread their shops all over the South Cloud state. Even so, the Shu family's mansion still occupied a few dozen acres of land. At this time, the wealthy Shu family mansion was brightly lit. Everywhere, there were lanterns and colored banners. It seemed that something big was going on. However, everyone in the Shu family mansion knew that all of this was for the VIP guest in the East Wing. The 5th of the 12 great feudal lords in Bayou Country, the number 1 warrior among the younger generation of the Shimen feudal lords in South Cloud State, Shimen Chen. Inside the East Wing, Shu Sanli stood respectfully. He did not dare to move as he looked at the young man holding the book. As for the short man behind the young man, he seemed to have blended into the shadows. If Shu Sanli had not seen this person standing in front of him, he would not have sensed the slightest trace of this person's presence. Indeed, the 13 Shimen eagles live up to their reputation. Shu Sanli glanced at the short man who had almost disappeared into the darkness. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The 13 eagles of Shimen were at least in the 5th level of the true martial realm. They were recruited by the Shimen feudal lords, and all of them had numbers instead of names. They had always been people who walked on the dark side. For several years, they had eradicated many hostile forces for the Shimen family. And Shu Sanli knew that the person in front of him was the famous cold-blooded 11, who was known for his cold-blooded cruelty. This mystic shadow fist is quite interesting. Whether it's the fist technique or the way of inner strength, it has a unique understanding. Although there are some flaws, the unconventional fist technique is still quite threatening. It seems that your Shu family has produced quite a few people. Right now, Shimen Qian was holding the bewildering shadow fist that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Shu family. One of the ancestors of the Shu family had obtained this book by accident. Because of this book, the Shu family had established their wealthy class status in River County. However, Shimen Qian's actions made Shu Sanli break out in a cold sweat. It was because after Shimen Qian had come to the Shu family, he had not attended any banquets or received any guests. He only asked Shu Sanli to take out the secret book and read it to pass the time. Although this kind of entertainment made Shu Sanli uncomfortable, the person in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. Not to mention these martial arts manuals that were basically unworthy of the other party's discerning eyes. Even if all the maidens of the Shu family were to accompany this young master, Shu Sanli would not dare to have the slightest hesitation. Although these martial arts secret books were the most confidential secrets in the family, the Shimen feudal lords were rich and overbearing. They had so many secret books of this level that they could use them as toilet paper. Most likely, they would not be so despicable as to covet a secret book passed down from the wealthy class. After flipping through the last page of the bewildering shadow fist, Shimen Qian was still expressionless. This made Shu Sanli feel somewhat at a loss. Do you know that Da Shi Ming from the venerable Da Shi family? Finally, he spoke. When Shu Sanli heard this question, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that the Da Shi family had repeatedly stood behind the Qin family to embarrass him. He only needed to make Shimen Qian feel dissatisfied with Da Shi Ming, or even hostile. Then, this move of using the tiger to swallow the wolf would almost succeed. Not only would he be able to stabilize his position as a venerable class, but he would also be very happy if he could use this opportunity to strike a blow to the venerable Da Shi family. He could even shift the position of the venerable Da Shi family that had always suppressed the Shu family. If everything went smoothly, it would not be a dream for the Shu family to sit on the venerable class seat and become the leader of River County. Everything would depend on how he was going to add fuel to the fire. Regardless, if he could lure the Shimen feudal lords to deal with the venerable Da Shi family, the Shu family would not lose a single hair. Coincidentally, Shu Sanli was an expert at this kind of business without risking anything. What is the background of that humble class girl? Shimen Qian asked after a moment of silence. She is the daughter of the Qin family from Eastwood Town, Qin Xiu. Humble Qin family, Qin Xiu. Shimen Qian glanced at Shu Sanli meaningfully. Suddenly, he said, I heard that during this family class evaluation, your Shu family was challenged by a humble class? Shu Sanli broke out in a cold sweat. Inwardly, he knew that things were not going well. Could it be that his plan of using someone else's knife to kill had been seen through? Before he could answer, Shimen Qian waved his hand. You can leave now. When Shu Sanli heard these words, he immediately left. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not even dare to look back and left with lingering fear. Chapter 43. P.S. Today, I've decided to work hard and rush for the first 3 chapters. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. I only ask for the members' clicks and recommendation tickets. Now, The recommendation tickets are somewhat tragic. The ratio of clicks and recommendations has fallen to 40:1. Haha. It's alright, the heavens reward the diligent. If I work hard to write, my brothers will surely fire at me. Inside the castle of the Dashi family, a secret report had already been sent to the Patriarch, Dashi Heng. Mr. Patriarch, I have reliable news. Shimen Qian, the first young master of the Shimen feudal lords, has arrived today. He is staying at the wealthy Shu Manor. His intentions are unknown. Dashi Heng had always been a steady person. He was known for his ability to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. When he heard this report, although he was surprised inwardly, he remained calm and nodded lightly. Okay, keep investigating. After the spy had left, Dashi Heng ordered, ask Ming-Er and Yang-Er to find me in the garden. Dashi Ming and Dashi Yang were brothers from the same father and mother. They were also the only two sons of the Patriarch. The eldest son, Dashi Ming, was 27 years old. He had a carefree and unrestrained personality. The second son, Dashi Yang, had a calm personality. He did not show his emotions on his face. Although he was only 16 years old, he had taken after his father. Between the two sons, they had a daughter named Dashi Yu. She was in her 20s and was about to celebrate her birthday at the family's castle. When the two brothers received the notice, they immediately went to the garden. When they arrived at the entrance of the garden, they saw their father, Dashi Heng's figure moving back and forth. Like a dancing dragon, he was practicing one of the family's martial arts techniques. This martial arts technique was the secret technique of the Dashi family. It was called the wind and thunder technique. It had the power to swallow the mountains and rivers and was extremely tyrannical. When Dashi Heng performed it, its power was even more shocking. Wherever the wind from his palms went, the grass was destroyed, the tree trunk bent, the leaves fell, and the petals danced in the air. After he had finished practicing a set of martial arts techniques, Dashi Heng withdrew his chi and stood with his hands behind his back. Without turning his head, he said lightly, Ming-Er, Yang-Er. Tell me, after watching for so long, what have you learned? Dashi Ming was the eldest son, of course, he should answer first. Looking at father's martial technique, it's abnormally ferocious. It has the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers, and the momentum of a fist sweeping through wind and thunder. If it weren't for father's cultivation of the 7th level of the true martial realm, it would be extremely difficult to have such a scene. What he had said was purely about martial arts. Dashi Heng nodded lightly and said, yes, Ming-Er, you are passionate about martial arts. It is reasonable for you to have such understanding. But you have to know that the power of man is limited, while the invisible power of heaven and earth is boundless. Knowing how to use the power of heaven and earth is the pinnacle of martial arts. Where is Yang-Er? However, Dashi Yang's personality was much more stable than his brother's. He had more time to think. Yet, he was thinking from a perspective other than martial arts. The child saw that his father's fists were mighty and powerful, like the roaring waves and surging tides. The flowers, plants, and trees around father were all destroyed. Only the few willows in the corner of the courtyard, which looked weak, were not damaged at all. Compared to the big trees that were broken by strong winds, these willows went with the flow. No matter how they swayed, they always followed the wind and were very resilient. This seems to be related to the way of life. This answer was more in line with Dashi Heng's thoughts than his brother's. He laughed and nodded. The taller trees in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. These seemingly weak willows could follow the wind and remain standing. If these willows were like this, how could a family not follow the general trend if they want to remain standing? General trend? Dashi Ming silently repeated this word in his mind. Instantly, he understood his father's implied meaning. Could it be that his marriage this time was the so-called general trend? Dashi Ming was also a smart person. He knew that his father was hinting that he should follow the general trend and not get involved with Qin Xiu. However, when he thought of this, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. No one knew a son better than his father. Dashi Heng knew that his eldest son was an emotional person. It would not be easy to change his personality. Thus, he had never ordered Da Shiming to submit. Now, when he saw that he was silent, he only said lightly, "Our spies reported that Shimen Qian, the number one descendant of the Shimen family, the number one of the young generation in South Cloud State, and one of the 4 Scarlet Warriors, had arrived at River County with his subordinates. They are staying at the wealthy Shu family mansion." Regarding the marriage forced by the Shimen feudal lords, Da Shiheng's anger was no less than anyone else's. Of course, he also understood Da Shiming's pain and frustration. However, to the venerable Da Shi family, each and every move of the Shimen feudal lords was the general trend. Since the venerable Da Shi family did not have the strength to go against the trend, they could only go with the flow. "Shimen Qian?" A trace of anger emerged on Da Shiming's handsome face. His brain buzzed as if it had been struck by a giant thunder. This was a name that he could not let go of. Shimen Qian, one of the 4 Scarlet Warriors. He had provided the Redwood King with a plan to defeat 10,000 northern barbarians. He was the number one among the young generation of the Shimen feudal lords. He was the chosen heir of the Shimen feudal lords. He had even received an audience with the emperor. Compared to Da Shiming, the leader of the 7 young masters of River County, all the achievements of the seemingly young and promising Da Shiming were not worth mentioning. Every time Da Shiming thought of the time when he was young and impetuous, he had sparred with Shimen Qian at the birthday celebration of the Redwood King. In the end, he had been defeated by Shimen Qian in one move. His heart was filled with unyielding and resentment. This knot in his heart had always been the biggest obstacle for Da Shiming to reach a higher level of martial arts. However, to Da Shiming, Shimen Qian's other identity was even more fatal. He was Shimen Yang's twin brother. For your information, the first time Shimen Qian had killed someone, it was for his little sister. It was apparent how close these siblings were. Facing Shimen Qian, for the first time in his life, Da Shiming felt a sense of defeat. "It is indeed Shimen Qian," Da Shiheng repeated with certainty. "Father." Da Shiming suddenly raised his head. "What do you want me to do by telling me these things? As long as your surname is Da Shi, you must put the Da Shi family's interests first. Then should we cancel the humble Qin family's invitation?" Da Shiming asked in a low voice. "No, maintain the original plan." Hearing his father's instructions, Da Shiming's hanging heart finally calmed down. If his father had said the word cancel, Da Shiming would immediately carry out his fake death escape plan without hesitation. He could not do anything by himself. He could only use this method to escape from the marriage. Indeed, Da Shiyu's 20th birthday had made River County much livelier than usual. Many unfamiliar faces had appeared. Each of these people were well dressed and had apparently come from other places to attend Da Shiyu's birthday party. Qin Wushuang did not want to attend the party since it was not a good one. However, he could not resist his sister's eagerness. Besides, he also wanted to see what a venerable family was like. In the afternoon, the 3 of them departed from the inn. In a moment, they had arrived outside the Da Shi family's private castle located in the core area of River County. After handing over the invitation, the 3 of them easily passed through the door. A servant led the 3 of them into the castle. After a few steps, Qin Xiu saw Da Shiming walking over from the opposite side. "Patriarch Qin, Missy Qin, and brother Wushuang, you are here." Qin Wushuang laughed inwardly. He thought that it was inappropriate for Da Shiming to call her little Xiu in front of his father. Immediately, he laughed. "Big brother Da Shi, you must be busy today?" "Not really. Everyone in the family is in charge of taking care of everything. We are in charge of greeting the guests. You 3, I will take you inside." Da Shiming led the way with a graceful demeanor and led the 3 of them to the core area of the castle. After passing through the front yard, they saw a small open square. A large group of people had already gathered in the square. 70 to 80% of the guests had already arrived. All the guests were curious when they saw that Da Shiming had personally brought in 3 guests. Who were these guests that the eldest young master of the venerable Da Shi family had come to greet them? Half of these guests were aristocrats from River County. The other half were aristocrats from all over the country who had some connections with the Dashi family. Among them, the guests with the lowest status were from the prominent class. Many of them were from the wealthy class, and a few of them had come from other places. These powerhouses were self-aware. Each of them had their own little circle and gathered in twos and threes. They had a clear hierarchy and would not make any mistakes. The banquet had not started yet, and these aristocrats were extremely bored. They all looked over when they saw that Dashi Ming had brought in 3 people. The clothing among the aristocrats had a clear hierarchy. Thus, these people almost suspected that they were hallucinating. The 3 guests that Dashi Ming had personally welcomed were dressed in humble class clothing. Inwardly, those aristocrats who did not know what was going on whispered, "What kind of show was this venerable Dashi family playing?" Chapter 44. Second update. Brothers, if you work harder, I am number 2 on the newcomer list. Can you get me number 1 on the newcomer list before the full moon? There is still some gap. But as long as you are willing to work harder, and I am willing to explode, there will always be hope. Let's prepare and explode again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In such an occasion, the identity of the humble class aristocrats appeared to stand out. Under the gaze of these hundreds of eyes, the Qin family did not look like they had come to attend a banquet. Instead, they looked like monsters that were surrounded by a group of bored people. Although Qin Wushuang was thick-skinned, anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation. Dashi Ming was an understanding person as he called out, "I will take you 3 to see my father." While they were talking, another figure walked out from the hall. He immediately saw the 3 people from the Qin family. He greeted them with a smile. "You are here?" It was Dashi Ming's younger brother, Dashi Yang. He had an unspoken friendship with Qin Wushuang. "Third brother, you have come at the right time. I will take the Qin family to see my father. You take care of the guests outside." Dashi Yang nodded and walked over. He extended his hand to shake Qin Wushuang's hand and smiled. At the same time, he remembered the conversation they had at the city gate 3 years ago. Qin Wushuang had promised Dashi Yang that he would come back for sure. Now, he had not let him down and had finally come. "Father, sister, you guys go with big brother Dashi. I will not go." Dashi Ming was stunned. Then, he felt it was reasonable. Although his father was not a strong person, his power as the head of the family would most likely clash with Qin Wushuang's strong temperament. It would be best if these 2 people did not meet. Dashi Yang talked with Qin Wushuang for a while. Since he had to take care of the guests, he did not stay for long. Qin Wushuang watched Dashi Yang walk out and felt even more relaxed. Since he was extremely bored, he found a corner and sat down lazily. Then, he coldly observed the groups of aristocrats. Besides the aristocratic powerhouses in River County, Qin Wushuang did not care about the other aristocratic powerhouses. And in the aristocratic circle of River County, there had always been a set of social standards. For someone like Qin Wushuang who came from a humble background, let alone being able to blend in, even if he could thicken his skin and blend in, Qin Wushuang would not ask for a snub. Based on the standards of these nobles, the commoner nobles had always been the object of their superiority. Whether it was the wealthy Shu clan, the Yun clan, or the prominent Zhong clan, all of them were like this. Those gathered in the small square were mostly young disciples. Qin Wushuang naturally knew the people from the wealthy Shu family. He was no stranger to Shu Yuan and Shu Ting. It was just that today, these 2 were following behind a young man in yellow robes who was about 25 or 26 years old. This yellow-robed young master was the most outstanding young man of the wealthy Shu family, and his name was Shu Ju. Although they were both among the 7 young masters of River County, this Shu Ju ranked much higher than Shu Yuan. He was ranked 3rd and was only behind Dashi Ming and another Dashi offspring. Among the 7 young masters of River Luo, the Shu family had taken 2 seats and were only second to the venerable Dashi family's 3 seats. This achievement had also surpassed the wealthy Yun and wealthy Chen families. Thus, When this Shu Ju stood in the center, the aristocratic circle of River County consciously surrounded him and listened to him talk. Shu Ju had always been active in South Cloud City. This time, he had rushed back to attend the family class evaluation because he had received a letter from his family. Since it happened to be Missy Daci's birthday celebration, he had brought his 2 younger brothers to attend. Ever since the Qin family had appeared in his line of sight, Shu Ju's gaze had never moved. Big brother Shu, this humble Qin family has indeed curried favor with the venerable Daci family. One of the aristocratic offspring said with a face full of righteous indignation. Shu Ju's face darkened slightly. So what if they have curried favor with the venerable Daci family? Second brother, is this the kid who had instantly killed Zhong Yarou? That battle at the river square was the biggest shame in Shu Yuan's life. When he heard his big brother Shu Ju ask about it, he felt ashamed and nodded with shame. Big brother, it is this kid from the humble class. He is just a martial arts student who is still wet behind the ears. How could he have such skills? Apparently, a level 7 martial arts student had instantly killed a warrior at the peak of the power force. This matter had surpassed his acceptable range. Just as he was thinking of finding a reason to probe Qin Wushuang's background, suddenly, he saw Daci Yang leading a group of guests inside. When Qin Wushuang saw this group of guests, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Among the 5 people, except for the 2 older ones, the other 3 were the ones he had met at Yongsheng jewelry store that day. The Yun sisters, as well as their mysterious female companion, were all present. However, those 3 men were nowhere to be seen. Qin Wushuang was not surprised. After that battle, it would be strange if that Yi Feng and Ling Tian had the face to stay. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. As soon as Yun Qingyang walked in, she saw Qin Wushuang in the corner. She turned around and whispered a few words to that family elder. That elder revealed a thoughtful expression. He glanced at Qin Wushuang with a complicated gaze. Qin Wushuang did not want to cause trouble in this situation. He sneered and turned around to leave. Daci Yang said in a clear voice, "Everyone, the guests are all here. Please enter the main hall to watch the ceremony." When the group of people received the notice, they all entered in a line. Qin Wushuang walked in first and bumped into his sister, Qin Xiu, who was walking out from the side with a heavy heart. When she saw Qin Wushuang, Qin Xiu's helpless eyes seemed to have found someone to rely on. "Sister." When Qin Wushuang saw his sister's gloomy expression, he guessed something. He whispered, "Patriarch Daci, did he say something?" He didn't say anything." Qin Wushuang sighed, "Sister, you haven't even learned how to lie. Tell me, what did he say?" "He didn't say much and was very polite to us. He only told me that big brother Daci was engaged." Qin Xiu's eyes were red and she was about to cry. The same thing, when spoken by Daci Ming and Patriarch Daci Heng, had completely different meanings. "Sister." Just when Qin Wushuang wanted to comfort her, an unfriendly greeting came from behind. "Qin Wushuang." In this kind of formal situation, aristocrats rarely called each other by their full names. Even if it was a fake greeting, they still needed to follow some etiquette and add "young master" or something. In the aristocratic circle, to call someone by their full name in a formal situation, it represented contempt and humiliation. Qin Wushuang was not a person who liked to pay attention to fake greetings. If it were any other time, even if it was a formal occasion, he would just laugh it off. However, right now, he was in a bad mood because of his sister. He turned around and saw Yun Qingyang standing behind him with a sad face. Ever since the fight in front of the jewelry store, Yun Qingyang had completely stopped looking down on Qin Wushuang. However, Yun Qingyang, who was used to being arrogant, could not let go of her superiority as a member of the wealthy class, not to mention reigning in her princess temper. This time, she did not have any evil intentions. However, when she called him by his full name, it just so happened that Qin Wushuang was in a bad mood. Naturally, the atmosphere changed. "What's the matter?" Qin Wushuang stared at her indifferently. When Yun Qingyang saw Qin Wushuang's unapproachable expression, the words of apology she had prepared for a long time instantly vanished into thin air. The eldest Missy's brute force flared up as she said angrily, "It's okay. If there's nothing, go away." Qin Wushuang really did not want to experience this princess temper. He also did not have the mood to think about what Yun Qingyang wanted to say. He turned around and was about to leave. "Qin Wushuang, don't go," Yun Qingyang anxiously said. "Miss Yun, if you have something to say, then say it. If you have nothing to do, then find something to do. There are many noble young masters here, and many of them have fantasies about you. Don't you have other interests and hobbies besides finding trouble with me?" I'm not looking for trouble with you." Yun Qingyang stamped her feet, stared at Qin Wushuang, and whispered in her throat, "That day's matter, it was my fault." "What?" Qin Wushuang's hearing was very good, so he heard it clearly. But when he saw that this princess was clearly apologizing, but was so stiff, he could not help but find it ridiculous. He deliberately teased her and asked, "Qin Wushuang, don't go too far. Today, I just want to apologize to you." Qin Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if you don't look for trouble, then everything will be fine. "Which matter are you referring to?" "Everything." Yun Qingyang was embarrassed and anxious. She had always been proud, and this was the first time in her life that she had lowered herself to apologize to someone. Half of the reason was because of the pressure from her family's elders. "Oh, then what is there to apologize for? Anyway, those who provoked me have already paid the price. Miss Yun, you are high and mighty, so naturally you won't want to associate with a commoner like me. And I also don't have any plans to curry favor with the wealthy Yun family. There's no need to apologize. If you want to know the truth about the theft, I don't mind telling you that the whole story was Shu Ting's doing. It's just that he shot himself in the foot." After saying all this, Qin Wushuang did not care about Yun Qingyang's expression or feelings. He pulled his sister and turned to leave, leaving behind Yun Qingyang, who was like a stone statue. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.